On a certain life-and-death arena, a level 159 guy nicknamed Walnut Brain was desperately begging for mercy from the level 200 youth standing opposite him, with an imposing aura and overwhelming presence. Zhao Zhang, the level 200 champion, boomed. Who's next? Everyone around, all lower-leveled than him, looked at Zhao Zhang with admiration-filled eyes. Someone actually managed to reach level 200, fully equipped with top-tier gear even stronger than the guild leaders. Yet no one has ever heard of this master before. Meanwhile, our protagonist Zhao Zhang, seated smugly in front of his computer, let out a victorious laugh. Haha. Do you people even know what it cost me to reach this moment? To finally become the server king? You can't imagine the struggles I've been through. Back when I was just level 20, I got my face smashed in by gorillas. At level 50, I spent nights hiding in trees to escape packs of wolves. When I reached level 120, a fire dragon chased me around until I was running for dear life. It's been 5 full years. 5 years of enduring everything this game could throw at me. I suffered in silence, so that one day you would all drop your jaws in shock like today. Remember my name. Before he could finish his triumphant speech, Zhao Zhang's face went blank. His computer screen displayed the dreaded message. Your account has been flagged for abnormal activity. It will be locked immediately for further investigation. And just like that, 5 years of slashing and grinding his way to level 200 were erased in an instant. His account was gone, just like that. Zhao Zhang angrily punched straight through his computer screen, only to be electrocuted on the spot, his life game over in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Zhao Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. He was free falling into a heap of swords, the impact sending him into a coughing fit as he choked on water. In front of him stood a group of sneering individuals, their disdainful voices echoing around him. Trash like this, and he's supposed to be the leader's son. One mocked. Another chimed in sarcastically, guess he just had the luck of being born into the right family, huh? A man with no hairline, a single strand of hair on his head, and a face as fierce as a storm bellowed. Get up. Didn't you hear me? I said, get up. As Zhao Zhang's mind cleared, he began to suspect this was just a dream. Struggling to his feet, he grabbed a sword lying nearby. The group of onlookers snickered, their admiration tinged with scorn. No wonder he's the captain. He doesn't even care that this guy's the leader's son. Another added smugly, the captain's being merciful. If this useless fool weren't the leader's son, he wouldn't have survived 2 hits. Zhao Zhang's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. His thoughts turned gleefully sinister. Killing people in dreams isn't illegal, right? He strode toward the bald man, who continued to taunt him with a smirk. Well, look at that. Didn't think you had the guts to act like a man for once. Zhao Zhang was ready to negotiate a blood donation from this man's body when, out of nowhere, a tall figure with striking blue hair dashed forward, blocking his path. Young master, let it go. Let's go home, the blue-haired man said firmly. Without giving Zhao Zhang a chance to argue, the man grabbed him and dragged him away with surprising strength. Zhao Zhang's eyes narrowed as he thought, this guy, how is he so strong? Suddenly, memories about this world emerged in Zhao Zhang's mind. Clearly, this was not a dream. It appeared that he had traversed into another world. No doubt about it, he truly had crossed over. Just now, after inheriting the memories of this body, he understood everything clearly. This place was similar to the world he lived in. However, a cosmic storm that occurred over a decade ago had destroyed this world. That cosmic storm also altered the original appearance of the creatures in this world. Many people had become bloodthirsty and cruel zombies. But that incident also awakened the strange ability in many individuals known as energy essence. Those who possessed energy essence could unleash combat power 10s, or even hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people. This man was Zhao Zhang's father in this world. He was a level 5 energy essence master, and also the leader of the cities surrounding the place where Zhao Zhang lived. Starting off with a father who was a leader was indeed not bad. But Zhao Zhang thought, why am I the useless one who cannot cultivate successfully? While he was still lost in thought, his father returned. Zhao Zhang, I'm back. He still couldn't sift through his memories. Is this man really the leader, Dad? Is he truly a master? Why does he seem so ordinary in my memories? This father loved his son deeply, gently rubbing his head and comforting him. I've heard everything. Don't blame Uncle Yu, okay, he said. That old man is just angry because he couldn't forge iron into gold. The young man's face clearly showed signs of annoyance and frustration. That's right. If it weren't for him granting me a blessing, I wouldn't have crossed over here. The father sitting next to him said, "Come on, let's try again. Perhaps this time it will help awaken your energy. Based on the method of circulating energy that I taught you, guide your energy." The young man thought, "It seems that even if I can't cultivate, this father of mine still uses this method to help me. It's truly touching." Zhao Zhang was determined to take the initiative. Just because I couldn't do it before doesn't mean I can't do it now. After 2 hours, he was still like a soulless corpse, completely unable to feel any energy. He felt useless, disappointed, and could only sense a vague feeling of energy. This father understood his son very well. "Xiao Zhang, it's okay if you can't feel anything. Don't blame yourself, even if you can't cultivate, so what? As long as I'm here, no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Just take a break." While he was deeply moved by his father's affection, he suddenly heard the system activate, asking him if he wanted to re-enter the game. He looked down at the screen, stunned. "Isn't this my level 200 rogue alias in the game?" He clicked yes on the system screen. This was the attribute of the rogue alias in the game, but unfortunately, it was only at level 1. The system displayed level 1, Strength 29, Physique 18, Charisma 10, Agility 35, Experience 0. The young man stared for a long time. Is this all the skills I can use? The skill Scan Weakness helps check the weaknesses of a target. However, it cannot be used on high-level targets or characters above level 10. He put his hand on his chin. It seems like the system I brought here is just a level 1 rogue with only these skills. Isn't that garbage? And besides, this isn't a game. So where am I supposed to level up? The servant called him for dinner, but the young man cradled his face in despair, basically in no mood to eat. The other person seemed to persist in inviting him. "You really have to eat. Do you know that there are many people outside who don't have rice to eat?" The young man was about to raise his head and snap back when a beautiful woman appeared before him. Her name was Su Yun Wen, a non-martial class, with Strength 8, Physique 10, Charisma 9, and Agility 15. However, in the non-martial classification, she did not belong to the combat character line, and he was taken aback when he saw this girl. She thought he was about to do something lewd or inappropriate, which made her tense. Frustrated, she turned to leave, but Zhou Jing was actually talking about the attribute panel, though it seemed to have been misunderstood. The attributes of others in his eyes would be mere data, but a high level would completely be a question mark. Zhou Jing wondered, if that's the case, can the monsters outside the city be seen? Indeed, my attributes are only slightly higher than an ordinary person's. It seems that to level up, I need to find something reliable to protect myself. He went outside and could see everyone's data. This young man with blue hair was Lan Xi, level stage 2, Strength 79, Physique 71, Constitution 74, Agility 61. He told Zhao Zheng, "The old man has instructed that you don't need to participate in training anymore and shouldn't wander around." Zhao Zheng, indifferent to the world, turned back to ask him, "Do we have guns here?" The blue-haired youth led Zhao Zhang to the shooting range. This blonde guy was Yan Bok's son, level stage 2, Strength 80, Physique 79, Constitution 80, Agility 76. He appeared friendly and greeted politely. "Why is young Master Zhao free to come to the shooting range today?" The guy following him also chimed in sarcastically. "Aren't you the one who understands the real situation, giving up being a martial artist to practice shooting instead?" But Zhou Jing truly didn't care about their implications and readily admitted that he was actually here to practice shooting. He looked at them with a foolish smile, utterly helpless. The young man finally decided to try his hand at shooting, just like everyone else. They stood there wondering, "Yan leader, has this kid achieved anything yet?" In reality, they only thought Zhao Zheng was just playing around. At this point, being good at shooting was nothing compared to leveling up as a martial artist. Zhao Zheng was naively innocent. He even planned to borrow the gun to have some fun for a few days. The blonde youth didn't hesitate to lend it to him right away. He even remarked, "As long as he's happy, that's all that matters." But Zhou Zheng didn't just take the gun. He also grabbed a considerable amount of ammunition. There seemed to be some doubt, but the blonde guy brushed it off and said, "It's nothing to worry about, just a worthless kid. Let him frolic through a few levels." Zhao Zheng and his attendant continued on, oblivious. If they kept moving forward, they would exit the city, and right now, he only had a gun. Leaving would be very dangerous. Who knows what he was thinking, but he seemed quite confident. Don't worry, I just want to try shooting a few zombies and see if I can level up. The blue-haired kid froze for 5 seconds. But how could he possibly talk back to this young master? He had no choice but to helplessly follow Zhou Zhang to the wall. This wall was built to defend against zombies and ferocious beasts. Beyond it lay the hellish landscape of roaming zombies, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was truly very dangerous. The young man jumping over that wall is Tu Lai, a stage 3 with a strength of 135, physique of 120, national character of 125, and agility of 110. He complained that this place is not somewhere one can just casually visit. When he saw Zhao Zhang, saying he wanted to help him kill zombies, he nearly went crazy and grabbed him by the collar. What can a kid like you do to kill zombies? Don't cause me any more trouble, just get lost. While dealing with this foolish kid, an announcement rang out that zombies had breached the checkpoint. This time, Zhou Zhang seemed very determined and was set on seizing this opportunity. Uncle Kaksu, I know everyone looks down on me, but please give me a chance to show my shooting skills. Seeing the urgency in the boy's eyes, he also wanted to give him a chance. In his sights, the zombies were all around level 1 and level 2. Is this really a zombie? Indeed, I could see their health bar and level, but I wonder if there are experience points for killing them. Zhao Zhang took a decisive shot at the zombie's arm. However, the blood on this arm was too little, so he focused again to find a weak point. Aiming once more accurately at that zombie, the system announced that he had received 100 experience points. Zhao Zhang was overjoyed. I was right. I can indeed gain experience points by killing monsters. He seemed to double his motivation, continuously shooting down the remaining zombies. Experience points kept increasing rapidly. Finally, he leveled up. Zhou Zhang was extremely satisfied. This was the feeling of leveling up, a sensation even more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. The uncle praised him, saying, although your shooting skills still need more practice, it's clear that you have some talent. After leveling up, Zhou Zhang had 5 free attribute points, which he allocated. I'll just go with what I understand and increase agility by 3 and strength by 2. He then discovered a star crystal on the zombie. This star crystal wasn't something that every zombie had. It seemed Zhou Zhang had gotten lucky. The star crystal came in white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red. This was a type of currency among martial artists, easier to use than money. Just one low-level white crystal was enough to exchange for a week's worth of food for an ordinary person. Zhou Zhang even tried to persuade the boss to exchange this for some packs of cigarettes for his buddies. After all, the uncle accepted it, but felt that helping the young man practice shooting was the right thing to do. The people standing there were also astonished. The captain didn't expect that Zhao Young Master, who is rumored to be useless, isn't so bad after all. Half a month passed, and Zhou Zhang continued to sit there, determinedly shooting at everything in sight. By this time, he had reached level 4 in his rogue profession, with stats: strength 45, physique 26, charisma 81, and agility 55. Truly a persistent individual, he practiced tirelessly while eating. The uncle sitting beside him, cigarette in hand, calmly said, "Kid, you've been sitting here for over half a month now. Are you really planning to give up on your training?" Zhao Zhang replied nonchalantly, "No matter how skilled one may be, you can't dodge bullets." Upon hearing this, the uncle could only shake his head, feeling the need to clarify to bring the kid back to reality. That's only true for low-level folks like us. Do you know, from level 6 onward, there are some who aren't even afraid of sniper bullets. This kid truly had no sense of fear. If that was the case, he would have to find another way to guide him. The uncle also thought Zhao Zhang was quite remarkable, especially his vision and shooting skills. At that moment, Zhao Zhang's gaze suddenly focused below. In the distance, several people were fighting off zombies around a car. He was startled to realize, isn't that the patrol car my dad drove off in early this morning? Sure enough, it was the patrol car of the leader's team, being chased by a horde of aggressive zombies. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang immediately declared he would handle the zombies behind. In no time, his accurate shots had wiped out the monsters, earning him praise from everyone for his rapidly advancing shooting technique. Recently, Zhao Zheng's father had been facing numerous troubles due to the ever-growing onslaught of zombies outside. He had reminded everyone in the team to strengthen their defenses and be wary of unexpected dangers. However, the young man felt that his father was definitely hiding something. The car was intact when they went out, but now it was damaged so much. Moreover, a second-level martial artist was also attacked by a zombie and injured. The person who was scratched by the zombie seemed to be in trouble. His father ordered, "Stop the car and finish off the person who was scratched by the zombie." Although tears were continuously falling from him, there was no forgiveness. Zhou Zheng stood like a rock at that moment, realizing just how cheap life was in this world. During dinner with his family, Zhou Zheng was still in a daze. The girl asked him, "Why aren't you eating anymore?" and saw that he looked panicked as if something was wrong. His father reminded him, "You need to adapt to today's events so that you can inherit my position in the future." He wondered, "But others are not mine." His father explained, "To ensure the survival of many, sacrificing one individual is necessary. Starting tomorrow, going outside is prohibited. Butler Su, you will keep an eye on him." The next morning, when the butler wasn't paying attention, he slipped down using a rope. There was still someone in the house colluding with him. That person said, "Young master, I agreed to take you outside. I have already disobeyed the leader's orders. The deep forest is too dangerous. How about we go kill some zombies?" Zhao Zheng felt that killing zombies had become boring. In fact, the experience from dealing with zombies was far too minimal. What he needed now was to level up quickly. The monsters in the forest and zombies were fundamentally not on the same level. The green-haired butler remained adamant in his determination to stop him, speaking in a firm tone. "My duty is to protect you, so I hope you won't make things difficult for me." Zhao Zheng didn't want to live under someone else's protection forever and become a useless person. He raised his gun, even intending to aim it at the butler, declaring firmly, "My life, I'll protect it myself." Before he could do anything further, Zhou Zheng noticed a dangerous presence behind him. It was a gray shadow snake, a highly venomous species. Strangely, the green-haired butler seemed completely unaware of how the snake had approached. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, "Even I, someone who is not yet a martial artist, could detect it. How could this happen?" Meanwhile, he was still busily searching for a star crystal on the snake's body. Moreover, Zhou Zheng shamelessly touched the snake without a hint of fear. The green-haired butler was in a panic, shouting, "Young master, stop joking around. This is the lair of the gray shadow snake. Even rank 3 martial artists would struggle to deal with it. You're being too reckless." But for Zhou Zheng, this dangerous place was truly a sanctuary. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy and feel at ease in this challenging environment. When he returned, a kid standing on the city wall, upon seeing Zhou Zheng, looked extremely excited and cheerfully greeted him. "Young master, you're back early today." Zhao Zheng did not forget to remind, "How many times have I said this? You must call me Brother Zhao. No more calling me young master." After saying that, he tossed a star crystal he had just found to the boy. Observing this scene, it was clear that Zhou Zheng was a person full of affection. "I found this today. I don't need it. Take it and use it to treat your sister." Zhao Zheng's kindness moved the boy to tears, and he couldn't stop exclaiming about his super VIP benevolence. The green-haired boy, carrying a large bag, jokingly asked, "Young master, are you still bringing meat for them today?" For more than half a month, most of the snakes that Zhou Zheng hunted had been given to the locals here. If sold, he would definitely make a considerable amount. But Zhou Zheng didn't care about that at all. As he approached the house, a group of children rushed out and hugged him tightly. One of them shouted joyfully, "Today, I was the first to catch you, Brother Zhou Zheng." Zhao Zheng looked at the children, his face lighting up with tenderness. He playfully scolded one of them, "You little monkey, running so fast, aren't you afraid of falling?" This time, Zhou Zheng continued to bring snake meat to them. He was warmly welcomed by everyone, but in stark contrast, the green-haired boy was ignored. He sat in a corner, muttering in frustration, "I'm the one who worked hard to process the snake meat, and no one cares. What an ungrateful bunch." In Zhao Zheng's sack, there were many different types of snakes. An elderly woman anxiously asked, "I heard that the gray shadow snake is very difficult to deal with. Zhou Zheng, don't you think you're taking too much of a risk?" The young man also knew how to speak to reassure others. "Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of with me. These little snakes are nothing to threaten me. The aunt standing beside him didn't fully understand the situation, but still spoke confidently. Zhao Young Master is an excellent marksman. One shot, and it's a headshot. Even the Snake King wouldn't stand a chance. As usual, Zhou Zheng would go out every 3 days and return home at night. His father seemed to know everything, unable to hide his stern expression. I told you not to go out, but for the past half-month, you've been getting more and more reckless. The butler standing beside him could only lower his head in apology. It's my fault. I haven't managed the young master well. But in reality, this couldn't be entirely blamed on her. Zhou Zheng's father squinted inside. So the rumors out there about the divine marksman are true. Zhao Zheng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Heh, didn't they say that when God closes one door, he opens another? In the field of marksmanship, I do have a bit of talent. However, Zhao Zheng's father did not seem pleased. He was concerned. I don't want you to get too involved with those from the lowest class. Sooner or later, they will become a burden to you. Zhao Zheng fell silent, unconvinced by his father's thoughts. Meanwhile, the blond guy and his gang swaggered down the street, listening to people discussing who was the better marksman between him and Zhu Young Master. Most people chose Zhou Zheng. This infuriated him, and he said, "A trash like him dares to be compared to me. Fine, I'll show you all who the real marksman is." Just as Zhou Zheng thought of someone, that very person appeared, radiating enthusiasm. "Hello, Yan leader. Good morning." Zhou Zheng greeted cheerfully. The blond man's expression flickered for a moment. Though his insides burned with frustration, his face maintained a forced, friendly smile. "What a coincidence, Zhou Young Master. I was just looking for you," he replied smoothly. Zhao Zheng, however, couldn't care less about what the man had to say. His thoughts wandered instead to the pleasant weather, perfect for a hunting trip. His nonchalance made the blond man seethe internally, but he still had to bite his tongue and show Zhou Zheng a semblance of respect. Feigning politeness, he chuckled. "Zhou Young Master, everyone's been talking about your legendary sharpshooting skills recently. Would I be lucky enough to have a friendly shooting match with you?" While his words sounded amicable, his thoughts were venomous. "Trash like you. I'll show you what real shooting skills look like. Prepare to be humiliated." Zhao Zheng shot him down immediately. "I don't have time." Unwilling to let Zhao Zheng slip away, the blond man upped the stakes, holding out a chunk of gleaming green crystal as he said enticingly, "Surely you, as the leader's son, wouldn't back down from a simple challenge, would you? A prize like this? How could you say no?" Zhao Zheng shrugged casually. "Fine. How does Yan leader want to compete?" The blond man grinned, his plan seemingly falling into place. "Mobile pool shooting," he declared confidently. Zhao Zheng stared at him, disappointment etched across his face. "Seriously, don't you think that's a little boring?" He issued a challenge. "Hunt outside the city within 1 day. Whoever catches the most valuable prey will win." Reluctantly, the blonde had to accept the challenge. "Then we'll start the competition a week from now. Zhou Young Master, you should prepare yourself." Yan Bo's son seemed quite confident in his abilities. However, the final outcome remained uncertain. The two young men sat on a tree branch, chatting and laughing. The young man with green hair couldn't hide his anxiety, warning Zhou Zheng, "That Yan Bo's son is two-faced and extremely cunning. Don't let his appearance deceive you." Zhao Zheng, seemingly accustomed to people like him, merely shrugged. "I've encountered many like him. Those who live behind a mask often lack acting skills and don't even realize it." The young man with green hair grew more uneasy. "Now that you've agreed to hunt with him outside the city, isn't that too risky?" But Zhou Zheng remained resolute. "No matter what, I need to show him the gap between himself and this world, especially with those who always think they are right, like Yan Bo's son." During the hunting process, Zhou Zheng seemed to have found his target, a giant fly. He was becoming increasingly skilled at close combat, gradually approaching the prey. When Zhao Zheng's father learned that his son was betting on a hunting competition with Yan Bo's son, he did not appear worried. Instead, he calmly said, "Perhaps we should prepare something." The old man sat on the roof, puffing on a cigarette, his eyes gazing down at the city below, his mouth murmuring, "Such beautiful scenery isn't something you see every day. The show is about to begin." He chuckled heartily and continued, "No wonder people are fond of you for being so good-natured. Wherever you go, you find admirers. But remember, tomorrow Zhou Zheng will win the contest. It's definitely going to be a joyous day." The young man with green hair, standing nearby, sighed, then suddenly realized. Lately, Zhu Young Master has changed a lot. He's being praised by everyone all of a sudden. Zhao Zhang grinned foolishly, scratching his head as he said, everyone has to grow up eventually. Meanwhile, in another place, Zhao Zhang's father was still somewhat worried. Though he trusted his son, he hoped the boy would understand the significance of his actions. In the meantime, he and a few others were busy handling unfinished business. Zhao Zhang, on the other hand, went to an old house in search of something. The elderly man inside noticed him and asked, "Do you need anything?" Zhao Zhang replied, "I'm looking for a strong bow." The old man raised an eyebrow and said, "I have one. But this bow isn't for everyone. If you don't have a draw weight of 150 kilograms, don't even think about using it. Very few people use them these days. But if you like, I'm willing to give it to you." The steward, hearing this, questioned, "Young master, wouldn't the crossbow be more convenient if you need a weapon?" Zhao Zhang laughed. "It's not like that. I want to train my eyesight, arm strength, and precision. Nothing is better suited for that than using a bow." The steward couldn't help but grumble. He's not even a martial artist yet. How does he think he can draw that bow? "What's that noise over there?" The child shouted, "Grandma, what do you have on your head?" The frightened butler suggested, "Young master, why don't we go outside the city to continue our training?" He still retained some decency, and went to apologize to the old lady. Meanwhile, the little brat kept jumping around, excitedly pointing at the name sprouting from his grandmother's head, as if he believed the name had actually grown there. Just as he was frolicking, an uncle came out and grabbed him by the collar. "You little rascal, don't hold something dangerous like that." In complete shock, the boy had accurately shot a tiny fly, and the uncle exclaimed, "Is this a scam? This is truly astonishing." The green-haired boy was also taken aback. "Young master, so it really is that precise." Finally, Zhou Zhang had reached level 15, which meant he could unlock 2 new skills. These skills were quite useful in the game, but he was unsure how effective they would be in reality. He needed to find a place with stronger monsters to train. Spotting a bamboo forest ahead, he was overjoyed. "I can't believe there's a bamboo forest here. The scenery is not bad at all." The butler, struggling to keep up, panted, "Young master, the sword wild boars here are so fierce that even rank 4 and 5 martial artists wouldn't dare to provoke them. Let's just observe, and then head back." It looked like a wild boar, and upon seeing Zhao Zhang, it immediately charged to attack. This is a wild boar, and Zhou Zhang looks like he's charging into a death trap. The butler couldn't wait any longer and went out to protect him, but he didn't need it. Zhou Zhang's speed is truly astonishing. With a swift attack from behind, he quickly dealt with the wild boar. See, these 2 skills can also be effective in the real world. The other guy was still in awe and disbelief. Is this person really not a martial artist? The corpse of this one will now be handled by the butler. Its former majesty has now become a meal for this big family. Even his father was left speechless. Before it was the gray shadow snake, and now it's the sword wild boar. Now I don't know whether to praise or scold my son. Zhou Zhang was eating heartily and casually asked his father for some crystals or gold. "For the match tomorrow, I want to be able to decide for myself." The blonde guy said he only saw Zhou Zhang as a useless person. Recently, he had been training like a madman. If he only considered him a useless person, was it really necessary to train so excessively? Seeing him panting heavily made one feel exhausted for him. He was determined. "I will win. Not just this match, but against rank 3 martial artists." Now he had indeed leveled up. Do you see, Zhao Zhang? This is the gap between a genius and a useless person. Finally, the day of the hunting competition arrived. The atmosphere was lively with a cheering crowd. A group of people, unclear whether they were volunteers or hired, shouted in support of Yan leader. They were all tall, hot girls and seemingly elite young men, creating a glamorous image. In contrast, Zhao Zhang's supporters were much simpler. His supporters consisted of elderly people, ordinary villagers, and local kids. Despite their different backgrounds, they all looked to righteousness and were filled with faith in Zhao Zhang. A boy in the crowd shouted out, his bright eyes sparkling, "Come on, Zhu kid, brother will definitely win." Yan leader just stood there, arms crossed, smirking disdainfully. Although Zhao Zhang's crowd appeared modest, it didn't trouble him at all. Instead, he felt happy and excited to see his supporters. Zhou Jian looked friendly and gentle, even stepping over to pat the cheering boy on the head and joked, "Xiao Shai Yu, have you placed your bet on me winning yet?" The boy blushed in embarrassment. "My family is poor, big brother, I only have a belt to wager." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian laughed heartily, reaching into his pocket to pull out a star crystal and handing it to the boy. "Take this and place your bet. This time, you'll definitely win." Standing behind them, Boke's son frowned at the scene. "How can you let a child place a bet?" Zhao Jiang calmly replied, his expression filled with confidence. "Don't worry, this sure win doesn't count as betting." Boke's son gritted his teeth, speechless. "You really are overly confident." Zhao Jiang just smiled, even kindly wishing Yan Leader good luck. "Yan Leader, I wish you the best of luck." Yan Leader looked at him with an annoyed expression, but said nothing. Finally, both stepped onto their vehicles, ready for the competition. The starting horn sounded, signaling the hunting event had begun. This competition has been agreed upon by both parties that regardless of the tactics employed during the hunt, the outcome will be determined solely by the value of the prey obtained. High above, a person watched as two vehicles sped away and asked Zhao Jiang's father, "Leader, do you really not need to send someone to secretly protect the young master?" The father shook his head, his gaze contemplative. "No need. I can protect him for a while. But his future path must depend on himself." In a dilapidated building, a phone rang. The one who answered was Tang Lai, a rank 5 martial artist. With a calm tone, he accepted the mission. Temporarily handled target number 2, a green crystal as payment. In his hand was a file on Zhou Jiang. Tang Lai skimmed through it with a smile, his muscles relaxing as he twirled a knife in his hand a few times, then said to himself, "Since I'm being offered a green crystal, I should warm up a bit before starting." At the same time, a female spy rushed in, reporting, "Master, they have accepted the mission." In a dimly lit room, a figure sipped a glass of red wine, his eyes gleaming with delight. "A waist and a green crystal of the lost leader type like this. I will only do this once in my life. But as long as I can provoke that person, after the plan succeeds, I will take back double." Elsewhere, in an old vehicle, Zhou Jiang was fiddling with the map that Butler Su had given him. However, he couldn't help but complain. Having a map is like having nothing. The map indicated an area that was marked off, a place where 3 wolves were known to appear. Zhou Jiang stared intently at that area, his expression cautious. Very dangerous. I must be even more careful. Zhao Jiang decided to step out of the vehicle for some exercise. He thought to himself, "Let's warm up with some shadow wolves first." Up ahead, the silhouettes of a pack of shadow wolves materialize. After an intense battle, he managed to take down 5 of them. However, his body was nearing its limit. Checking his condition, Zhou Jiang realized he had leveled up to 16, just shy of reaching the rank of a level 3 martial artist. His entire body ached relentlessly. In his hand was a small red potion, labeled Small Health Recovery Potion. The description claimed it could restore 120 health points over 6 seconds, with 20 points regained each second. Zhou Jiang frowned, mulling it over. Does this healing potion even work on me? Deciding to experiment, he uncapped the bottle and sniffed it. The scent reminded him of a disinfectant solution. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jiang poured the potion directly onto the wound on his chest. To his confusion, nothing happened. Scratching his head, he muttered, "Could it be for drinking?" Not wanting to waste more time, he boldly tipped the potion into his mouth and gulped it down. Within seconds, his wounds began healing at an astonishing rate. Zhou Jiang stared in amazement. Is this real? Recovery this fast? Could I have brought something this overpowered into this world? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the dense forest, 3 individuals were resting against the base of a massive tree. Yang Yu, a rank 2 martial artist, along with Zhou Lanbo and Gu Yu, both rank 3 martial artists, were engaged in an animated discussion about the upcoming wager between Yan Boke's son and Zhou Jiang. One of them, his voice brimming with excitement, remarked, "This duel is going to be incredibly interesting." The younger brother named Yang Yu asked, "Bro, have you placed a bet on those 2 competing today?" Zhao Lanbo cursed, "Bet my ass. We're risking our lives to make some money. I don't want to throw it away on that." Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yu noticed someone approaching, and that someone was none other than the old man Tang Lai. He pretended to scratch his head cluelessly, as if he had coincidentally stumbled upon a living person. Gu Yu immediately stepped forward, alert, and said, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer." Tang Lai put on a benign expression, feigning innocence as he said, "Don't be agitated. I'm just a lost person. I wonder if you have seen this guy today." In his hand, he held a photo of Zhao Zheng. Yang Yu, caught off guard, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Isn't this Zhou Zhen? We just saw him this morning." Zhao Lanbo was startled and quickly barked, "Xiao Yu, shut up." Tang Lai immediately showed his true face and lunged straight for Gu Yu, leaving her no time to react. Zhou Lanbo ran away, calling for Yang Yu to come along, but in the end, it was too late. With just a snap of his fingers, Yang Yu collapsed. Tang Lai continued to eliminate Yang Yu, cleaning up everyone and the remaining evidence. On another front, Zhou Zheng was still hanging on a branch, constantly sneezing. "No way, my physical condition is so strong, yet I still catch a cold." The young man sitting on the branch was wary because there were many shadow wolves below, and the white one in the distance was the Wolf King boss. However, looking back at the tattered gear he was carrying, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the boss. It was already 1 p.m., and he couldn't even find a worthy hunting target. He was truly on the verge of becoming useless. Suddenly, he noticed a health bar heading towards his area, confirming that it was indeed a human. The man appeared with a red health bar, radiating killing intent. The young man guessed that it seemed he had mistaken him for a target. Startled, Tang Lai looked up at the branch, and in the blink of an eye, lost sight of the person. The man felt uncertain. "Not here. Did I misjudge?" Quickly, Zhou Zheng had hidden away in another spot. Tang Lai was indeed far too strong for his current abilities. He only lived a humble and kind life. But for some reason, he kept encountering trouble. It was clear that this person was targeting him specifically. Were there really people who wanted him to face such disasters? The best defense is a good offense. One cannot keep fleeing forever without it leading to disaster. Zhou Zheng decided to charge out, risking everything. After a great explosion, there were moments when the man could not react in time. Tang Lai had to admit that Zhao Zheng's speed was incredibly fast, each strike decisive. However, Zhou Zheng was very anxious. When using this kind of martial art, he couldn't maintain it for long and had no choice but to unleash his trump card. The young man activated his attack and pushed Tang Lai back with one blow. The old man was still in disbelief, unable to accept what had happened. "No, this isn't right. I clearly blocked that strike." After a powerful smash against a tree, he was injured, but in reality, it was just a little blood and not serious. Now that he had time to look his opponent in the face, Tang Lai immediately recognized that the person before him was Zhou Zheng and exclaimed in astonishment, "Unexpectedly, it's you. How could this be?" Zhao Zheng had not seen any information about him, while Tang Lai cursed inwardly. "Martial warrior trainee? A trash. Those intelligence agents have all been wiped out. How can a person like this dare to say he's a martial warrior trainee? I almost met my end." Zhao Zheng calmly asked, "Did Yan Bo's son send you?" Tang Lai didn't want to answer, his face twisted with murderous intent. "You're much stronger than I imagined, but a dying man doesn't need to know that much." With a decisive blow, Tang Lai was able to sever a large tree trunk. Zhou Zheng was still struggling. In this situation, a head-on confrontation was not an option. He continued to hide behind the tree, observing and seeking ways to prolong the fight. Tang Lai began to search. "Your evasion skills are quite impressive, but in the end, you won't escape." After identifying good positions to attack from, Zhou Zheng began to take action again. However, his weapon was indeed very tricky, and all he could do was use his speed to crawl away quickly. Tang Lai stood there, beginning to lecture. "You fundamentally do not understand the physical qualities of a rank 6 martial artist. I could dodge this type of bullet with my eyes closed." In an instant, Zhou Zheng climbed up a tree again. After considering his options, he realized he only had one choice left: to call for assistance. From above, the young man continuously shot down, hitting wherever he aimed. As Tang Lai chased after him, Zhou Zheng sprinted away. Zhou Zheng lured him to a rocky outcrop. He jumped down, and Tang Lai, thinking it was an easy target, jumped down as well. He had no idea that Zhou Zheng was inviting him to fight the shadow wolves together. Tang Lai was surrounded, standing there with a bewildered expression. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" In a moment of distraction, he was bitten on the leg by a shadow wolf. The commotion awakened the box that had been peacefully sleeping on a rock. The moment it woke up, it let out a deafening roar. And this was Zhao Zhang's goal. Now the two of them were facing off against a shadow wolf boss. Zhao Zhang took a look around and saw that it seemed possible to break through the encirclement from that direction. Tang Lai still couldn't recognize the danger before him, and even asked Zhao Zhang in return, "Are you cutting off your own escape route? For me, getting out of here is not a difficult task." Zhao Zhang was holding 2 grenades in his hands, and the young man responded to him with a light, savage smile. "Oh really? Then let's make it a bit more challenging." After the grenade exploded, the black smoke obscured the view. Tang Lai swung his sword wildly but was scratched by the Wolf King boss. It was indeed furious, while Zhao Zhang abandoned the game, sitting on a tree to watch the show. He said, "I'll leave this place to you. Feel free to have fun." Meanwhile, his own injuries were healing thanks to the holy water he carried. Tang Lai was surrounded on all sides, feeling extremely panicked and angry. The moment the sun set was also when the chaotic sounds below ceased. It seemed everything had come to an end. Looking down, Zhao Zhang saw that both the boss and Tang Lai were heavily injured. He descended effortlessly, stroking his chin, unexpectedly able to single-handedly wipe out the pack of wolves. Is this the fighting power of a rank 5 martial artist? After being bitten on the shoulder by the boss once more, Tang Lai completely fell. Zhao Zhang cautiously approached to see if there was anything interesting to pick up. Finally, he discovered a bag filled with numerous gems, truly a wealthy individual. Additionally, he found another item. Just as he was curious to see what it was, he realized the boss was still not completely down. You decided to bring the knife to finally end its pain. At the competition area, many people were anxiously waiting as both of them had not returned yet. Even Yan Bogsun's father was eagerly anticipating, especially with a few flattering remarks from the spectators. "Commander Yan, it seems that young Master Diem is almost certain to win this time, isn't it? Well, congratulations in advance." Though he was overly confident, Commander Yan still had to appear modest. "You're overpraising me. The results aren't in yet." "Haha, no rush, no rush." Butler Su, with a worried expression, turned to ask Lan Xi, "Young Master, is there anything to worry about?" Lan Xi completely trusted Zhao Zhang's abilities, but only his father remained contemplative and silent. The moment Yan Bogsun's car returned, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Lion Leader is triumphant. Come look at the impressive game they brought back in the car. It's truly enormous." Yan Bogsun's father approached to ask if his son was injured, and he confidently replied, "Facing that useless one wasn't too bad at all." After saying this, his father brushed his hands off and told his son he didn't need to stay to hear the results, so they could leave right away. He even turned to wait for Zhao Zhang's return before announcing the results. As soon as they spotted Zhao Zhang's car, the townsfolk erupted with excitement, partly in celebration that he had returned safely. "There's young Master Zhou. It really is him." As soon as they arrived, the car emitted black smoke, leaving Zhou Zhang bewildered. "Someone chose this car for me." Both opponents got out and waited for the results. Yan Bogsun smirked. "You got back pretty quickly. I thought we could take a little break." Zhao Zhang, not one to back down, shot back, "You got plenty of time to rest in the afterlife." Yan Bogsun then played his trick, raising his hand high. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a proposal. Let's evaluate the hunting spoils one at a time instead of all at once. How does that sound?" The leader of Hong Kong, watching, interpreted his intentions. "That guy is trying to humiliate your son." On Zhao Zhang's side, instead of being worried, he responded jokingly, "I'm fine with it. You do whatever you like." But Bogsun thought he had it in the bag. "Then let's go with my turn first and place a bet on Zhu Young Master." He was thinking to himself, how long can a useless person like Zhao Zhang pretend? They began to declare, "Next, we will evaluate the hunting value of Yan Leader." As soon as they opened the trunk, everyone gasped. Before anything else, Bogsun patted Zhao Zhang on the shoulder. "Zhao Young Master, who do you think will win this match?" Still in the midst of summarizing, Bogsun revealed what he had brought back, which was a wild boar sword. Just looking at his smug face made one want to give him a few slaps. Moreover, he continued to elaborate. "Wait a moment, I feel we should check the star crystal inside the hunted item and calculate its value. After all, this is a standard third-tier hunted item. Not just any hunted item can be compared." The inspecting staff seemed hesitant, fearing that Zhou Zhang would suffer a loss. But he waved his hand and said, "It's fine, let's just wrap this up quickly. I still need to go back and take a shower." The shouting grew louder, cheering for Bok-sun. Indeed, inside there was a crystal, a white crystal, along with the crystal from the sword wild boar, with a value equivalent to a middle-rank white crystal. Zhou Zhang sat cross-legged, commenting as if it were true. "It's acceptable. The luck isn't just ordinary." However, Bok-sun, with his hands in his pockets, responded upon hearing this. "Luck is something the weak need. I can win without luck. If not, I'll throw in 2 more crystals for you." Not only did he disagree, but Zhu Jing also showed enthusiastic agreement. "All right, then thank you, Yan leader." This action made Bok-sun angry, cursing Zhu Zhang internally. A shameless waste, even giving to the tree, but still wanting to climb it. He continued to clap, pretending, and said, "Please, everyone, do not get agitated. The sword wild boar is just the appetizer. The real main course is below." After the staff rummaged through, there were still rank 3 Fortes spiders underneath. The citizens could only cover their mouths in shock. This little brat has really caused a commotion. These are Fortes spiders. Many martial artists wouldn't dare provoke them. Rank 3 Fortes spiders are valued at 3 white crystals. The hired cheerleaders, seizing the moment, screamed loudly, "Yan leader, I want to bear little monkeys for you." On one side, people cheered loudly with the words "Yan leader," while on the other side, the commoners cried out, fearing that Zhou Zhang would actually lose. All formalities were gone. Bok-sun stretched and turned to taunt. "Zhou Zhang, this is the distance between you and me, a waste and a genius." Zhou Zhang, still languishing, bluntly replied, "It seems you are quite aware of your status as a waste," his chest heaving with anger. Bok-sun was about to curse back, but Zhu Jing didn't want to waste any more time. "All right, let's see who the real waste is between us. Time is tight, so I couldn't hunt anything valuable, only a shadow wolf." As he pulled back the curtain, the moment he revealed the boss, Shadow Wolf, lying there, Yan Bok-sun's nose started to run, his eyes bulging. Shadow wolves. The leader was completely taken aback, unable to even believe his eyes. "Is that a rank 4 Shadow Wolf King?" Butler Su stood applauding, extremely excited. "Young master has hunted a rank 4 beast already?" After examination, the results showed that a rank 4 Shadow Wolf was worth 1 low-grade blue crystal. The people standing there looked at each other and whispered, "How many high-grade white crystals can a low-grade blue crystal be exchanged for? It's ridiculous. 1 low-grade blue crystal is equivalent to 100 high-grade white crystals. My goodness, what else is there to compare?" A child sitting on an old man's back shouted enthusiastically, cheering for Zhou Zhang. "Oh, Zhou Zhang has won." At this point, the good-natured citizens chimed in, cheering loudly. "Long live Zhou Zhang. 1 second to annihilate." Bok-sun was unconvinced. He claimed Zhou Zhang cheated because even a rank 5 martial artist wouldn't dare provoke the Wolf King boss. There was no way Zhou Zhang could defeat it alone. As for Zhou Zhang, he simply pointed back and asserted, "Being able to hunt this Wolf King boss, I should thank you. To deal with a useless person like me, you didn't hesitate to invite a rank 5 martial artist. Yan leader is indeed generous." Bok-sun appeared dazed, clearly shocked. "What are you saying? You clearly want to cheat and are slandering instead." While his son was spraying glue stiffly, Bok-sun's father stepped in. "You ungrateful brat, shut up. Zhao Yun master is indeed a person of great talent. When I go home, I will teach this ungrateful child a lesson." Zhao Zhang only used half of his gaze to look at him, but just one glance was enough for him to assess that this squinty-eyed fat man was not the type of person to be considered kind-hearted. Zhao Hong Kong also decided to step in to defend his son. "Commander Yan has spoken too harshly. The 2 youngsters were just competing. There's no need to take it so seriously. Zhou Zhang was merely lucky. He cannot be compared to Bok-sun's skills." That old man, Commander Yan, was clearly being insincere. Luck is also a part of strength. However, right after that day, Commander Yan returned and immediately punished the female spy Zhou Zhang. Why is that useless piece of trash still alive and running around? And how could he even bring back that Shadow Wolves King? It seems the assassination organization is just a bunch of useless people. I no longer want to wait, prepared to implement Plan B. As for Zhao Zhang's family, upon arriving home, they celebrated with a lavish feast. Hong Kong seemed very proud of his son. Kid, you did great, but it's your first time drinking, and you went all out like that. As he bit into a piece of meat, Zhou Jing realized that it didn't matter what world he was in. Drinking was not his strong suit. His father, Hong Kong, also congratulated his son for the first time like this. Xiao Jian, congratulations on winning the competition. You've grown up. In his excitement, the young man still didn't forget to ask his father about Yan Bo's son and Yan Chuan, but he hesitated. But wait, the person who ordered the assassin behind the scenes is still uncertain. If I speak out, it might lead to big trouble. Seeing his son suddenly stop, Hong Kong comforted him. What Bo's son said about you cheating shouldn't weigh on your mind. That kid has skills, but he's just arrogant. Uncle Yan will teach him a lesson. It seemed that his father still had no doubts at all. Zhou Jing decided to set this matter aside and investigate on his own first. In the dark room without the lights on, Zhou Jing was repeatedly examining what he had picked up at Tang Lei's place. This won't explode, will it? It seems I was overthinking. Could this be some kind of communication device? Just then, Butler Su entered, coughing, carrying a huge sack of star crystals that had been brought in during the competition. Where would you like me to put this, sir? Once again, the attractive face and body of Butler Su distracted Zhou Jing from the issue at hand. The young man, flustered, replied, "No need, just put it down quickly." The gallant young man stepped out, taking the sack from Butler Su's hands, saying that this kind of heavy work was something he could handle. Butler Su thought this was her responsibility, but Zhou Jing bluntly responded, "In my eyes, you're just an ordinary girl. There's no need for you to bind yourself with the identity of a housekeeper every day." The two looked at each other with eyes full of fascination, and suddenly, Hong Kong walked in, interrupting their conversation. "Xiao Zheng, Butler, are you too busy?" Butler Su shyly stepped out immediately, allowing space for Hong Kong and his son to talk. "Today you won the competition, which also dispelled many people's doubts about you. So you should also learn about managing Y City now." Zhao Jing hesitated as he confided in his father, "I don't want to be some kind of manager or anything. It's just that I really have a favor to ask. Could you help me use these star crystals to craft some better equipment?" Meanwhile, Yan Bo's son was sitting opposite his father, discussing today's unsatisfying victory. "What? You're saying that trash Zhu Jing cheated?" The assassin added, "Look at the wounds on the Shadow Wolves King. It's clear that the one who killed it must have been someone else." Upon hearing this, Bo's son immediately sprang to his feet, shouting, "Father, did you hear that? That scoundrel!" Yan Chuman slammed his hand down on the table and said firmly, "I've got it. Leave it for now." But Bo's son couldn't contain himself, fuming as he exclaimed, "Father, you have to get justice for me. This is about my reputation." Yan Chuan's icy glare silenced his son and demanded he leave. Grumbling as he walked out, the young and brash Bo's son muttered, "Don't think just because your father is the leader, you can do whatever you want. This isn't over yet." As for Zhou Zhang, he was still tirelessly training, shooting zombies to level up. He'd had just taken down a level 20 zombie, and had also reached level 20 himself. Thanks to his bow, his leveling speed had skyrocketed. Checking his skill board, he noticed a new skill called Leap Strike, which unleashed 3 consecutive attacks, each dealing 200 damage points. Just then, he heard a growl. He turned and saw an enormous elite monster causing chaos. Zhou Zheng wasn't scared at all. Instead, he felt a thrill, as it bore a certain challenging aura. Something had emitted a signal that caught the attention of this giant elite. Lu Yongshan spoke into the radio. "The final step of the mission has been activated." After identifying its weaknesses, Zhao Zheng shot a demo arrow directly into its brain. However, after pulling the arrow out, it showed no signs of weakening. He was quite surprised. An elite is indeed an elite. No matter where it gets hit, it doesn't bleed. How did it take notice of him? It seemed to have figured out that he was the one who attacked it, and its fiery red gaze began to scream in fury. It thrashed about wildly, harming all the surrounding zombies. Zhou Zheng remained calm, and even complained, "This elite has quite the temper." Immediately after, he executed a new move, leaping forward to shoot an arrow into the back of its neck. Then, he plunged into the back of the elite. At this point, the elite had lost more than half of its health. After a loud explosion echoed, Lu Yongshan also took note of him while cleaning his sword. "Hemph, how can such an intensity of disturbance make such a loud noise?" As for Zhou Zheng, He had already taken down the elite. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Wow, it's a blue crystal. I really hit the jackpot this time. The crows flew across the sky. Zhou Zhang rode his motorcycle, but was stopped in the middle of the road. Who is it? Stop the vehicle now. After recognizing a familiar face, the young guard cheerfully said, "So it's young Master Zhao." Zhou Zhang wondered what was going on and decided to ask, since he hadn't seen any defensive arrangements when he went out early in the morning. The young man, holding a gun and scratching his head, replied, "Actually, we're not quite sure either. I heard from above that there seems to be some movement from the zombies in the town up ahead." Zhao Zhang stroked his chin, pondering. Zombies, no wonder the density of zombies today seems much higher than before. He immediately ran to find his father, who was in a meeting. "Xiao Zhang, you came back just in time. Come here and listen." After greeting everyone, Oldie continued, "Leader, we have determined the direction. A large number of zombies are moving towards Y City, and they are expected to appear within the safe zone of Y City by tomorrow, and there are also some giant corpses mixed in." Lao Yu, puffing on a cigarette, thought for a moment. The defense strategy is too passive. In my opinion, we should take the initiative from a distance and deal with them. Chuan was also present and added, "I agree with Lao Yu's opinion. After all, we still have to harvest food in half a year. As the logistics manager, I don't want to see Y City facing a famine disaster in 6 months." Zhao Hong Kong anxiously asked about the situation. Lao Xu, "Has the news about the relocation of the city's defenses leaked out yet?" He replied, "Don't worry, even if someone guesses it, they won't dare to talk nonsense." Hong Kong sighed, looking quite troubled, and then suddenly became agitated. "Lao Yu, Lao He, gather the troops with me outside the city tomorrow. Hu Fang will be entrusted to Lao Yan and Lao Xu. While I am away, Zhou Zhang will have full authority to make decisions in my stead." Everyone was taken aback, and obviously, Zhou Zhang would be even more surprised. Once everyone had left and only the father and son were left sitting together, Hong Kong reminded his son, "Xiao Zhang, while I'm out, you must study and manage everything well." Zhao Zhang hesitated. "Dad, I don't think this zombie wave is going to be as simple as that. I think you should reconsider." Hong Kong tried to reassure him. "You silly boy, your father is a rank 5 martial artist. Besides, this time we are just going to lure the zombies. It won't be dangerous at all." He agreed. "Well, since you have decided, I won't stop you." Zhao Zhang only advised his father one more thing. "No matter what happens, you must promise to return safely." Looking at the family photo, Hong Kong burst into tears. "Our Xiao Zhang has grown up. I must pray for him to have a smooth journey." A few days later, the patrol team returned, and Zhou Zhang was left in shock upon hearing the news that his father was in trouble. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang climbed into the vehicle alongside Ramsay to investigate the situation. "Ramsay, do you think my father is really in trouble?" Ramsay replied, "I'm not sure, but I recognize that man. He's definitely a member of the patrol team." As they drove, Zhou Zhang found it puzzling that there were no signs of a fight with zombies along the way. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept over him, and he asked bluntly, "Brother, where exactly are you taking us?" The driver answered evasively, "We're almost there." But little did he know that Zhou Zhang had already spotted the irregularities. The health bar of the vehicle had turned red, a clear indication that it was damaged. This was obviously a trap. As the vehicle came to a stop, Zhou Zhang saw a group of armed men waiting, all of them seasoned fighters. One of them sneered, "Finally, you're here. You've kept us waiting long enough." The driver gave a sinister smile. "Young Master Zhou, you can step out now." Ramsay glanced at the group, quickly grasping the situation. At that moment, Yan Bok's son emerged, smirking. "Exactly as you're thinking," he said coldly. Ramsay positioned himself protectively in front of Zhao Zhang, declaring, "Yan Bok's son, how dare you betray the leader?" Bok's son wasted no words and immediately launched an attack on Ramsay. Zhou Zhang caught Ramsay with one hand, preventing him from falling. Then calmly confronted Bok's son and the 3 men flanking him. "So the issue with the patrol was your doing," he said. Zhao Zhang lit a cigarette nonchalantly. Bok's son, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "It's no big deal to tell you now. After all, both of you will die here today. Your father is a clever man, but it took us a lot of effort to lure him out of the city." Zhao Zhang could no longer contain himself, his gaze dropping. Get him out of the city. What on earth have you all done? Bok's son leaned in, blowing cigarette smoke directly into Zhou Zhang's face. What do you think? He's been sitting in that position for far too long. It's time to change things up, isn't it? Ramsay, sitting there, shouted to let Zhou Zhang know that these people were at least stage 2, and hinted that he would try to hold them back, so Zhou Zhang could escape. One of the men standing outside chimed in, Hey, do you think we're deaf? Neither of you is going anywhere. Zhou Zhang's face darkened, ready to punish each one of them. The loudest among them would be the first to suffer. You're right. Whoever is here today should not think they can leave. With incredible speed, Zhou Zhang sent a few men flying, while the others rallied to charge at him, blocking his escape route. Well then, everyone gets a turn. If you want it, I'll oblige. Recognizing Zhou Zhang's abilities, they realized they couldn't match him. Aren't you just a trainee martial artist? Zhou Zhang showed them what courtesy meant. Whoever says I'm just a trainee martial artist cannot defeat you is mistaken. In just one swift strike, all that remained was blood and more blood. Yan Bok's son entered crisis mode, grabbing 2 guns and firing rapidly. This must be a ruse. He definitely took something. Hold him off for me. Once the drug wears off, he'll be useless. Hundreds of bullets fired towards him, yet none struck Zhou Zhang. He surged forward, filled with a murderous intent, moving rapidly towards Bok's son and delivering a kick squarely to his face. After spitting blood in Zhou Zhang's direction, Bok's son still couldn't believe it and muttered, Impossible. I'm clearly stage 3. Zhou Zhang was utterly fed up and nauseated by those words. Is that all you know? Just to differentiate people by their levels? That's a pretty narrow-minded approach, Yan leader. Even with death looming over him, Bok's son continued to threaten. You can't harm me because my father is now in complete control. If you hurt me, your father won't be safe either. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang was even more inclined to beat him to a pulp. Dealing with you now would be too lenient. Where have you taken my father? Bok's son's eyes were wild, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, unsure of whether to answer truthfully. Positioning himself to the east, as if Zhou Zhang wasn't paying attention, he pulled out a knife from his chest intending to plead, but was instead met with Zhou Zhang's taunting thrust right at his throat. Just before completely fading away, he managed to gasp, I will be waiting for you down there. Ramsay watched the scene unfold in panic. Young master, what should we do now? Zhou Zhang thought little of it and answered immediately. Of course, we must deal with the traitors and rescue my father. In a different turn of events, Hong Kong was following Lao Xu, leading him to the place of the zombies. However, looking at their state, Hong Kong sensed that something was off. While he was momentarily distracted, Lao Xu, from behind, struck unexpectedly, injuring Hong Kong. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time, so the wound was not serious. Lao Yu revealed his true colors, holding a bloodied sword and said, You're still stronger than I thought. Even with a sneak attack like that, I couldn't take you down. Zhao Hong Kong was stunned when its closest confidant betrayed him. You are betraying me. Lao Xu, feeling proud, rested the sword on his shoulder and replied, Lao Zhao, that sounds a bit harsh. I'm not the only one betraying you. Immediately, a group of people who had been hiding before now revealed themselves. Without needing many words, they all launched an attack on Hong Kong. Hong Kong was astonished and filled with rage. Is that all you have, with just these 2 insignificant pests? From behind, Yan Chuan also appeared. So what if I join in? Farewell, Lao Zhou. They joined forces to attack Hong Kong, pushing him into a corner. The others supported them with gunfire, making it exceedingly difficult for Hong Kong to fend them off alone. Yan Chuan and Lao Lu emerged from behind the ambush, and after a loud explosion, the blade pierced into Hong Kong's shoulder. He fell into a state of utter frustration. Why? You are all the ones I trusted the most. All the betrayers stood to the side with cold eyes. How much is that trust worth in this world? You have no power. You've spent your life as a defeated dog. Hong Kong's face was cold, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, do you all wish for my death? Then come here and try it. No longer holding back, Hong Kong raised his sword, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks on the bald old man. Yan Chuan knelt down, realizing that he did not have the strength or capability to confront Hong Kong. He continuously shouted for help from those behind him. Lao Yu, Lao He, Why aren't you attacking? Hong Kong, filled with rage, had an increasingly strong aura of killing intent. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhang and Ramsai were making their way to their father. As Zhu Zhang walked, he thought, although he is just an ordinary father, no one should be able to easily take his life like that. When they reached the barricade, the vehicle stopped. Before them was the place where the leader's soldiers were stationed. Zhou Zhang looked over and noticed that the blood column was completely empty, confirming that the guards here had all been eliminated. A man carrying the gun stepped out, blocking the vehicle and pretending to be friendly. "Oh, is that you, young Master Zhao? The leader is chasing zombies. Do you need me to take you to him?" The bright red blood column indicated that this man was no good. Zhou Zhang no longer wanted to hold back and replied, "No need. How about I escort you to another place? A place where traitors can only go to hell." On another front, Hong Kong was still facing all the traitors alone. He vowed that, even if it cost him his life, he would take them down with him. Lao Yu sneered, "On the brink of death, and you're still running your mouth." Yan Chuan, having lost an arm, roared in fury, ordering the remaining traitors to finish off Hong Kong. He unleashed his power, sending a circular blade spinning toward Hong Kong. With only a sword to defend himself, Hong Kong blocked the attack, but ended up with a deep cut on his hand, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Sensing their chance, the traitors swarmed in, stabbing Hong Kong in the stomach with their daggers while shouting, "Just die already." However, as Yan Chuan, hiding a sharp dagger in his sleeve, moved in close, Hong Kong suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike. The blow sent Yan Chuan reeling back, screaming in pain. As he retreated, he cast a wary glance at Yu Jianzhong. Inwardly, Yan Chuan sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Even if I fall here, the entire grain stockpile of Y City will be destroyed. You'll gain nothing from this." Hearing this, Yu Jianzhong charged toward Hong Kong, declaring, "It's time to send you on your way, Lao Zhou." At the critical moment, as the severely injured Hong Kong struggled to resist, the traitor's blade hovered dangerously close to his head. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air, striking with perfect timing. Zhao Zheng's unexpected arrival left everyone stunned. "And who exactly are you saying needs to be sent on their way?" Zhou Zheng asked coolly. Yu Jianzhong broke into a cold sweat, utterly shocked. "That shot, there's no way it came from trash like you." Meanwhile, Hong Kong steadied himself, bursting into laughter. "My son, a piece of trash? Let's see who the real trash is here. Xiao Zhang, hold Yan Chuan off for me. Once I've dealt with these two clowns, I'll come help you." Zhao Zhang, with a cold gaze, was ready to assist his father. He then tossed a vial of medicine to Hong Kong and said, "Father, drink this first." Hong Kong grabbed the vial with a look of astonishment. While his father was drinking the medicine and recovering, Zhou Zheng decided to confront Yan Chuan. "I just received your son. Now it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Yan Chuan felt uneasy. "What have you done to Boke's son?" Zhou Zheng scoffed. "What do you think I've done to him? You and your son have committed such despicable acts, and yet you have the audacity to question others." Yan Chuan realized that his son was dead and immediately attacked Zhou Zheng. However, with lightning speed, Zhou Zheng dodged all the attacks and charged forward, inflicting more than half of Yan Chuan's health. Overwhelmed, Yan Chuan stood there screaming for help from He Yan King. Nearby, He Yan King also rushed towards Zhao Zheng, but was kicked by him, losing half of his health. He flailed about, not understanding why he was slashing wildly, and just as he looked up distractedly, he saw Zhao Zheng descending from the sky. Zhou Zheng shouted before finishing him off. "Goodbye." The scene shifted to another development. Many villagers were moving into the city. An old farmer asked a soldier, "Brother, what exactly happened outside the city? Why are we being forced into the city?" "You," replied to the old man, "I heard that a wave of zombies is passing through, so you can rest assured that staying in the city for 2 days will be safe. Hu Lai will temporarily take the place of the leader to command the soldiers. Come on, focus. Our leader is out there fighting, and we must protect this city well." However, Zhu Lai felt uneasy, but still secretly hoped that Lao Zhao would not encounter any trouble. Butler Su, alone at home, looked out at the sky with a worried expression, her eyes almost in tears. She recalled the words Hong Kong had confided. "Su Yun Wen, For so many years you have taken care of Xiao Zhang as if he were your brother. I have also regarded you as my daughter. If this time Wei City does not make it, I will have to entrust Xiao Zhang to you. Don't worry too much. I am not giving you a will. Currently, after Hong Kong has recovered from his injuries, he has decided to fight to the end against those scoundrels. Lao Yu, however, did not intend to give up so soon. Knowing he could not confront them, Lao Yu turned to seek help from He Yan King, but it was too late. Immediately, Hong Kong struck, a sword thrust to the chest that made the old man disappear. Before he closed his eyes, Hong Kong warned once more, "If you want revenge, wait for me in the underworld." Zhou Zhang was also filled with killing intent. The appetizer is done. Now it's time for the main course. Knowing he was about to face death, Yan Chu tried to put on a show of intimidation. "You can't harm me. If I die, everyone in Y City will die with me." Hong Kong found these words incredibly grating. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword into the ground and roared, "Silence, traitor of Yu Jianzhong. I've heard rumors about your treachery, but I never thought you'd sink so low. Worse still, you're willing to gamble with the lives of the people in Y City." Yan Chuan, though backed into a corner, retorted defiantly, "And what's the use of all your righteous shouting? Y City, whether or not I've contributed great merits, I've shed blood and sweat for it. What gives your imbecilic son the right to sit above me? If I press this button, the entire grain reserve of Y City will be destroyed. Now, Zhou Zhang, tell me, where is my son?" Zhao Zhang responded with a confident smile, asserting, "I'd already told you, he's perfectly safe for now. But if you press that button, I'll ensure that you and your son wish you were dead." Suddenly, Lu Yongshan emerged from the shadows atop a tree, his presence sending a jolt through Yan Chuan. "Consider this a gift to my employer," Lu Yongshan said, his voice calm but cutting. "I'll give you one piece of information for free. On the honor of Dark Shadow, I guarantee you, your son, Yan Bo's son, has been dead for a long time." Hearing this, Yan Chuan froze in disbelief. He let out a guttural roar and moved to press the button. But Zhou Zhang wasn't about to give him the chance. In an instant, he shot the button from Yan Chuan's hand and closed in on him. "Now," Zhou Zhang said coldly, "I'll take you to meet Yan Bo's son." Before Zhou Zhang could strike, Lu Yongshan intervened, saving Yan Chuan's life. A rank 6 martial artist, Lu Yongshan's sudden move shifted the balance once more. Carrying Yan Chuan like he was a dog, he replied to Zhou Zhang, "To harm the employer in front of me is not quite in accordance with the rules. My hunting companions see him as a man who stops at nothing. Today, I can trouble you all to stay here." Yan Chuan felt a glimmer of hope and expressed his intention to offer a reward. "Eliminate them for me. I can triple, no, quadruple the payment." Lu Yongshan turned to stroke his bald head and said, "Boss, do you still not understand the situation? Your son is dead. Everything you have is destroyed. Right now, the only person who can save you is me. Taking all your assets shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Just then, Ramsay rushed over to inform that the gang on the other side had been dealt with. Zhou Zhang worried that Ramsay would be in danger and warned him, "Don't come over here. There's a rank 6 martial artist here." Hearing this, Ramsay was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a rank 6 martial artist like this. Hong Kong didn't want his son to be implicated and reminded, "Xiao Zhang, I will block him. You all should run." Zhou Zhang couldn't bear to let his father face danger alone and replied, "Stop joking, old man. At your current state, how long can you hold off a rank 6 martial artist?" Ramsay, frightened, ran ahead, but Lu Yongshan immediately chased after him, saying, "Did I give you permission to run? Do not let him lay a finger on you." Zhou Zhang blocked the attack with a single strike. "You're just a rank 6 martial artist. Do you really need to consider yourself as more than a mere onion? What was there to be afraid of from a rank 6 martial artist like him?" To him, everyone else was just worthless. He was so disdainful that he casually picked his ears, feeling an itch now. He truly hadn't even realized he had been attacked. All he felt was that the prey was more bothersome than a fly. This time, he had indeed suffered a loss. Ramsay finally flew the vehicle over, urging everyone to get on quickly to escape. Zhou Zhang didn't forget to hand Lu Yongshan 2 grenades, which exploded in an instant. The old man had seemed dazed since the loss of his son, completely falling into naivety and despair. What was this dark shadow assassin? In the end, they were just a bunch of worthless beings. If I can't have it, then you have no chance either. Yan Chuan raised the button, intending to press it and obliterate all the food supply. Seeing his gain about to vanish in an instant, Lu Yongshan could not afford to hesitate any longer and immediately grabbed his hand. Don't be unreasonable. I don't mind taking you to meet your son. Yan Chuan, neither human nor ghost, continued to laugh foolishly like a deranged old man. This loss of control led him to press the button, and in an instant, the food supply was completely destroyed. In the moment, the storage exploded and burned to ashes. Everyone fell to their knees in helplessness, tears streaming down their faces. The flames erupted at an astonishing speed. Shizulai heard a loud explosion from within the city, and immediately someone rushed out to report. "Su leader, it's not good. The food storage has suddenly exploded." In the midst of the greatest chaos, unsure of how to handle the situation, the enemy surged forward. They rushed in like a horde of crazed ghosts. Shulai grabbed his rifle and began firing wildly at the zombie wave to temporarily hold back the enemy. "People, quickly retreat into the city. You all must hold on, even if it means using your bodies to block them." A few soldiers had already fallen while facing the zombie wave head-on. In a moment of distraction, Shulai was also bitten by one. Turning around, he saw a large mouth preparing to swallow him whole. Just when things were at their most critical, Zhou Zhang stepped in to help with a precise shot. Upon seeing Hong Kong and Zhou Zhang, Shulai exclaimed joyfully, "It's the leader. The leader has returned." A young man behind him hurriedly reported, "Captain, all the civilians have retreated into the city." Shulai immediately ordered, "Everyone, drop your defenses and protect the inside." Once Hong Kong and everyone else were temporarily safe, they could begin discussing the betrayal. No one expected that everything was caused by Yan Chuan. Updating on the current situation, the food storage had exploded, and the martial artists had suffered severe casualties. Looking down at the chaotic zombie wave below the city, Hong Kong appeared extremely worried. With the scale of this battle, even with more level 5 martial artists, it would be difficult to withstand. Zhao Zhang decided to speak up. "So we can't force a confrontation now. I think we should leave the civilians out, wait for the zombie wave to pass, and then return." Hong Kong, hearing this, nodded with approval and turned to Xulai, saying, "See, this kid has the mindset of a leader, doesn't he?" After all, he was very proud of his son. Butler Su brought water for everyone, handing a cup to each person. As they drank to quench their thirst, Hong Kong turned to his son and said, "Xiao Zhang, you're right." Zhao Zhang understood his father's meaning and immediately responded, "All right, I'll start preparing for the retreat." Suddenly, Zhao Zhang felt dizzy, his head spinning uncontrollably, making it hard to focus. Butler Su caught him with one arm, while Hong Kong continued speaking. "But unfortunately, with no supplies and so many people, we can't fully retreat." It turned out that something in the water had caused Zhao Zhang's disorientation. Butler Su, concerned, asked Hong Kong, "Leader, is this really the right move?" Hong Kong simply chuckled. "As the leader, this is the one and only time I'll make such a stubborn decision. My son, it's all up to you now." As the helicopter took off, Zhou Zhang snapped awake. He opened his eyes, feeling alarmed. "Ramsay, Su Yun Wen, why am I on a helicopter?" Ramsay, tears streaming down his face, reported, "Young master, the leader, he insisted on staying behind." Zhao Zhang immediately opened the helicopter door, looking down with tear-filled eyes. He was in turmoil, unsure of what to do now. His father was in a precarious situation, and he was discussing matters with Zhu Lai. "Lao Xu, if possible, you must survive." Zhu Lai maintained an endless optimistic spirit, saying, "Stop joking. Since becoming the captain, my life has no longer been just my own." Without further hesitation, Hong Kong immediately ordered, "Relay my command. Any martial artist who wants to leave should protect those who cannot fight from behind the mountain and retreat. Those who want to stay, come with me, Zhao Hong Kong. Into this hell. Let's make a ruckus." The moment Hong Kong activated all of his 100% strength, he always thought of his son Xiao Zhang. "Even though everyone doubted you, I always believed. I believe that one day you will become a part of this apocalypse." Shortly after, he plunged into the sea of flames, and became the brightest star in the darkness. Zhou Jing sat in the helicopter, completely in crisis, continuously pulling at his hair. Ramsay didn't know what else to do, only able to turn back to comfort him. "Young master, I understand your thoughts right now. But in this situation, the leader is doing this to protect you." Zhao Jing's tears kept falling, his voice choked. "Ramsay, we are deserting. My father and the others, they do not deserve such an end. If I had discovered Yan Chuan's plot earlier, Wai City would not have ended up like this." Through the headset, Butler Su also offered words of comfort to Zhou Jing. The young master leader once said, "In times of chaos, living another day is a privilege. No one can predict their own fate for tomorrow. What has happened is not your fault. Striving to continue living is the greatest consolation for those who have passed." The noise of the helicopter was deafening and Ramsay was choked up but tried to hold back. Butler Su is right. We should live well. At that moment, something attacked the helicopter. It was indeed a monster, and the helicopter was under siege. Ramsay, determined to protect the young master to the end, was ready to risk everything. "Let me go chase them away." Zhao Jing did not want to sit idly by and watch others suffer because of him. He pushed Ramsay back inside. "You stay and protect Butler Su. This is an order." With that, Zhou Jing jumped straight down and activated his confrontation against the monsters. With a deep-seated rage, he no longer wished to show mercy to them. As he fled, the monsters continued to pursue him, and he heard something beneath. In front of the helicopter was a monstrous creature with a savage expression, enormous in size. However, after roaring a few times, it turned and left. It seemed uninterested in the helicopter. Ramsay hesitated. "It's the first time I've seen such a large monster." After settling into the helicopter, Zhou Jing praised Butler Su. He never expected her helicopter piloting skills to be so impressive. Both beautiful and skillful. Butler Su's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly responded. While the two were happily chatting, Ramsay suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Young master, look over there. That is the settlement of humans." The two young men started to sit together in front of the map. This map had been purchased by Ramsay from a wandering martial artist many years ago. If this map was accurate, the location they had just spotted was Titan. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Jing showed great enthusiasm. However, before he could express further curiosity, Butler Su exclaimed in alarm, "Young master, the recent battle has damaged the tail of the helicopter. We need to land urgently, or we won't be able to stay airborne." Zhou Jing agreed. "That's true. Flying directly over seems too ostentatious. Let's look for a place to land." Once the helicopter had safely touched down in an open area, the three began to discuss their next steps. It was not yet 2 p.m., and if they were not mistaken, Titan was approximately 20 kilometers away. If they kept moving steadily, they could arrive before nightfall. Before they could begin their journey, they encountered a creature that startled Butler Su, making her scream. Zhou Jing, thinking it was a dangerous animal, immediately grabbed a knife for protection. However, when the creature appeared, it turned out to be green, resembling a plant. It shows that this creature is extremely safe, prompting the young man to turn and comfort the only woman. "Don't be afraid. This wild animal doesn't actively attack people." This was the first time he had seen Butler Su so frightened, and it was also the first time she had left the city. Butler Su felt embarrassed, realizing she had been a bit overly startled. Here, if such a wild monster had appeared, it surely wasn't far from where humans gathered. Ramsay was delighted to discover a nearby highway. Following this road, they could quickly reach Titan City. As soon as he saw a vehicle approaching, Ramsay immediately drew his sword in preparation. Zhou Jing also quickly pulled out his weapon, ready for battle. A stylishly dressed man stepped down from the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, but ultimately stopping on Su Yunwen. He licked his lips with a sinister expression, prompting Zhao Jing to shoot 3 arrows at him without hesitation. However, the arrows struck 3 venomous snakes lurking behind. The others watching were in awe, thinking that the boy's archery skills were indeed profound. After shooting the arrows, Zhou Jing coldly threatened, "You all be careful. This is the wilderness. Danger lurks everywhere." A person sitting in the vehicle called out, "A chain. Don't cause trouble. We need to leave quickly." Then, he turned and got back into the vehicle. The car sped by, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Watching it, Ramsay gritted his teeth in anger. "Those bastards, daring to make a move. I'll risk my life against them." Meanwhile, Su Yun-wen bowed her head, nervously apologizing. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that everyone almost got into danger. Zhou Zhang shook his head to reassure her. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Being beautiful is not a crime. He then turned to advise Ramsay. Right now, you can't fight them. You need to focus on training more. Hearing this, Ramsay could only respond with dissatisfaction. Fine. Su Yun-wen sat down, her gaze sweeping over the other two before breaking into a bright smile. How are you all? Did you encounter any trouble? In the distance, the group in the car was still discussing. One of them turned back and asked, Boss, why did you stop me? Didn't you see that girl? The boss replied calmly. The one with the bow is not easy to provoke. We have urgent matters to attend to. No time to waste. As long as they are still in Titan City, we will have another chance to meet. The scene shifted to outside Titan City. A level 2000 stag was leisurely grazing, exuding an air of majesty. Zhou Zheng looked at the stag in astonishment. An uncle standing beside him asked, Do you want to take a ride? Zhou Zheng appeared puzzled. Take a ride? The uncle laughed and replied, It's very hard to find an opportunity to ride a horse car elsewhere, so it's a bargain for you ladies. The horse car, hearing the uncle's words, also chimed in with two sounds, which piqued Su Yun-wen's interest as she reached out to pet it. Zhou Zhang turned to ask, How much will it cost for the three of us to get to Titan City? The uncle thought for a moment, calculating in his mind, I have to squeeze this fat prey. But before he could answer, other drivers rushed over to make their offers. My ride is cheaper. This is a premium Lincoln. The price is reasonable, or my horse car is also cheaper. The uncle looked at the chaotic scene, muttering angrily, Damn it, I forgot about these wolves. In the end, he won by shouting, The three of you only need to pay one low-rank white crystal to go right away. Finally, the three of them got into his vehicle. On the way, Zhou Jing couldn't help but ask curiously, Did you catch this horse car yourself? The uncle laughed heartily. Haha, I don't have that kind of skill. I bought this treasure with a medium-rank blue crystal from a tamer. Zhou Zheng was puzzled. Tamer? The uncle explained. They are martial artists who specialize in taming various mutated monsters for fighting or selling, so they are called tamers. Then he looked at the three of them and continued, Looking at you, you must have come from somewhere else to Titan City to find relatives. The question left all three of them silent. Seeing this, the uncle quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Su Yun-wen looked at Zhou Zhang and noticed his somewhat solemn expression, so she spoke up to comfort him. Young master, don't be sad. The leader definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. But he interrupted her, saying, Who said I'm sad? I'm just thinking about how to make something happen in Titan City. The three of them approached the entrance of Titan City. Before them was a large sign clearly stating the entrance fee. 1 star coin per person. An uncle pointed ahead and said, Everyone, Titan City is right in front of us. Su Yun-wen suddenly became intrigued by a nearby map stall. She walked over and said, Auntie, can I have a map? Zhao Zhang looked at the fee board and exclaimed, No wonder it's a big city. Even entering requires payment. After entering the city, they sought out a small inn called Happiness. However, the place was too old and run down, leaving all three feeling disheartened. Eventually, they decided to move on and found a large hotel named Peter. Here, a beautiful receptionist dressed in revealing attire welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed guests. A standard room for one night is only 2 low-rank white crystals. Zhao Zheng was a bit surprised, but did not hesitate. No problem. In his heart, he thought, the price is a bit high, but it's still much better than other places. That night, while lost in thought in the hotel room, Zhou Zheng heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw Su Yun-wen standing there with an embarrassed expression. Young master, may I come in? He nodded and invited her in. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Finally, she spoke up, her voice flustered. Actually, the money we brought is only enough to stay here for a week. Zhao Zheng was taken aback and leaned back in his chair. Oh, the next day, outside Titan City, Zhao Zheng and Ramsay were strolling down a crowded street. Ramsay followed behind Zhao Zheng, unable to suppress his curiosity. Young master, the ranks of martial artists here don't seem to be very low, do they? Hearing this, Zhou Zheng turned around and explained to Ramsay, in a large city like Titan, The rank of martial artist also represents one's privileges. The higher the rank, the more opportunities and resources one receives. After listening, Ramsay sighed. Hayes, with a rank like mine, even if I wanted to work as a mercenary for someone, they probably wouldn't even need me. Zhao Zhang nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case, because here the number of martial artists is so high that they have become commonplace. Seeing Ramsay looking dejected, Zhao Zhang patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, don't be discouraged. Ranks are achieved through training. Though the competition here is fierce, there are plenty of resources available. Ramsay still appeared hesitant, not fully committed. As they continued walking, Zhao Zhang thought about the events of the previous night. Although Su Yunwen said there wasn't much money left, I still have over 1,700 white crystals and a bit of blue crystals in my pocket. However, to survive in Titan, I understand that I can't just wait for luck to come my way. Yet what surprised him was that instead of focusing on that, his mind kept drifting back to the image of someone's slim waist and smooth, fair skin from last night. Suddenly, a beautiful girl dressed boldly approached them, her eyes filled with flirtation. She unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Ramsay's, her voice sweet. Oh, you two handsome guys, look at how dreamy you both are. Do you want to hear some gossip? Asking me is the right choice. Both of them immediately looked at her. Ramsay hurriedly pulled his arm away, his face turning slightly red. Zhao Zhang was also taken aback by her boldness. Zhao Zhang looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity mixed with a hint of disdain. He thought to himself, wow, a third-level martial artist who is so bad off that she has to sell information. However, the girl maintained her bright smile, unfazed by his gaze. Who sent martial artists in Titan City are so cheap? After saying this, she leaned closer to Zhao Zhang, whispering teasingly in his ear. I wonder how Su Yunwen would react if he saw this scene. It would surely be quite a spectacle. Zhao Zhang frowned slightly, but the girl continued. My information source is very reliable. One question costs only 5 coins. Moreover, I also have a map of the monster distribution around Titan City. Just 1 white crystal, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Although he was initially skeptical, Zhao Zhang quickly decided to purchase the map after her convincing pitch. Ramsay, standing beside him, voiced his frustration. This girl clearly just wants to rob us. Zhao Zhang simply smiled and replied, who says we are strangers in a strange land? Spending a little money is better than running around aimlessly. The two continued on to a large building. This was the first stop in Titan City. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with long lines of people. A girl sitting at the registration desk glanced at them and asked, what are you two lining up for? Zhao Zhang stepped forward and quickly answered, registration. He took a piece of information paper from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Receiving the paper, she nodded and continued, please place your palm on the testing table to determine your strength. Then fill in the appropriate information here. Zhao Zhang was taken aback by this. He looked at the modern testing table and thought, is there technology like this? It was no wonder he felt this way. He looked like a country boy visiting the city for the first time. Zhao Zhang calmly placed his hand on the testing table. Immediately, the system displayed the result. Intern martial artist. The girl who had just registered immediately showed a disdainful attitude upon hearing this. Although he had already determined his rank, he would later become a martial artist intern of the Martial Artists Guild, able to go there to accept missions. Every 3 months, he would come here to pay the membership fee. Then it was Ramsay's turn. The system identified him as a second-level martial artist. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled brightly, her attitude completely different. Congratulations on becoming a member. Here is your nameplate. This attitude was truly worlds apart from that towards Zhao Zhang. When they reached the resting area, Ramsay asked, young master, is registering for this really useful? Zhao Zhang answered Ramsay's naive question. Of course, this is the fastest way to level up and make money. He then looked at the map and pointed to a spot. This place is very suitable for me. Our ranks are different, so when accepting missions, you shouldn't follow me. Hearing this, Ramsay was confused. How can that be? I still have to protect the young master. But Zhao Zhang confidently replied, you've been following me for so long, do you really think I need someone else to protect me? At that moment, he tossed a blue crystal to Ramsay. Take this to cultivate. Don't let me down with my expectations for you. Seeing the blue crystal, Ramsay was startled. Young master, we are really short on money right now. I can't accept this. Seeing Ramsay speak so loudly, Zhou Zheng raised his hand to gesture for him to be quiet. Don't worry, this is my personal money. The butler won't know. Then I stood up and left. If you still feel ashamed, then go ahead and risk leveling up. Ramsay was moved by these words. On a certain bus, due to the overcrowding, everyone was angry. Stop pushing, I'm about to suffocate here. Another person muttered, once I get rich, I will definitely buy a private vehicle. As for Zhao Zhang, he remained silent and did not say anything. Finally, there was an announcement on the bus. We have arrived, everyone please disembark. A group of people quickly stepped off as if they had been freed. Zhao Zhang crossed through a normal rural house, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this place to be so lively, even though it's far from the city. A man saw Zhao Zhang and called out, Young man, who are you? Do you need to rent a vehicle? I can give you the lowest price. Zhao Zhang noticed a motorcycle. How much is this motorcycle for a day? The man replied, a deposit of 2 white crystals. It costs 5 coins a day, and fuel is separate. He then took out a map and asked, Boss, I want to go to this place. Help me calculate enough fuel money for the round trip. Seeing the destination he wanted to go to, the boss was surprised. The wild beasts in that area. Even a level 5 martial artist wouldn't dare to touch them. Are you sure you're not going there to hand over your life? However, Zhou Zhang appeared very confident. That's right, I am indeed going there to hand over my life. But I will be sending them off to meet the Grim Reaper. In a certain part of the forest, a pack of wolves was feeding when suddenly one of them was attacked. The remaining wolves were startled and switched to alert mode. The system announced that they had received 1,600 experience points. Zhou Zhang was incredibly pleased and exclaimed, Oh, that's quite a lot of experience points. In his heart, he thought, Bear Rock area. It seems this place will be my playground for the time being. The young man used his weak point scanning skill and shot arrows at the wolves. 3 of them were quickly defeated. He pulled the arrow from the corpse of one of the animals, but he had no money to buy new arrows. The wear and tear of the past few days has been quite severe. I can't keep using them. But just then, an opportunity arose. He thought he could take advantage of this place to practice close combat. The remaining wolves approached him, and one lunged forward to attack. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, that's a pretty quick speed. Another one rushed at him, but he managed to dodge it. Come on over, let's practice my dodging skills together. After a fierce battle, only one wolf was left. It lunged at him again, but Zhou Zhang dodged all of its attacks. All right, that's enough training for today. It's time to send you on your way, isn't it? With that, he decisively struck the wolf multiple times. After the fight ended, the young man collected 2 blue crystals. That's quite a harvest, but to become stronger, relying solely on the rogue skills isn't enough. It's time to research star power thoroughly. By the afternoon, Zhou Zhang confidently returned without a scratch. Boss, I'm here to return this vehicle. The boss unexpectedly looked at the car. Is this how you finally ended up in the wild? Zhou Zhang chuckled and replied, it's somewhat similar, because the car, when returned, was both damaged and dirty, looking extremely shabby. The boss broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, are young people nowadays really not afraid of death? Zhou Zhang then returned home, and as soon as he stepped into the room, Su Butler and Ramsay were alarmed by the mess. Young master, why are you so dirty? Young master, were you robbed? The young man scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, I might have overdone it a bit during practice. He then turned to Ramsay and asked, Ramsay, how about you? Has the amount of blue crystals increased? Ramsay responded, Young master, fortunately, thanks to that blue crystal of yours, I feel like I'm leveling up to level 3 these days. Su Butler was taken aback. Young master, we are currently short on money, and yet you still gave him the blue crystal? Zhou Zhang was naturally caught off guard, sweating profusely, but still confidently said, Don't worry, Su Butler. Then, Zhou Zhang confidently handed over the fruits of a day's harvest to her, saying, Look, this is what I hunted today. It's 2 blue crystals. Su Butler was utterly surprised upon seeing them. Young master, is this just from one day? Zhou Zhang coolly affirmed, That's right, Su Butler. You might have to work hard for a few days. After all, staying at my hotel isn't the best option. These 2 blue crystals should be enough to buy a place here, right? Transitioning to the next day, still in the same area as before, Zhou Zhang continued to rummage through the monster carcass and found another blue crystal. This week, I've managed to collect 3 blue crystals already. It really is a place where one can train while also striking it rich. The young man let out a sigh of relief, pulling out a vial of potion. But the current intensity is no longer enough for training. I need to choose another place to practice. At that moment, he glanced over and noticed some mushrooms. These mushrooms really are a rare sight. He recalled what the informant had told him the day before. That's right, I'll give you an important piece of information for free. If you come across any plants you've never seen before while outside, you must definitely pick them. Most of those plants are mutated ones that absorb star power. It's hard to encounter them. The more he looked at the mushrooms, the more certain he became. These must definitely be the mutated plants. He could sense the star power contained within them. Even he could perceive it. As usual, he rented that large motorbike. Whenever Zhou Zheng returned, the bike rental owner felt perplexed. It's this crazy guy again. If I didn't know of his level, I would seriously doubt whether he fights large monsters every day. People gathered around, buzzing with chatter. The madman has survived to return today. Looks like he's been torturing himself again, all day. Every time, he ends up like this. Doesn't he fear that one day he might die? Outside, despite the chatter, Zhou Zheng paid no attention as he returned the bike. The boss responded as usual. This crazy guy is back early today. Zhou Zheng replied, I want to stroll around the market in the city a bit. The boss was surprised to hear this. Even a madman knows how to shop. Then he watched him get on the bus. The scene shifted to Titan City Market, where a seemingly effeminate boss was selling limited edition from around the world. Chanel perfume in Titan City. There's only one bottle, one high-rank white crystal. Don't miss it as you pass by. He then approached a customer and said, buy a bottle for your girlfriend, it's very cheap. The person was taken aback. Who are you calling big brother? Look closely, I'm a woman. One couldn't really blame the boss, as the person had an extremely burly figure. At that moment, the boss hurriedly apologized. Forgive me? Beautiful girl. Just then, Zhou Zheng stepped forward and handed over a medium-rank white crystal, picked up the perfume bottle, sniffed it, and said, 1 medium-rank white crystal, no extra charge. The boss was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, immediately responding, all right, I really lost out on this one, just to make a sale. But his face was extremely bright and cheerful, as if he had just caught a fat sheep. He was so happy that he forgot about the wig that someone had grabbed. Zhou Zheng took this and thought to himself, Yun Wen will surely love this. The bald-headed boss continued to sell. Beautiful girl, I still have a 6-god perfume. There's only 1 bottle left in the world. 1 high-rank white crystal. I can take it with me. Zhou Zheng finished his work and walked into a small alley, thinking, there shouldn't be anyone around. He took out the monster carcass from his space and wrote on a sign, 1 complete medium-rank white crystal, 1 incomplete low-rank white crystal. This is the skin of a level 3 mutated leopard. Before long, someone came to inquire, Boss, can you lower the price a bit? Zhou Zheng replied bluntly, sorry, no bargaining. The buyer looked at him skeptically, seeming doubtful. Looking at his appearance, he's just an intern martial artist. How could he hunt so many level 3 monsters? But this beast's skin is indeed genuine. There's no way he's being cheated. It turned out this person was Chang Zhan, a level 6 martial artist. All right, I'll take them all, Chang Zhan said, handing a card to Zhou Zheng. Brother, let's be friends. My name is Chang Zhan. Zhou Zheng read the words on the card, which was a convenient combat equipment card, and asked, Chang brother, don't you need to count the goods before leaving? Chang Zhan smiled and replied, for friends, I always trust them. With my eye, I can tell whether the goods are sufficient just by looking. He got into his vehicle and waved goodbye, saying, brother, if you need any equipment in the future, come to my shop. Zhou Zheng waved back amicably. Some people hadn't even had the chance to negotiate before the slots were filled. Has everything sold out so quickly? The leader said, if we had that wolf skin for equipment, the success rate of our mission would definitely be improved. Leader frowned. Forget it. In fact, increasing defensive tools against the iron armor doesn't hold much significance anymore. We have already spent 5 days on this task. Can we only cancel the appointment? Zhao Zhen, sitting nearby and eavesdropping, chimed in. 2 of you, if it's the weakness of the iron armor, I happen to know about it. Perhaps we can make a deal. The leader was still skeptical. You know the weakness of the iron armor. Zhao Zhang confidently affirmed, that's right. You are high-level martial artists, but you surely have not encountered this type of beast before. To deceive someone, you must at least present a good reason. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhang handled the situation very calmly and confidently. A level 4 iron armor, when attacked, will curl up, making a very strong defensive maneuver at multiple levels. It is clear that a level 7 martial artist would have no way to deal with it. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have no information about it, right? You just accepted the mission on seeing a level 4 mutated beast, but didn't expect this mutated beast to be so difficult. At this moment, the leader seemed to have gained trust in Zhao Zhang. He continued to persuade, I'm not forcing everyone to believe me. The leader then made a decision regarding the price. Zhao Zhang negotiated 1 low-rank blue crystal. The other person questioned him upon hearing his offer. Why don't you go rob it instead? Zhao Zhang stroked his chin and glanced at him. I've seen your mission details. The reward is 5 low-rank blue crystals. You can still make up the 4 blue crystals after purchasing my information. However, if you cancel the agreement, it will cost 30% more, which is more than the price of 1 crystal. At this moment, Leader Xiao Hang introduced himself. Warhammer Group Leader, Xiao Hang. Your news better be accurate, or you surely know the consequences. Zhao Zhang enthusiastically extended his hand to shake hands with Xiao Hang, introducing himself. Intern martial artist, Zhu Zhang. Congratulations on completing your mission. Just as Zhu Zhang turned to leave, Xiao Hang said quietly, starting from the beginning, the 11th strike always attacks the point that can break the defense. Is it really that simple? The younger members still didn't believe it. One of them murmured, Leader, why does it sound like this guy is just talking nonsense? However, Xiao Hang seemed to have already believed it. He thought, not at all. I can sense that he has something about him. Just an intern martial artist? I fear that kid is not as simple as he appears. The scene shifted to the hotel lobby, where Sue Butler presented several photos and said, Young master, I found some suitable places. Ramsay, sitting beside him, was also very excited. Sue Butler is really impressive. In such a short time, he has found so many good houses. Sue Butler was pleased to receive the compliment. It's what I should do. After reviewing the options, Zhao Zhang immediately decided to finalize the deal. Let's take this house. The other two were surprised. This house is in the first suburban area, so the price is a bit high. The first area, isn't that the wealthy district? At this moment, Zhao Zhang was full of confidence. Wealthy district. Let's go enjoy the life of the rich for a bit. When they arrived, everyone exclaimed, It's much more beautiful than in the pictures. This is called an object that exceeds its value, the broker said, feeling incredibly joyful as he saw everyone satisfied. Sir, the keys to the house have been handed over to your lady. Wishing you prosperous business and looking forward to the next transaction with you. Su Yun Wen, hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of delight in her heart, but pretended to say, Young master, I'm sorry. I didn't clarify things with the manager, leading to his misunderstanding. Zhao Zheng looked at her, noticing her blushing, and gently said, It's okay. At that moment, he picked up the bottle of perfume he had bought at the market and said, I almost forgot this. It's a gift for you. Su Yun Wen blushed even more at the gift, while Ramsay, trailing behind, thought to himself, Hey, it seems like the two of you have forgotten something. This was because only Ramsay was struggling with a huge pile of luggage on his back, while the two of them were acting like a joyous couple. The scene shifted to Chaoyang Market, where Zhou Zhang stood in front of a stall selling arrows, examining the merchandise. Suddenly, the man they had encountered on the road to Titan City saw him and exclaimed, Boss, it's that kiddo. The boss, still smoking his pipe, looked towards Zhou Zhang and remarked, Your kiddo still hasn't forgotten that woman, has he? The man, unabashedly craving for women, replied, That's right, boss. I've fallen in love. This is called being loyal. The boss responded, I'm not stopping you, but you have to wait until our work is done. The scene shifts to a forest where Zhao Zhang is riding his motorcycle when he encounters a group of people blocking the way. One of them shouts, Stop, the barren marshland has already been claimed by our Tianni gang. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Zhao Zhang quickly replies, What if I say no? The man takes a step forward with a knife, saying, "Just a silly trainee martial artist. Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Zhao Zhang chuckles lightly, "If you touch my pride, you won't fare well either. That statement, I return it to you." The group seems to be searching for 7-color mushrooms. Leader song, "I would never dare to trick you. If it weren't for the mutated leopards protecting the area, I would have gathered them long ago." The stoic leader, song, replies, "All right, brothers, eliminate all the mutated leopards around here, and search carefully." The old man is sweating profusely, thinking, "Leader song, if we really find the 7-color mushrooms, then what about my debt?" This rough fellow is indeed quite scary, the old man thinks to himself. No wonder he is the leader of T&E gang. Here I am, a level 4 martial artist, and I feel no different from a waste in front of him. They continue to eliminate all wolves. The man with a face is dark, as Cole receives a report. Leader song, "There's an intruder, and Jia Lao San, Zhang Guang, and Liu Kui have been eliminated." The dark-faced man panics. How could a level 5 martial artist be taken down like that? Waste is still waste. Don't let anyone escape. Those who harmed our T&E gang will pay. Keep some people searching for the mushrooms, and the rest will search the area. If anyone is found not to be from our group, wipe them out without mercy. Zhao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it all comes down to the skills I've just learned. Otherwise, dealing with 3 level 5 martial artists in an instant would not be simple at all. The figure lurking behind the bushes was Chen Yuyang, a level 4 martial artist. He seemed to have spotted Zhao Zhang, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Who is plotting against us? Who could it be? Zhao Zhang thought to himself. In the sparse reed field, a gang hurriedly dispersed, searching everywhere. Zhao Zhang frowned, hiding in a corner by a large rock, contemplating. It seems that the one in the middle is the leader of this group. I need to find an opportunity to deal with him. He squinted to get a better look at the person in the middle, and it turned out to be Song Yan, a level 7 martial artist. He was astonished, his eyes widening. A level 7 martial artist? No matter how fast I am, it won't make a difference. Zhao Jing felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself. He racked his brain. It seems I can only abandon the plan to eliminate them all. Zhao Zhang knelt down, his hands touching the ground, his eyes tightly shut, murmuring some mysterious incantations. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and one of the gang members exclaimed in surprise. What was that sound? He slowly looked up at the sky, noticing a few blades of grass floating, wondering, is it the wind? In a thicket near the meadow, Zhao Zhang leisurely took a sip of water. Just moments ago, he had used the wind-chasing technique to escape the gang's pursuit. He frowned, staring at his own hand, cursing inwardly. The training plan was going so well, and now they'd ruined everything. Zhao Jing helplessly sighed, turned his head, and said, "Huh." He quietly continued on, delving deeper into the forest. Unconsciously, Zhao Jing stopped. He had accidentally stepped on something. Curious, he bent down to pick it up and discovered a cold human bone. Zhao Zheng muttered in shock. What is this? A thought flashed through his mind, and he slowly lifted his gaze. A horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. Dry human skeletons were trapped in a giant spider web. Zhao Zheng fearfully exclaimed, "It's over." At that moment, a purple orb shot out from somewhere, heading straight toward Zhao Zheng. With quick reflexes, he leaped to the side, narrowly escaping the attack. The orb struck the ground with great force, creating long streaks of fire. In the deep darkness of the forest, pairs of glowing red eyes shone like 2 gemstones. From the shadows, a gigantic spider slowly crawled out, its long legs stretching as it moved. The creature rapidly charged toward Zhao Zheng, faster than lightning. Zhao Zheng jumped into the air, aiming his bow and arrow at the monstrous beast. Zhao Zheng decisively released his shot, and the arrows quickly hurtled toward the giant spider. Before long, the spider angrily spat a stream of dark purple liquid at Zhao Zheng. With quick reflexes, he jumped to other branches, narrowly avoiding several of its strikes. But it didn't stop there. From the deep darkness of the forest, more pairs of glowing red eyes flickered. Zhao Zheng's presence had caused a disturbance among the giant spiders. He panicked, hiding behind a large tree, muttering to himself, "There's no way to break through their defenses. They're so fast, this is going to be difficult to handle." Before he could gather himself, A beam of light shot toward the tree where he was hiding. Zhao Jing was terrified, quickly dodging. But the giant spiders did not relent, determined to chase him relentlessly. They continuously spat out several streaks of a dreadful liquid towards him. Thanks to his inherent agility, he managed to evade the vicious attacks time and again. However, after a series of fortunate escapes, Zhao Jing finally failed to dodge one strike. He fell straight from the air to the ground. The giant spider swiftly approached, enveloping him. It opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs towards Zhao Jing. A foul, putrid breath, reminiscent of rotting corpses, assaulted Zhao Jing's nostrils, causing him to shudder with fear. In his panic, Zhao Jing frantically grabbed an object nearby, quickly raised it, and aimed it directly at the creature, shouting, "A!" A flash of light ignited in the air as Zhao Jing seized the knife and plunged it forcefully into the spider. Blood burst forth from its body. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe I broke through its defenses." The giant spider, having lost a fang, thrashed in anger, blood oozing from the wound. In its fury, it used one of its legs to stomp down heavily on Zhao Jing's hand. He quickly reacted, managing to escape the predicament. Standing up hurriedly to face the monster directly, it growled angrily several times. Zhao Jing gazed at the blade in amazement, unable to hide his surprise as he blurted out, "Star power." He joyfully exclaimed, "Martial artist, I've finally become a level 1 martial artist." After days of anticipation, Zhao Jing had finally reached martial artist level 1. The subordinate driving couldn't contain his excitement. He turned to the big brother and said, "Boss, this time, our harvest is considerable." Not long after the joy, the underling panicked and jerked the steering wheel upon seeing someone ahead. The pickup truck swerved around, steering away from the person casually walking in front of the vehicle. That person was Zhao Jing. He walked straight up to the car, raised his hand, and flashed a friendly smile at the driver. The underling, seeing Zhao Jing's appearance, which was wild and somewhat terrifying, became furious and shouted directly at him, "Do you want to die?" Zhao Jing, unfazed by the man's anger, calmly asked, "Big brother, would it be convenient for me to hitch a ride with you?" The driver, in his rage, yelled at Zhao Jing, "Get out of here." Zhao Jing pouted and replied, "All right, don't be so petty." The driver, his face contorted with anger, was about to open the door to teach Zhao Jing a lesson. However, Boss Hua intervened, saying, "Forget it, let him get in the car." The driver reluctantly withdrew his hand, muttering, "Consider yourself lucky." Boss Wu called Zhao Jing to get in the car, and he respectfully bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Boss Wu." After that, he climbed into the back, sitting among a pile of goods. There was another blond man sitting in front. He had an undercut hairstyle and a long scar running across his nose. The blond guy extended a pack of cigarettes towards Zhao Jing as soon as he sat down. Zhao Jing looked at the pack, politely declined, saying, "Thank you, I don't smoke." Then, he struck up a conversation with the person next to him. "I just arrived in Titan City not long ago. Do you know your group?" The blond man replied briefly, his face devoid of any joy, and began to light a cigarette. After hearing the group's name, Zhao Jing couldn't help but secretly marvel to himself. Although everyone on the vehicle is strong, the group name sounds strangely feminine. On the way, Zhao Jing maintained his professional smile and continued to ask, "Big brother, do you know how many places in Titan City offer star power training?" The blonde-haired guy seemed a little annoyed by the interruption, but still responded, "Area 3, martial artist training, but it's not cheap." After a while, the car reached the outskirts of Titan City. Zhao Jing got out, smiled, and said with a slightly awkward tone, "Thanks, I owe you all a favor." Hearing this, the driver got goosebumps, waved his hand, and sighed, "Yeah." Zhao Jing walked towards the dormitory area, thinking about his next steps. If he successfully became a level 1 martial artist, he would also need to consider how to advance further in martial arts. As he approached, Ramsay, seeing Zhao Jing's figure, joyfully exclaimed, "Boss, I've advanced to level 3 martial artist." Zhao Jing's mouth fell open in surprise. Ramsay excitedly ran up to him and gave him a big hug, saying, "It's all thanks to the blue crystal you gave me that I've reached this point." Zhao Jing also felt happy for him. He softened his tone and announced, "Actually, I've made a breakthrough too." Upon hearing this, Ramsay immediately felt Zhao Jing's muscles and exclaimed in awe, so you're now a level 1 martial artist. Su Yunwen heard him shouting and ran out, her reaction even more exaggerated, with tears sparkling in her eyes as she sobbed for him. Finally, looking at the reactions of the two, Zhou Zhang felt the bicycle bell inside him ringing non-stop ring. Then, the three of them headed into the house together and celebrated with a party. Zhou Zhang proudly said to the two, Ramsay and Su Yunwen, I once said I would help you live a better life, for the beautiful life that lies ahead of us. With a toast, the three raised their glasses to celebrate their recent achievements. The next day, Zhou Zhang and Ramsay went to the martial artist training center in Area 3. Ramsay, amazed by the neat and modern facilities, couldn't help but ask, training here must be expensive, right? Zhou Zhang calmly replied, as long as we can level up, no matter the cost, it's worth it. Upon entering, they found the place crowded with people training, most of whom had already reached level 4. Ramsay exclaimed in shock, the levels of these people are so high. Zhou Zhang also couldn't help but feel amazed and lucky. Indeed, it is high level. Thankfully, I managed to hunt that demon-faced spider, or else I wouldn't even have the qualifications to come here. Then, a charming receptionist came over to guide them. If you two need to train, please follow me this way. Entering the room, the receptionist asked for their information. May I ask what level of training you require? Zhou Zhang responded resolutely. Let's start with a level 3 room. The receptionist tapped on her touchscreen tablet and said, the level 3 training room requires a blue crystal. This is the access token for that room. Before entering, you need to sign a waiver. After completing the procedure, Ramsay looked at Zhou Zhang with gratitude in his eyes, filled with motivation as he said, Brother, I will not let you down. Zhou Zhang felt a ring sensation again. He waved his hand and said, all right, no more touching words. Just hurry inside. Once Ramsay entered, Zhou Zhang continued working with the receptionist. He said, please arrange a level 5 room for me. The receptionist was taken aback by this and exclaimed, what? With great anxiety on her face, she asked once more, excuse me, are you sure? A level 5 training room. Zhou Zhang confidently affirmed, yes, open it quickly. The receptionist still looked worried. She cautioned him, I must be clear with you. This is not a simulation training ground. You're going to fight real monsters. Zhou Zhang replied calmly, I know, just select it. On the tablet was the image of a mutated black gorilla at level 5. The receptionist could no longer hold back, reluctantly proceeding with the necessary paperwork, and then led him to the entrance of the training room. Watching Zhou Zhang's silhouette disappear, she sighed heavily. A mutated black gorilla could be as strong as a level 6 mutated beast. Is he really not intentionally seeking his own demise? The staff member guided Zhou Zhang to the training room and instructed, you have arrived at your training room. Insert the access token, and you may enter. Good luck. Zhou Zhang looked at the spiritual energy spilling out from the door and felt a bit tense. Through this door, he could also sense the smell of danger. No wonder it was a mutated ape. Oh, look over there. A voice interrupted his thoughts. A guy with a buzz cut came over with another guy sporting a crew cut and a chubby one wearing a crop top, heading towards Zhou Zhang. Young Master Liu mocked. This is the first time I've seen someone choose to commit suicide like this. He stuck out his tongue, raised his hand to his neck, and provocatively said, if I were you, I'd make a cut across my neck. It would be quicker than this. Zhou Zhang shot him a sideways glance. What does it have to do with you? These guys were the ones who started the trouble first, and when they were met with a simple retort, they stared at Zhou Zhang in shock. One of them shouted, you stop right there. Apologize to us now. Zhou Zhang glanced at them and asked, what's up? Do you want to come in and take a look too? The others turned pale upon hearing this, frozen in place. Zhou Zhang enjoyed watching their expressions, laughing mockingly, oh, looks like you're too scared, huh? Before stepping into the room, he smiled and tossed them a parting remark. Then go back to where you came from. After Zhou Zhang insulted them, the others could only stand there humiliated, unable to say anything, just lingering at the door. Only this name grinds teeth and tears the tongue. The people around witnessing Zhou Zhang's resilience were buzzing. Did I hear that right? I can't believe someone is so tired of living that they would challenge that thing. I saw him go in there with my own eyes. Moreover, that guy is only a first-level martial artist. The guy in the crop top lit a cigarette, softening his tone. Young Master Liu, don't get angry. Taking a drag, he disdainfully remarked, "That guy is definitely just asking for death." Young Master Lu took the cigarette, smirking as he said, "Dying like that would be a bargain for him. If he doesn't die at my hands, he should consider himself lucky." He deliberately spoke loudly to mask his fear and humiliation in the face of Zhao Zheng's aura. Inside the training room, the wind howled incessantly, swirling into a vortex. Zhao Zheng approached the sleeping chimpanzee. The system announced, "The creature has been released. Please prepare for battle." Zhao Zheng drew his weapon, looked at the chimpanzee, and said, "Hey, whether I can break through to a second-level martial artist this time depends on you." After a while of keeping its eyes closed, the chimpanzee finally opened its eyes. It glared at Zhu Zheng with blood-red eyes, full of killing intent. The chimpanzee stood up, its massive form 50 times larger than his, awakened from a beautiful dream. It roared in anger, pounding its chest to assert its dominance. It was a level 6 black monkey. The roar of the chimpanzee echoed outside the door, attracting many people who stood in front, listening intently. The guy with the grass hair exclaimed, "In my whole life, I wouldn't dare face this thing." The blonde guy, hearing the chimp's loud scream, laughed triumphantly. "Haha, I guess it's over now." He nodded towards the gentle receptionist and said, "Aren't you going to go in there and deal with the body?" The receptionist, confused, asked, "Huh." Bang! The sound of a hit from inside the room echoed outside, startling the onlookers. "You scared me to death." Young Master Lu took a step back, but he was still very pleased, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "Ha! It seems like there's no mead. This time, there will definitely be nothing left, not even bones." This young master eagerly pulled out a piece of blue crystal, pointed it at the staff member, and said, "Later, send me the video from this room. I'll enjoy it slowly when I get home." The staff member waved his hand in refusal. "That's not really appropriate. We can't disclose the private training sessions of our clients." The young master leaned closer to the staff member, his face mischievous, saying, "If you're dead, why keep it so secret?" Then, continuous sounds of beating came from the training room. Bang! Crash! The young master suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Huh! What's going on?" The guy in the black crop top said, "Could it be that kiddo is still not dead?" 30 minutes later, the sounds of punches and kicks continued to echo. The guy with the straw hair, trembling and weak, asked, "Am I not dreaming?" The people behind him were also left speechless. Immediately, the young Master Lu swung his hand and slapped the guy with the grass hair. The grass-haired guy rubbed his painfully stinging face and shouted, "Young Master Lu, why did you hit me?" The young Master Lu, in a frenzy, looked at his reddened hand and muttered, "If it hurts, it seems I'm not dreaming after all." He had to retract the smug expression he had earlier and exclaimed in shock, "A first-level martial artist fighting against a fifth-level mutated beast. How did that kid survive for half an hour?" In the room, Zhou Zheng knelt on the floor. He looked up at the massive monster in front of him. The giant ape was also panting. Its energy level had dropped by more than half. The floor was now full of large holes. The giant ape swung its fist down at the spot where Zhao Zheng was kneeling, but he nimbly jumped up to avoid it. The giant ape lost its momentum and slammed its fist down onto the floor. The reverberation from the punch dazzled the onlookers. The giant ape punched down hard, and blue light emanated from the attack. Zhou Zheng watched the flow of spiritual energy moving around his body and joyfully exclaimed, "I've broken through, second-level martial artist." He excitedly looked at his knife. The giant ape swung its hand to knock Zhou Zheng away. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, it skillfully dodged by jumping high. Zhou Zheng, with both hands holding the knife, fell down and plunged it deep into the nape of the beast. The chimpanzee screamed in agony and collapsed on the floor. Zhou Zheng leaped onto the chimpanzee, earning 7,200 experience points. Outside the training room, a guy in a crop top was pressing his ear to the door, listening intently. When he heard the chimpanzee's scream followed by silence, he said to young Master Lu, "Young Master Lu, it seems like there's no more commotion. It's definitely dead this time." Zhao Zheng frowned, pushed the door open, and his eyes widened in shock as he looked inside. The chubby guy was thrown out, dragging himself towards young Master Lu, shouting loudly, "What's happening? Is there a ghost?" In the astonishment of young Master Lu and the others, Zhou Zheng calmly told the staff member, You can call someone in to clean up. Young Master Law watched Zhao Zhang leave, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The people around him were dumbfounded. Am I remembering wrong? That guy is only a level 1 martial artist. Has he really leveled up to level 2 after just one training session? Later, those in the training area also gathered in the hallway to gossip about the male lead. They followed him with their eyes wherever he went, exclaiming in admiration, "That's him! I can't believe he defeated a level 6 monster." Zhao Zhang ignored them and approached the receptionist, stating, "Please add another level 6 room." The receptionist jumped a little at the sight of him, standing there unharmed. "Oh!" Zhao Zhang pointed at the screen, "That one." The receptionist struggled to regain her composure, tapping on her tablet and replying, "Yes, of course." More people began to gather around the reception area to see what was happening. The receptionist couldn't help but be astonished as she looked at the blue crystal, vaguely muttering, "Level 6. Only after saying this did she come to her senses and shouted towards Zhao Zhang, "A level 6 mutated viper. Does he want to challenge a level 6 mutated viper?" The others, upon hearing this, turned their heads in unison to look at the male protagonist, their eyes wide with disbelief. They exclaimed, "He's really gone mad. Let's see if he can survive this. At such a young age, he's just looking for trouble." Hearing their discussions only fueled Zhao Zhang's determination to enter the room. He wore a smug and arrogant smile. After a moment of chaotic noise, the atmosphere in front of the battle rooms returned to normal. At that moment, in front of one of the rooms, Zhang Cheng, now at level 7, was watching the battle video on his tablet while laughing heartily, saying, "Ha, this is quite interesting." After watching, he seemed somewhat incredulous and asked, "Zhao Zhang, are you sure he's only at level 2? The subordinate replied, "Absolutely, before fighting the mutated chimpanzee, he was only a level 1 martial artist." He gently adjusted his glasses and seriously suggested, "Activate the training room's camera. Start a live stream of Zhao Zhang's training room and broadcast it to the main hall for me." Zhao Zhang, hearing this, hesitated and said, "But we need the subject's permission." He calmly responded, "Leave these matters to me. Just do as I say." While puffing on a cigarette, he continued speaking, "Regardless of whether this kid can successfully challenge or not, this promotional video is going to make a ton of money." At that moment in the hall, when the screen suddenly flickered, the crowd moved closer to observe and began to murmur, "This day has finally come. I can't believe someone is live streaming it." The guy in the hat quickly added, "I heard it's a level 2 martial artist, challenging a level 6 mutated viper." The guy with the mohawk skeptically remarked, "Are you kidding? Not to mention the level difference. Even a level 7 martial artist would have a hard time dealing with the toxin of a mutated viper." Just as the crowd finished discussing, the screen suddenly flickered again, seeing a stream of green gas surging up. The long-haired guy confidently stated, "That's the toxin." The guy in gray beside him, feeling disheartened, said, "What's the point of live streaming anymore? Isn't it already over?" But contrary to their assumptions, Zhao Zhang was still standing unharmed amidst the toxic gas. Zhao Zhang was currently still at level 2, but his energy level seemed to have decreased a bit due to the fight. He quickly used his spatial ability, then took out a vial of medicine, and muttered to himself, "The antidote from the game should work in this world, right?" Saying that, he immediately downed the entire vial of antidote. His energy level quickly turned red, and was now in a fully energized state. While spinning the knife boastfully, Zhao Zhang smiled with delight and said, "Come here so I can broaden my horizons with your prowess." Hidden within the toxic mist before him was a giant python with piercing red eyes. The black-haired guy couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "This isn't clear at all. It's not a matter of clarity, but how can that guy survive for so long in such toxic fog?" The brown-haired guy gasped in astonishment and added, "Look at that person's speed. Can a human really be that fast?" As the toxic mist gradually dissipated, the figure of the python appeared on the screen, only for the screen to suddenly glitch and go dark. The crowd, seeing this, expressed their doubts, asking, "What happened? Was that a mutated python just now?" After a fierce battle, Zhao Zhang panted heavily and said, "Level 6 is indeed harder than I thought, but I've successfully leveled up to level 3. It seems I should find some people to discuss this free lit stream." The black-haired guy curiously asked, "Which side won in the end?" The brown-haired guy chimed in, "Is that how it ends?" Seeing Zhao Zhang unharmed, the subordinate suggested. Sir Zhou, Manager Zhang Cheng wants to meet you. Please come this way. Zhao Zhang quickly replied, just in time. I also want to meet him. A moment later, in Zhang Cheng's office, Zhou Zhang coldly spoke. I hope you can give me an explanation. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and replied, Sir Zhao, please calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl quickly entered carrying a tray. Then, the girl uncovered the white cloth on the tray, and he sincerely said, to express our goodwill. Today, this is the money you have earned, and we will also reduce your taxes. Of course, this is not enough, so we have prepared everything for you. As for this card, all your training room rental fees will be discounted by 80%. Zhou Zhang quickly took the card, turned around, and coldly demanded, it's best if you don't disclose my other information to the outside. Zhang Cheng immediately assured him, of course not. Seeing him prepare to open the door to leave, Zhang Cheng felt a bit flustered and asked, may I ask you a personal question? How did you manage to kill the level 6 mutated viper? Zhou Zhang slightly turned his head, glared at him, and replied, do your people always like to pry into others' secrets? Zhang Cheng hurriedly suggested, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I don't know if you would be interested in joining the Beast King Union. With our resources, someone as talented as you would definitely become a level 6 martial artist in less than a year. Zhou Zhang coldly affirmed, I'm not interested. After that, he decisively opened the door and slammed it shut. While glancing around the crowd, people were whispering, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I really want to know who that person is. There are only a few geniuses among titans. Where is he? Couldn't it be that he left me behind and ran off by himself? In Zhang Cheng's office, a subordinate with a mohawk hairstyle couldn't help but ask curiously, that guy is only a third-level martial artist. Wasn't that a bit beneath him? Zhang Cheng leaned both hands on the table, bowed his head, and replied in a deep voice, just a third level? Potential isn't measured by rank. At this point, he suddenly fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly continued, I really shouldn't have done this new live stream. Meanwhile, outside the competition area, Zhou Zhang was walking while mumbling. It seems completely useless now. That's right. I remember that person said he opened a shop selling equipment. He must sell daggers too. After a while, Zhou Zhang stood in front of the equipment shop, and upon seeing the grandeur of the store, he couldn't help but exclaim, with the scale of this shop, my wolf skin is a bargain for him. In the spacious room, which was originally meant for enjoying a hot cup of coffee and chatting, Chang Zhan's face was quite tense. He crossed his arms over his chest, the cup of tea on the table still untouched, while sitting across from him was Zhou Zhang, who was leisurely sipping his coffee. Finally, Chang Zhan broke the prolonged silence. He leaned forward, scratching his cheek awkwardly and asked, brother, am I seeing things? Or have you really leveled up to level 3 in just a few days? Zhou Zhang smiled brightly and replied, it's nothing. I'm just putting in a bit more effort than others. Understanding that Zhou Zhang didn't want to elaborate, Chang Zhan said, even if you don't want to talk about it, you definitely found a reason to wait. Putting his coffee cup down on the table, Zhou Zhang got straight to the point. Big brother, I came here this time to buy some equipment from you. He immediately perked up. No problem, I can give you a few items. Zhou Zhang began to fumble in his pants pocket, pulling out a bundle of blue cords. Brother Chang inquired, do you also buy this, Brother Chang? As soon as he picked up the item, tears welled up in his eyes, and he flushed with emotion. Blue light spider silk, this is high-grade material for crafting equipment. As was the habit of someone in the industry, he immediately took out a magnifying glass to examine the bundle of spider silk closely, commenting as he observed, such a rare material can only be found on the bodies of level 6 demon-faced spiders. Facing Zhou Zhang, he sighed. It seems that for this kid, all those theories about rank are completely ineffective. Zhou Zhang remained silent, merely smiling gently. Chang Zhan, please offer a sincere deal. Unfortunately, the catch I have here is only enough for 11 million. How about 15 blue crystals? Chang Zhan hesitated for a moment, then snapped his fingers in agreement. Okay, suddenly hitting the jackpot, Chang Zhan laughed joyfully like firecrackers, lunging forward to grab Zhou Zhang's shoulders and shake him vigorously. He expressed his gratitude, saying, today, I've obtained top-quality materials, and I'm very happy. Let's go to the parking area. I'll make you a weapon for free. Qiao Zhan led Zhao Zhang to the workshop. At that moment, everyone was busy working. Some were forging, others were casting, and there were also several auxiliary machines nearby. After looking around for a while, Zhao Zhang commented, "I didn't expect your forging methods to be so traditional." Qiao Zhan replied, "The machines that produce these items are meant for the general public. After all, weapons for martial artists need to focus on conductivity." Zhao Zhang recalled his knowledge about conductivity. "I know a bit about it. It's about channeling star power into the weapon to enhance combat effectiveness." "Right." Qiao Zhan nodded. "That's right. With blue light spider silk, we can create a weapon with conductivity as low as 13%. Standing at the workstation for the crafting process, Qiao Zhan carefully put on gloves and specialized safety goggles. He added, "With blue light spider silk, we might even be able to surpass the legendary conductivity of Ningxi's weapon." With that, Qiao Zhan dropped the silk and began the weapon crafting process. After a while of melting, filing, and soaking in water, the weapon was basically complete. Placing it on a tray lined with a thin cloth, Zhao Zhang could see Qiao Zhan's dedication to his craft. He handed the weapon to Zhao Zhang and said, "Brother, from here on out, it's all about your luck." At first, when Zhao Zhang touched the dagger, a strange sensation washed over him. He was secretly amazed at how light it was. He twirled it around to test its balance before officially gripping it. Instantly, the courier seemed to merge with the dagger, exuding an extraordinarily remarkable aura. Qiao Zhan witnessed everything, staring in dumbfounded amazement. With such momentum, one could easily mistake him for an 8th or 9th level martial artist. The dagger began to exhibit its properties, adapting to its owner. Seeing this, Qiao Zhan felt a pang of regret. 20% of the value of this dagger had already been lost. The dagger had a 20% conductivity, and he had unwittingly given away a value equivalent to a medium-rank vampire crystal. Of course, the recipient was overjoyed, unable to keep his mouth shut, as Qiao Zhan personally saw him out. Zhao Zhang turned back, lingering with reluctance, and said, "Thank you, Brother Qiao." Qiao Zhan irritably replied, get lost, or I'll regret it again." Now, as he re-entered, Qiao Zhan strode forward assertively, insisting, "If I can make this one, I can certainly make another." Stepping out onto the street, Zhao Zhang became markedly quieter, alone, and he didn't need to pretend anymore. As he walked past a group of people, one of them suddenly took notice of him and called out to the person next to him, "Young Master Liu, isn't that the kid who mocked us back at the training facility?" Liu Tianyai immediately lifted his chin, revealing his unscrupulous intent. Earlier at the training facility, they couldn't hit anyone. But outside, there weren't many such rules. A chubby subordinate interjected, "But that kid could single-handedly take down our mutated monkeys." Not letting this guy finish expressing his concerns, Liu Tianyi landed a straight punch to his face. The man cursed. "What do you know? That trash is definitely using some kind of illusion. How could a third-level martial artist possibly?" Fueled with anger, Liu Tianyi suddenly paused, turning to the thin man and asking, "A third-level martial artist? When I first met him, wasn't he just a first level?" He confirmed it, and then he became level 2. After hearing that, Liu Tianyi furiously kicked this guy right in the butt, continuing his tirade. "Do I need you to point that out?" Then he raised his voice to give an order. "No matter what level he is now, go and cripple him for me." On a street corner, Zhao Zhang was chatting with a little girl, perhaps asking her something, when suddenly from behind came the voice. "Kid, you finally fell into our hands." Liu Tianyu's group was right next to him, and despite two of his underlings looking at each other nervously, sweating bullets, Liu Tianyi remained arrogant. "Let's see if you can still be so arrogant this time." Zhao Zhang turned around, using the most innocent look he could muster, and asked brightly, "Who are you?" Being treated with such disdain, it was no wonder the others weren't going crazy. Liu Tianyi ordered, nearly jumping in rage, "Break his legs for me." Of course, before the two could even move, Zhao Zhang had already struck. One kick sent the tall guy crashing into the wall, while another kick struck the short guy in the throat, causing him to gag and faint right on the spot. Liu Tianyi was in a state of panic, stumbling back and stammering as if he had seen a ghost. You. Suddenly, above her head, a large beam that had just been talking with Zhao Zhang was in the process of falling. The girl could only open her eyes wide, unable to react in time. For the moment, Zhou Zheng pushed Lu Tianyi aside. He quickly assessed the situation and ran as fast as he could. Just before the beam fell, he neatly scooped the girl into his arms, gliding past Lu Tianyi, who stood frozen in shock, unharmed. He delivered a blow to Lu Tianyi's back, causing him to pitch forward in a daze, directly into the path of the falling beam. Lu Tianyi barely managed to gasp out a scream, unable to orient himself or choose a direction. The large piece of wood came crashing down. But Zhou Zheng and the girl had safely landed on ground. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" The girl was still terrified and only mumbled in response, Lu Tianyi stood up, pointing directly at Zhou Zheng's face, threatening, "You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Zheng answered calmly, as if teasing him, "You were the one who provoked me." Indeed, the spot on Lu Tianyi's head where the beam had fallen began to bleed, a small trickle of blood appearing on his face. Yet he seemed unfazed, arrogantly running his fingers through his hair and boasting, "Kneel down and apologize. Or when you go outside, I'll show you what it means to live worse than dead." Hearing these words, Zhou Zheng truly could no longer restrain himself. He furrowed his brows tightly, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Next, he immediately rushed to Lu Tianyi's side, standing close behind him. Without needing to use any techniques, his speed alone was enough to scare him to death. Before Lu Tianyi could regain his composure, Zhou Zheng forcefully kicked his ankle, and with a painful crack, Lu Tianyi immediately fell to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in agony. The people in the street, hearing the commotion, had gathered in large numbers. Zhou Zheng coldly said, "What I hate the most is being threatened by others." Lu Tianyi cried so hard that his tears mixed with his snot and saliva, screaming for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Zhou Zheng ignored him, turned around, and left, saying coldly, "Everyone must show respect to avoid fear." A few whispers could be heard. "This kid is so bold that he doesn't even fear the Lu family, just reckless for a moment. What a pity." Lu Tianyi continued to hold his leg, groaning. As Zhou Zheng stepped out of the chaos, he thought to himself, "This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. Lu family, I won't be polite in using you as a stepping stone for my advancement." At the Lu family mansion, Lu Tianyi was lying on the bed recovering from his injuries, having returned in a carried state. He was being held in someone's arms, with a personal doctor always on standby. When he met Lu Guhai, the doctor reported the situation of his son. "Leader Lu, I have done my best. The young master's leg is shattered, and even if it heals, it may leave lasting consequences." These words struck Lu Guhai like a bolt from the blue, causing him to anxiously ask, "Will there be any impact on the promotion of ranks in the future?" The doctor sincerely replied, Yes. The meridians are damaged, and one may not want to accept the truth." Lu Guhai shouted in denial, "No, it can't be." Lu Tianyi lay on the bed, tears streaming down like a waterfall, screaming at his father, "Dad, it's all because of that Zhou Zheng. You have to take revenge for me." Lu Guhai glared at his son, scolding him, "Useless. How can you still cry?" Temporarily regaining his breath, he gazed out the window, pondering, how can a third-level martial artist incapacitate a fourth-level martial artist? Who exactly is this Zhou Zheng? After thinking for a moment, he called his subordinate, a Bin, to investigate a bit about Zhou Zheng. The latter replied succinctly, "Yes." With a sinister glint in his eyes, he swore, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch my son will pay the price." The next day, Zhou Zheng was at the Titan market. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Recently, it seems that the situation with Xiao Quan is quite fierce. I need to find some work to earn money." Suddenly, someone called out to him, pulling him back, Master, we meet again." Xiao Heng approached him, greeting, "Last time, thanks to your method, we were able to complete the mission." Zhou Zheng smiled in response. "Is that so? That's good." Xiao Heng introduced the brothers. "This is the master I told everyone about." They respectfully greeted him. "Hello, master." Zhou Zheng politely said, "Could you please change the way you address me?" Xiao Heng tightly grasped Zhou Zheng's shoulder and said with appreciation, "Brother, you are being too modest. In just a few days, you have risen from an intern to level 3. If you're not a master, then who is?" Then he remembered something and negotiated with him. "By the way, our squad wants to head to the county town. Do you want to come along? Zhao Jing hesitated. What if there's a chance to make money? His face then brightened, and Xiao Hang smiled, saying, of course, let's go. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the central square, where one member of the team stepped forward and announced loudly to the gathered crowd, Hammer Squad is recruiting strong individuals, preferably at level 5. Sitting in the vehicle, Zhou Jing thought to himself, this is just like fighting a boss in a game. Xiao Hang added more information. The location is in the Y City area, and the reward is 1 medium-rank blue crystal. A voice from the crowd asked, are you guys looking for people? This person was Zhang Sun, a level 6 martial artist. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. It's a level 6 martial artist. Why is he coming over here looking for a mission? Xiao Hang eagerly extended his hand to express goodwill, saying, yes, we are in need. Zhang Sun ignored him, displaying a look of disdain as he replied, I could temporarily join your team, but the reward needs to be increased by 1 blue crystal. Xiao Hang then suggested, how about we distribute according to contributions? What do you think? Zhang Sun immediately became unhappy and complained, are you joking? How do I know you guys will get any benefits from this? What if there are only a few white crystals? Wouldn't I be losing out? Zhao Zhang took his bow from the vehicle, thinking to himself, while there's no one around, I should take out my weapon first, so I won't expose my game backpack later. He tightened his grip on the bow and pondered for a moment. Brother Chang said to use spider silk to help create a transmission property 11%. I wonder if it will work. Zhang Sun jumped onto the vehicle opposite Zhou Zheng, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the car, bragging, oh, you play with a bow too. But that bow of yours can only hunt wild rabbits. Zhang Sun flaunted, a supreme product from the 100 Blades Company, with a transmission property of 5%. Now that's what I call a bow. Faced with this attitude, Zhou Zheng remained silent, holding his tongue. Xiao Hang advised everyone, experts, the wind blows hard in the cargo area, you should sit inside the vehicle. Zhao Zheng politely replied, no need, it's nice to get a bit of fresh air. Zhang Sun looked at him with contempt, pointed directly at him, and mocked, expert? If he's considered an expert, then what am I? An expert too. At Chaoyang City, outside Titan City, Zhao Zheng and Zhang Sun had boarded the vehicle and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, the captain of the Hammer Squad got out of the car and lightly said, gentlemen, let's buy some supplies here. A man surnamed Lai cheerfully called out, hey crazy guy. Another named Zhao chimed in, crazy guy, it's been a while since we've seen you around. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng burst out laughing. Haha, Lai brother, hello. Zhao brother, hello. The Wang man handed a vial of medicine to Zhou Zheng and said, crazy guy, this is the traditional medicine for injuries I found a few days ago. I don't need it. You take it. Zhou Zheng shyly replied, Sir Wang, that's too much. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Sun was extremely astonished. He thought to himself, are these people blind? It's just a 3rd-level martial artist. Do they really need to curry favor like this? Then Zhang Sun pretended to be nonchalant, raised his weapon, and said, the weather isn't bad. Zhang Sun thought, what a bunch of country bumpkins. Let me show you what nobility looks like. However, everyone seemed completely uninterested, busy laughing and crowding around Zhou Zheng. Even a bonus of 10 points for the region couldn't compare to the liveliness of those around Zhou Zheng. Zhang Sun felt embarrassed and utterly confused. In the end, everyone waved goodbye to Zhou Zheng and loudly reminded him, crazy guy, travel safely and don't bring back a person full of injuries. After leaving, Zhou Zheng held Uncle Wang's vial of medicine in his hand, thinking, this medicine smells great, although its effectiveness probably can't match that of blood essence. The blood essence is limited in quantity, so it's better to use this unless it's a critical moment. Suddenly, Zhang Sun called out, hey, raising his voice to say, wait a minute, I still advise you to switch to something else. Zhou Zheng replied, I'm used to this. Seeing this, Zhang Sun couldn't help but pass judgment. You just keep pretending. This situation is truly a case of the dog barking at the cat with a lot of fur. After a while, the vehicle had taken the team to the area outside Y City. The buildings here have all collapsed, even blocking the way. Unable to proceed by vehicle, Zhou Zheng took the initiative to get out. Suddenly, the car behind them honked, attracting the attention of the combat team. A group of aggressive individuals swept past them, even sticking out their tongues in a provocative manner. Seeing this, the captain of the Hammer Squad whispered, "That's that bastard Crazy Bear. We need be even more careful from now on." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng fell silent and did not respond. The deeper they went, the more severely the structures were damaged. Captain Xian Gang led the way and boldly stepped on the monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged at them ferociously, clearly very thirsty. However, a shot with a sharp green energy pierced straight through the zombie's head, successfully taking it down in an instant. The archer was Zhang Sun, who posed dramatically like an ostrich. Zhou Zheng, standing behind, praised, "Your archery is amazing." Looking over at the monsters, the captain estimated that they needed to break through to the business street within 5 minutes, or else the zombies would only increase in number. Zhou Zheng cheerfully said, "Master, thanks to you, those 2 blue crystals won't be easy to get." Hearing this, Zhang Sun irritably asked, "What about you? Are you just here to watch?" Zhou Zheng innocently replied, "In the team, everyone else has already received their share based on contributions. I'm out working, so I don't get any rewards. It's you who should be earning your pay." Feeling played, Zhang Sun let out a slight hiss. "You're something else." Then he charged directly towards the group of monsters, sending one flying away. The captain exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, a level 6 martial artist. So strong." Another member's eyes lit up. "Captain, the money we spent is worth it." At that moment, another group of aggressive zombies approached. They are all level 30 zombies. A worried member said, "The zombies outside the business city have all mutated. Continuing to fight hand-to-hand is very risky." Hearing this, Zhang Sun picked up his weapon and confidently said, "Let me give it a try." However, even when he shot an arrow straight into the zombie's head, it was not enough to even tickle it. The undead showed no signs of feeling and continued to advance. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng loudly mocked, "Great shooting skills." Zhang Sun froze like a statue, standing dead still. At that moment, Zhou Zheng began to draw his bow and said, "I should get some exercise too. You all rest for now. Leave this to me." The captain worriedly said, "Master, these zombies are not the same as those outside." Zhang Sun angrily shouted, "Do you think you're a master? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Despite this, Zhou Zheng showed no fear and confidently charged towards the monsters. Zhou Zheng drew 3 arrows at once and thought to himself, "With so much experience, it cannot be wasted." Immediately, 3 arrows were shot out simultaneously. They struck straight into the heads of the zombies. Zhou Zheng continued to launch attacks, not giving them a moment to breathe. Seeing Zhou Zheng bleeding from the effort, Zhang Sun irritably exclaimed, "Leader, I don't understand why you recruit people like this. There's not a shred of organizational discipline, and they don't know their own limits." Little did he know, the entire squad was engrossed in watching Zhou Zheng's performance and paid no attention to Zhang Sun. This only made him more frustrated. "Leader Xiao, I'm talking to you." At that moment, Zhang Sun also stepped back to assess the situation. He was astonished, his mouth agape, and exclaimed, "Damn it!" Zhou Zheng dashed through the horde of zombies with lightning speed. The arrows in his hands pierced straight into their heads, not missing a single one. The entire squad was now wide-eyed in amazement. The system continuously updated notifications. Received 700 experience. Received 700 experience. Received 700 experience. Zhou Zheng quickly leaped high. He drew his bow with a serious expression. Instantly, an arrow shot straight into a massive zombie, causing it to spew fluid everywhere. After a moment, Zhou Zheng let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Finally cleaned up nicely. It seems there's hope to reach level 30 today. By then, I can learn that skill." Witnessing the recent display, Zhang Sun was left speechless, exclaiming, "In 3 minutes, is this kid even human?" Zhou Zheng, having finished his task, confidently said, "Please help me pick up the arrows. Some of them are still usable." A member had not yet recovered, and he quickly replied, "Ah, okay." Everyone cheered in unison. "So strong. A super cool master." The members surrounded Zhou Zheng and began to praise him. "I told you, you really hide your skills well. From now on, you will be my idol." After a while, everyone started to clean up the scene. Looking at the zombie lying sprawled at his feet, Zhang Sun suddenly paused for a moment. Then he pulled out a knife and stabbed it straight into the creature. At the same time, a green liquid oozed out, and a green stone also flew out. Boom! Seeing this, a member sat down and exclaimed, "Brother, such good luck. One stab, and you got a gem already." He was about to stand up but suddenly remembered. That member gently said, "Right, master, you also need to retrieve your name." Hearing this, Zhang Zun's face darkened. He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, "A level 6 martial artist dissecting a corpse is a waste, and I still have to retrieve the name of a level 3 martial artist." After finishing the task, Leader Xiao pointed in the distance and said, "Brothers, the business street ahead is the key point." The captain directed the work. "Ru Ku, Chen Man, you two go drive the pickup truck in here. Wait a moment for the truck to come in. The noise will definitely attract a bunch of zombies." Then, he glanced at the masters of the team and said, "I'm afraid we'll still need your help later." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang smiled confidently, while Zhang Sun still felt uncomfortable. Just as Leader Xiao said, when the vehicle arrived, the zombies also staggered over. They groaned and growled in turn. Zhou Zhang handed a bow and arrow to a team member and quietly said, "Help me hold this for a moment." He turned to provoke Zhang Sun. "Are you up for a little challenge?" Zhang Sun immediately pulled out a sharp weapon and replied, "If we're fighting, then let's fight. I'm not afraid of anyone." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang showed a look of delight, then quickly dashed off. "Then I'll take the lead." While Zhang Sun was still in a daze, Zhou Zhang charged forward at breakneck speed and successfully took down numerous zombies. One after another, they fell before him. Zhou Zhang landed lightly after dispatching the last remaining undead. He thought to himself, "The rogue system combined with the star power of martial artist. This feeling is truly marvelous. Before I could even do anything, I was already overwhelmed by the opponent." Zhang Sun, still dazed, held his weapon and muttered to himself, "I lost." At that moment, a team member spoke up, "Leader, look at your weapon." The captain noticed the small but powerful dagger. It was a weapon with high conductivity. Zhang Sun grimaced, thinking, "This weapon has a higher conductivity than any weapon I've ever encountered. I want to steal it." Zhang Sun quickly slapped his face to shake off that wicked thought. "Calm down. Instead of trying to steal something from that pervert, I might as well go kill a level 3 mutated beast." Zhang Sun tightened his grip and thought to himself, "I, Zhang Sun, won't stoop to doing something so despicable." Then, Zhang Sun started swinging his weapon and shouted, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, the two of them had cleared out the zombies completely. Zhou Zhang looked up and thought, "Just one more level." Suddenly, Zhang Sun cheerfully said, "Master, my name is Zhang Sun. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Zhang turned to shake hands amicably. "Zhou Zhang, I can't accept the title of master." Zhang Sun suddenly switched to a flattering tone. "Don't be modest, you can certainly take on that title. I dare say even our leader, a level 7 martial artist, is not as strong as you." At that moment, the team members joyfully cheered. "We've hit the jackpot this time, brother. We're definitely going to reap big rewards." Meanwhile, Zhang Sun felt a wave of shame as he thought about his hometown river. "Just let me die. Why be arrogant? Why act like I have no dignity? Why do I keep pretending? What am I asking for with a fixed reward?" Suddenly, a team member called out to the leader in alarm. He was panting as he reported, "Leader, a massive zombie is heading this way." At the same time, a gigantic undead creature, bulging with muscles and sporting a buzz cut in the literal sense, charged aggressively toward them. Leader Xiao immediately ordered, "Everyone get in the vehicle. We're retreating." Seeing Zhou Zhang still lingering behind, the captain quickly urged, "Hurry, get in the car." Zhou Zhang raised his weapon and gently instructed, "You all go ahead. His speed far exceeds that of the transport vehicle. We need someone to hold him off, or we will lose everything we've gathered today." The zombie glared with murderous intent and marched straight towards the small team. In terms of size, it was several dozen times larger than normal zombies. Zhou Zhang focused intently on the zombie and then took a deep breath. At that moment, the gigantic zombie quickly grabbed hold of a car. It bared its sharp teeth and let out a series of deafening roars before hurling the car toward the combat team. With a fierce howl and overwhelming hostility, each of its steps caused the ground to tremble violently. Zhou Zhang urgently instructed, "Move quickly. If you stay here, you'll be a burden to me. Seeing this, Jong-sun appeared somewhat puzzled. He thought to himself, it seems I have underestimated this kid's strength. Jong-sun hurriedly turned to Leader Xiao and said, he's right. I trust him. We should leave first. Hearing this, the captain loudly declared, we'll wait for you on the highway. Zhao Zheng then gave a thumbs up to indicate he understood. The small team quickly departed, leaving the gigantic zombie for Zhu Zheng to handle. At that moment, it stomped heavily on the ground and let out a tremendous roar. Noticing that the zombie intended to chase after the combat team, Zhu Zheng leaped into the air and called out, your opponent is right here. The two collided, creating a powerful explosion. Watching from afar, Jong-sun couldn't help but be astonished. Is this level of combat capability really something a third-tier martial artist can achieve? Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was kneeling on the ground, Zhou Jing activated the weak point sweep skill. He smirked slightly and said, looks like you're not as undefeatable as you seem. At that moment, the vicious zombie launched an attack, but Zhou Zheng, agile as ever, had already leaped behind without anyone noticing. He shouted a taunt and charged straight at the zombie. 10 minutes later, the Hammer Squad waited anxiously for Zhou Zheng on the highway. Growing impatient, one member quietly asked, it's been so long. Why hasn't the expert returned yet? It wasn't the leader Xiao who barked. Shut up. Jong-sun spoke up, saying, Hemph, that madman's strength, there's no need for us to worry. At that moment, one member used binoculars to observe the situation and happily shouted, he's back. The expert is back. After confirming the figure, Hang, carrying a bow and arrows, whispered to the others, definitely an expert. I told you he's fine. Zhao Zheng handed Chen Man a green stone and spoke softly, in order for us to stay as a team, the spoils naturally need to be shared. Chen Man exclaimed, you took down that huge zombie all by yourself. Sitting in the vehicle, watching everyone gather around Zhou Zheng, Jong-sun thought to himself, he could have claimed that blue crystal on his own. This strength, this attitude. At that moment, Leader Xiao spoke. From now on, in Titan City, I only submit to you. Suddenly, someone called out, brother. Jong-sun gave a thumbs up and complimented. You're strong enough. I admire you now. At this moment, two vehicles sped over and blocked the Hammer Squad's path. The team sneered, not a bad haul-ha. The captain retorted, of course, it's stronger than some teams that got stuck running out covered in mud. Hearing this, the members of the wild team felt slightly uncomfortable. The bald-headed captain snarled angrily. Meanwhile, Jong-sun thought to himself, why is it so difficult to take a break? He stood up and shouted directly at the group looking for trouble. Seeing Jong-sun act like this, they started to fear. One of them whispered, boss, they even dared to bring in a level 6 martial artist. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed captain's face drained of color. He shouted, let's go. Jong-sun made a face of disdain and scolded, a bunch of big fish bullying small ones. At this, Zhou Zheng thought to himself, higher levels are the ticket in this world. I need to speed up my cultivation. 3 days later, Zhou Zheng had defeated numerous monsters and reached level 30. Looking at the information, he happily exclaimed, finally reached level 30. The system shows promotion, making the target within 1 minute increase speed by 50%, cooldown time 2 minutes. It instantly moves the thief near the selected target. Facing a fierce monster baring its teeth, Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, just a little more. My martial artist rank is about to break through. At the Zhou family, the place was incredibly noisy. A subordinate pushed a wheelchair forward and spoke up. Young master, this is the place where that kid resides. Lu Tianyi, furious, growled, Zhou Zheng, I will show you what it means to live a life worse than death. After defeating the monster, Zhou Zheng sat down next to it to collect his spoils. Holding the sharp green stone in his hand, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt something strange. He saw a martial artist in a panic, surrounded by a group of monsters. He realized, this person is no ordinary fighter, green star power, level 7 martial artist. Zhou Zheng raised his bow and thought to himself, a level 7 martial artist in Titan City must not be considered an unknown character. At that moment, the martial artist was struggling among the aggressive beasts, overwhelmed by the pressure, and looked completely disoriented. Just then, an arrow with green energy zipped past, successfully saving his life. Zhao Zheng proudly emerged from the bushes, even striking a dramatic sleigh pose. Upon seeing Zhao Zheng, the martial artist felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly rushed toward him and shouted, "Brother, lend a hand, you're definitely part of this." The martial artist was Zhang Qiaoqi, a level 7 martial artist. Without further words, Zhao Zheng quickly shot 3 arrows toward the beasts. After that, Zhao Zheng grasped the dagger in his hand, lifted it, and quietly said, "You keep one of them occupied. I'll take care of the other 2. Once the task was completed, Zhang Xiaoqi asked in surprise, "What's your name?" "A 3rd-level martial artist, and yet you could easily handle 2 black monkeys." Zhao Zheng silently collected the spoils and replied succinctly, "Zhao Zheng, where's the benefit you mentioned?" Zhang Xiaoqi abruptly changed his tone. "Oh, does your kid dare to ask for something? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" Zhao Zheng calmly responded, "You won't be able to kill me." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqi felt a slight shiver of fear. Why does this kid feel even more dangerous than high-level martial artists? Then, Zhang Xiaoqi suddenly burst out laughing. He took out an item and said, "Peerless treasured monkey wine, you've hit the jackpot this time." He continued, "It took me a whole week to lure the Monkey King, and most of the monkeys away. Your kid just got a free ride." Holding it in his hand, Zhao Zheng smiled with satisfaction, not forgetting to tease, "If it weren't for me, you would have been dead just now. So you're not at a loss either." Zhang Xiaoqi raised her voice and said, "I can keep an eye on all of Titan City with no more than 10 people, and you are one of them. In a few days, I need to do a guild mission. Are you coming?" Zhao Zheng replied, "No problem." While enjoying the breeze on his motorcycle, Zhao Zheng thought to himself, "Today's harvest isn't bad. Perhaps I can consider buying a stall for Su Yunwen to keep her from getting bored at home every day." At that moment, Lu Tianyi poked his head out and ordered, "Break it down for me." The group of subordinates immediately began to ransack Zhao Zheng's house. Su Yunwen, inside, asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" Lu Tianyi wore a scheming expression and said, "What do you think? Let's take her for some questioning." As Su Yunwen was taken away by the group, she screamed in fear, "Let me go." At that moment, Lan Sai angrily shouted for them to stop. He yelled furiously, "You bastard! Let Su Butler go." Seeing this, Lu Tianyi sneered with contempt. "Oh, Zhao Zheng's dog." Lu Tianyi growled an order, "Kill him for me." A while later, when Zhao Zheng returned home, he heard the people around him buzzing with discussion. "It's too tragic. Who told you that the Lu family has such power?" He sensed that something was off. Seeing Lan Sai sprawled on the ground, Zhao Zheng anxiously called out, "Lan Sai." He hurried to assess the situation, only to hear Lan Sai weakly whisper, "I'm sorry. I can't." Before she could finish her sentence, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Zheng was extremely shocked and shouted, "Lan Sai." After admitting Lan Sai to the hospital, Zhao Zheng remained outside the operating room, his face showing clear signs of worry and tension. Once the surgery was over, Zhao Zheng rushed to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor replied solemnly, "Her life has been saved, but her limbs may not recover." Looking at Lan Sai in the hospital room with her frail body, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He remembered the whispers about the power of the Lu family, and he already knew in his heart who was behind this incident. It was Lu Tianyi. His eyes burned with the fire of revenge. That night, Zhao Zheng stormed the Lu family mansion. Standing on the stone wall, he coldly whispered, "Are you ready to face my wrath?" Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Lu Tianyi licked his lips with a twisted expression, chuckling with delight. "I've been waiting for you." He had bound Su Yunwen to a cross, grinning widely as he jeered, "Hee." Su Yunwen remained unconscious, completely unaware of her current predicament. One of the henchmen nearby bowed his head and asked, "Young master, shall we begin the interrogation?" Lu Tianyi smirked cunningly and barked, "Get lost. What does this have to do with you? Stay away, and don't make me uncomfortable." The fearful contact person replied, "Understood." Looking at Su Yunwen tightly bound, Lu Tianyi gritted his teeth and hissed, "Zhao Zheng, I want you to regret this for the rest of your life." He splashed a bucket of water on Su Yunwen. Lu Tianyi sinisterly remarked, "I must say, you are indeed a rare beauty of Titan City." He smirked, holding the dagger in his hand. Zhao Zhen must really like you, right? Just humiliating you isn't enough. I also want to ruin your beautiful face. At this point, he suddenly lowered the dagger. Lu Tianyi turned his head outside and shouted loudly, "Everyone get in here! Who told you to tie her up so high?" After Su Yunwen was lowered to the chair, he brandished the dagger close to her face and threatened in a low voice, "But as long as you agree to be my woman, I won't destroy you." Su Yunwen disdainfully spat a mouthful of saliva at Lu Tianyi's face, and he angrily shouted, "You want to die." Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood splattered on the ground. Zhou Jing had arrived just in time and pressed the dagger against Lu Tianyi's neck, causing him to groan in pain. Zhou Jing spoke, "You are right about one thing." Then he warned in a low voice, "You are looking for death." Hearing this, Lu Tianyi was so frightened that his face lost all color. At that moment, tears streamed down Su Yunwen's face. Zhou Jing smiled gently and said, "Yunwen, I'm late." Immediately, Su Yunwen embraced him tightly. Zhou Jing gently patted her head. Then he carried Su Yunwen away from the Lu family villa. He landed on a branch. After setting Su Yunwen down, Zhou Jing carefully instructed, "Wait for me here, no matter what happens. Do not make a sound." Su Yunwen anxiously said, "Young master, don't come back." However, Zhou Jing firmly replied, "I killed his son. Things have reached a point where I cannot stop until I die." Hearing this, Su Yunwen had no choice but to let him go. Zhou Jing softly reassured her, "Don't worry, wait for me to come back over here." Lu Guhai quietly asked, "Bing, did Tian Yu go looking for Zhou Jing today?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, but he couldn't find him and brought back a woman instead." Upon hearing this, Lu Guhai angrily slammed the table and exclaimed, "All day long, only thinking about women." Bing spoke up, "Then I'll go remind the young master." Lu Guhai, in a fit of rage, said, "Forget it, for now, don't." Before he could finish his sentence, a strange noise suddenly occurred. Bing quickly took a defensive stance and shouted, "Who is it?" Lu Guhai snorted coldly from behind. He disdainfully said, "Not bad at hiding. Unfortunately, the level is too low." At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. After getting a clear look, Lu Guhai exclaimed in surprise, "Are you Zhou Zheng?" Bing beside him immediately spread his arms to protect the leader. Zhou Zheng replied coldly, "That's right." He thought to himself, "Is this the aura of a rank 8 martial artist? Fortunately, I did some investigation at the guild before coming here." Lu Guhai casually sat down and ordered, "Very well, kill him." Bing responded, Then, Bing charged fiercely towards his opponent. Zhou Zheng calmly identified the opening and dodged, simultaneously launching a powerful counterattack. Lu Guhai took a drag from his cigarette and commented, "Hemph, your speed is indeed very fast, but your attacks are merely a tickle to Bing." At that moment, Bing disdainfully smirked, "Hemph." Suddenly, he realized something was off. Bing turned around and discovered a large gash on his back. Zhou Zheng thought, "The system skill is a force damage mechanism. No matter how thick your skin is, it won't help." At this point, Bing, infuriated, charged forward while shouting, "Die!" Lu Guhai anxiously watched the scene unfold, sweat pouring down like a stream. In an instant, Zhou Zheng successfully countered, causing Bing to cry out in pain. After taking down the subordinate, Zhou Zheng turned to Lu Guhai and said in a low voice, "It's your turn." Lu Guhai stood up, his voice calm yet powerful. The young man indeed has some peculiar tricks. Then, he suddenly shouted loudly, "But you are too arrogant." The force emanating from Lu Guhai's body erupted violently, causing the stone table to shatter into numerous pieces. The loud noise startled the subordinates outside. A few of them whispered to each other, realizing the sound came from the leader's room. Immediately, they shifted into a state of alertness, preparing to respond. Outside, Su Yunwen heard the commotion and couldn't hide her worry. She called out loudly, "Young master." In her heart, she silently prayed, hoping nothing adverse would occur. Inside the room, Lu Guhai spoke in a threatening, confident tone. "Here there are at least 30 rank 4 martial artists or higher. Even if you sprouted wings, it would be difficult for you to escape." Zhao Jing remained unruffled, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied sarcastically, Did I say I wanted to escape? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Zhou Zhang, enveloping the entire room. The two forces twisted together, neither giving way, creating an atmosphere so tense it felt ready to explode. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, reporting urgently. "Leader, it's not good, young master." Lu Guhai furrowed his brows and said sharply, "Tian Yu, what happened to him?" Zhao Jing scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Before coming here, I casually killed him. There's no need to be so tense." Hearing this, Lu Guhai's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" The subordinate behind him stammered in confirmation. "Leader, the young master really has." Lu Guhai looked at Zhu Zhang, his gaze unable to hide his astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He mumbled, "No, this is impossible." Seeing this, Zhao Zhang thought to himself, he has lost focus, it's a good opportunity. At that moment, Lu Guhai furiously shouted, "I will chop you into 100 pieces." His gaze clearly captured the image of Zhao Zhang charging towards him. Lu Guhai powerfully executed the flash technique, and even though Zhou Zhang's dagger pierced his abdomen, he remained unfazed. Zhou Zhang was shocked and thought, rank 8 martial artists, unexpectedly frightening. Lu Guhai gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Then he shouted loudly, "Die." Lu Guhai unleashed a powerful strike, but Zhu Zhang managed to dodge just in time. He continued to gather the torrent of energy within his body. Despite Lu Guhai continuously launching attacks, Zhou Zhang remained agile in avoiding them. He silently analyzed 3, 2, 1. After pushing off forcefully from the sofa to gain momentum, Zhou Zhang fixed his determined gaze. Now is the moment. The cooldown for the flash technique was complete. Zhou Zhang activated the skill disappears. Then he landed and plunged the dagger straight into Lu Guhai's chest. Zhou Zhang had accurately pinpointed the location. However, Lu Guhai only flinched slightly. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Not painful, not itchy." Afterward, Lu Guhai began to counterattack. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised. He kicked Zhou Zhang hard into the wall, collapsing in the dust and smoke. Zhou Zhang smirked mockingly. "Ha ha, do you think I can't avoid this blade?" Zhou Zhang radiated a fierce aura and declared, "My father once said, only those who can be cruel to themselves are the ultimate victors." He produced a vial of red medicine and stated, "From the moment I stabbed them, you were already defeated." At that moment, Lu Guhai realized in shock, "Your blade is poisoned." Zhou Zhang replied, "Rank 6 ghost face spider. Even rank 8 martial artists would die without a doubt." Meanwhile, Lu Guhai was gradually exhausted and had to kneel on the ground outside. Su Yun Wen silently prayed, "God, please protect the young master immediately." Zhao Zhang, panting, appeared right before her. "Let's go," Su Yun Wen joyfully exclaimed. "Young master." At that moment, Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "This is bad. The injuries caused by rank 8 martial artists. Even a blood vial cannot fully recover." Seeing his body sway, Su Yun Wen anxiously called out, "Young master, you." Zhao Zhang, exhausted, gradually let go. When Su Yun Wen saw him fall, she gasped and called, "Young master, the Lu family has already begun to search and spread out. He can't have gone far." Su Yun Wen carried Zhou Zhang on her back and silently urged, "Young master, you must not have anything happen to you." She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Yet she still tried to drag her small body forward. A determined voice rang out, as if she was encouraging herself. "This time, it's my turn to protect you." Meanwhile, 2 investigators were looking into old Lu's death. The cause of death has been determined to be poison. This type of poison is strong enough to take down an 8th rank martial artist. It seems there is an extraordinary figure emerging in Titan City. Elsewhere, Su Yun Wen was still worrying incessantly about Zhao Zhang. She continuously encouraged him, her voice trembling, "Young master, hang in there. We have to find herbs to stop the bleeding." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang grasped her arm and weakly said, "Young Wen, in my bag, there's medicine and bandages." Hearing this, Su Yun Wen hurriedly searched his bag and found a small vial of red medicine. She carefully poured the medicine onto Zhou Zhang's wound, each motion gentle and attentive. Zhou Zheng looked down at the deep wound on his body, thinking to himself, this wound is too severe. Even HP potions can't heal it immediately. As the ointment from the uncle was applied, the pain reduced significantly. With a voice full of worry, Su Yunwen asked, "Young master, how you feel now?" But Zhou Zheng merely closed his eyes quietly, whispering, "Perhaps I need to sleep for a while." The next morning, the early sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, shining down on Zhou Zheng's eyes. He woke up, finding himself leaning against Su Yunwen. She immediately rejoiced and exclaimed, "Young master, you're awake." Zhou Zheng replied, his hand resting on the wound on his body. "Uh-huh." Looking at her, he offered a faint smile filled with gratitude. "The wound is healing." Su Yunwen smiled gently and said, "That's great. It's all thanks to that ointment." Zhou Zheng replied sincerely, "I'm just glad you're here." His words made Su Yunwen suddenly blush, and she shyly lowered her head. But at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, making her even more embarrassed. She let out a soft exclamation, her face turning bright red from shame. Zhao Zheng chuckled, his eyes filled with teasing yet gentle warmth. "Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious." At the morning market outside Titan City, people were buzzing with conversation. "I heard that Lu Guhai and his son have both been killed." One person said, "I wonder who could be strong enough to do that." "That's an 8th-rank martial artist." A brown-haired person remarked, "This has even shaken the Titan Guard team." The black-haired man replied, "That's right, there hasn't been a case this big in Titan City for many years." Zhao Zheng listened to the chatter, quickly calculating in his mind. The Titan Guard. Will I be discovered? On the Titan Guard team, an investigator was intently reviewing Zhu Jing's file. At that moment, a subordinate entered and reported seriously, "Captain, I have meticulously interrogated all the parties involved. I can assure you that this matter is absolutely related to this kid." The investigator looked down at the file, his eyes showing doubt. Zhao Zheng, a 3rd-rank martial artist? Could he have done this? At the hospital, Sue Butler was sitting beside the hospital bed, crying uncontrollably. She choked out through her tears. Hick, it's all my fault. I caused Lan to end up like this." Lan Xi, sitting nearby, gently comforted her. "Sue Butler, this isn't your fault. I'm the one who's too useless. Now I've become a cripple. You don't need to worry." Zhao Zheng felt a heavy weight in his heart as he spoke resolutely. "I will definitely find a way to treat you." Lan Xi trembled all over, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Young master, you don't need to go through all this hardship for me." Suddenly, the door swung open. 2 Titan Guard team members walked in, their tone solemn. "Is Zhu Zheng here?" "We are the Titan Guard team." Zhao Zheng calmly replied, "It's me." One of the 2 asked, "So you must have met him, right?" Zhao Zheng nodded. "Let's go talk outside." Lan Xi, standing nearby, softly said, "Butler, young master." However, Su Butler only stood there awkwardly, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, it's fine." Young master said it's nothing. Lan Xi frowned. "What do you mean it's nothing?" Su Butler stammered. "No, it's nothing. I don't know anything at all." After a round of investigation, the 2 Titan Guard team members left the room. Zhou Zheng saw them to the door, politely saying, "Be careful. If you need any further investigation, feel free to come find me. I will absolutely cooperate with the guard team." As they departed, one of the team members asked the captain with uncertainty, "Captain, all the clues clearly point to him. Why don't we arrest him?" The captain gazed into the distance, his eyes deep as he replied, "Reason? A rank 3 martial artist could kill a rank 8 martial artist. Can you believe that? Or perhaps, there's a force behind him helping him." The team member remained unsettled. "But Lu Guhai is dead. Should we just let this go?" The captain pondered. Lu Guhai's death is a fact, but this matter might have touched on an even more terrifying power. This is definitely not worth the risk. After a pause, he continued, "So how should the report be written?" The team member answered, "The cause of death is recorded as Lu Guhai accidentally consumed extremely toxic plants and died." Chang Zhan was holding glasses and saying, "There are so many perfect rank 6 viper skins. Brother, with this batch of snake skins, it could solve a tough problem for my older brother." Zhao Jing replied, "If it can help brother Chang, then that's great." Chang Zhan ordered a servant, Bring the materials down at the highest market price to settle the accounts for my brothers. But Zhou Zheng waved his hand. No need. He asked, Brother Chang, do you know who has the best medical skills in Titan City? Chang Zhan surprisedly asked, Have you been injured? Zhou Zheng lowered his face and said, I have a friend who was beaten and had his limbs broken. Suddenly, Chang Zhan shouted, Who is the bold one that dared to harm one of our people? I'll find someone to help you teach him a lesson. Zhao Zheng then smiled gently and said, Thank you, Brother Chang. I've already dealt with that person, but my friend's injuries. Chang Zhan quickly said, If we're talking about the best doctor in Titan City, it must be Medicine King. At Medicine King's clinic, the people in line were discussing. There are so many people, did you see? It's not easy to invite him. Chang Zhan turned to Zhou Zheng and said, The person sitting at the reception is named Wang. He's a disciple of Medicine King Fan, and very skilled in both Western and Chinese treatments. Medicine King called out from inside, Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem? Zhao Zheng stepped in and said, Dr. Wang, we have a friend with a rather troublesome injury, and we want to find Elder Fan. The Medicine King replied, To have my master treat you, having money is not enough. Zhao Zheng insisted, Please let Elder Fan know. My friend's injury is indeed very serious. The Medicine King coldly answered, Go back. A rank 3 martial artist like you won't be able to find the herbs my master requires. Zhao Zheng leaned on the table and firmly said, Elder Fan's condition for a diagnosis is to find the herbs. The Medicine King questioned, Herbs? Most of what my master needs grows in areas inhabited by rank 5 or above mutated monsters. Do you think you can manage that? Chang Zhan tried to dissuade him. Zhao Zheng, let it go, brother. I know a few famous doctors. Let's find someone else. Zhao Zheng merely lowered his head and said, Brother Chang, I want to look around here first. Since you're so busy, there's no need for you to come with me. He replied, That's fine. If you need anything, be sure to find me. Zhao Zheng responded, Sure. Inside the clinic, Zhou Zheng stood outside and said, This must be the back courtyard of the clinic. Then he quickly dashed toward the city wall, jumped high over it, and landed inside the clinic. An old man was diligently tending to his plants, but it seemed he was well aware that Zhao Zheng was standing behind him. The old man was Fan Tai, an 8th-rank martial artist, known by the nickname Medicine King. Suddenly, he stood up, stretched and smiled, saying, I'm getting old. After sitting for just a little while, my waist is sore and my back hurts. You've been standing there for quite some time, so you must have something you need help with, right? Hearing this, Zhou Zheng stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and replied, Mr. Fan, I had a friend who has broken his bones. They are shattered and cannot be treated. Medicine King pondered for a moment and then responded, You've come here, so you must know the conditions under which I will treat someone, right? If you want my help, you need to find me the herbal medicine I specify. Your friend has broken his bones, you say. Then you must find me 2 skeleton herbs. After hearing this, Zhou Zheng nodded in confirmation. Skeleton herbs. Got it. I understand. I will do my best to find them. With that, he turned and left. At the Martial Artists Association, Zhou Zheng began inquiring about the skeleton herbs. People said that this type of herb was extremely rare, worth as much as a low-grade purple crystal, and only grew in dangerous places like Poison Fog Valley. Determined to find this herb, Zhou Zheng drove into Poison Fog Forest, surrounded by toxic fog. Along the way, he gently shook the vial of medicine in his hand, silently thinking about the critical condition of his friend. Suddenly, from a distance, 2 strangers observed him and exclaimed in surprise, Does that guy really dare to enter Poison Fog Valley? Does he want to die? Ignoring their chatter, Zhou Zheng remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on his mission. The dense trees rustled, adding to the tension in the air. He murmured to himself, This journey is indeed dangerous, but I must find the skeleton herbs. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Suddenly, a voice shouted as a warning, Be careful, it's a rank 6 venomous snake. Zhao Zheng immediately turned around in confusion. Then he looked towards a cave, intuition telling him that there was good loot inside. He stepped into the cave. As he walked, he thought, Is it just one? Suddenly, a 6-headed venomous snake appeared inside. But beneath the body of the venomous snake were skeleton herbs. The skeleton herbs were indeed here. But this venomous snake was not going to be easy to deal with. He threw a stone at the venomous snake and jumped toward the skeleton herbs. Just as he was about to reach out to pluck them, the venomous snake lunged at him. Zhao Zhang hurriedly jumped back. Later, he said, "If you don't want to let me take them, then don't blame me for killing the snake to get the goods." Indeed, there were no openings at all. The venomous snake, having missed its tasty prey right in front of it, roared in anger, baring its fangs, and once again attempted to strike at Zhu Zhang. But fortunately, he dodged in time. Zhao Zhang unexpectedly fell backward. There were truly no openings whatsoever. Both sides grappling, swaying back and forth. Zhao Zhang quickly thought, if this were a game, I'd definitely be hitting a bug right now. Suddenly, he pulled out a bow and arrow from his bag and said, "I really miss the days when I could exploit bugs to defeat monsters." 3 hours later, he gasped, "I have no nostalgia left now." After a while of fighting, the venomous snake lay sprawled on the ground, pierced by dozens of arrows from Zhao Zhang. Finally, it can come to an end. I've had too much experience. He picked up a piece of jade from the ground and said with a smile, "This is a profit. Each head of the snake has a green crystal, but this one is the most important." Outside, a group of people was struggling against the spirit snake. "Everyone, hold on. It can't last much longer." Suddenly, the venomous snake opened its mouth wide and bit one of them. Level 1 mutated venomous snake king. It's over. It has evolved. Zhao Zhang heard the noise from inside. What's that sound? Could there be another boss in this jungle? The crowd shouted, "Don't be afraid. Let's go together." With that, the venomous snake charged again. But then it suddenly turned its head elsewhere. One of them joyfully said, "It seems it's in a weakened state. Let's chase it for our fallen brothers." As Zhou Zheng walked, he thought, I've collected a total of 5 crystals. 1 skeleton herb is equivalent to 1 purple crystal. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Suddenly, the venomous snake lunged at him, but it was currently in a state of energy depletion. Zhao Zheng glared at the venomous snake in front of him and coldly said, "Do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly used Flash, ending the snake's life in a single strike. On the other side, a group of people was taken aback by his actions, buzzing with questions. Who is it? Which bastard dares to do something like this? In a cheerful mood, Zhou Zheng continued driving back. Along the way, he mumbled, "I wonder if Brother Chang would be interested in this king snake." When he returned to Medicine King's place, the old man saw him from a distance and mocked, "Kid, is there really no door for you to enter my place?" Zhou Zheng paid no mind, took out an item, and asked, "Is this it?" Upon seeing the skeleton herbs, Medicine King was overjoyed, took it in his hands, and kept exclaiming, "Yes, this is it. You little rascal, I never expected you to obtain such a rare herb. Do you know how much a skeleton herb like this is worth?" Zhou Zheng calmly replied, "I don't know if it's valuable or not, but you have to keep your promise." At the hospital, Medicine King carefully examined Lan Xi's condition. Seeing the shattered bone wounds, he shook his head. The person who did this was truly cruel. Fortunately, we have skeleton herbs. Otherwise, with such serious injuries, even I would be helpless. Half an hour later, after completing the treatment process, Medicine King turned to Lan Xi and said, "Kid, you are lucky to have a precious friend. In a week, you will witness a miracle." Lan Xi was moved and was about to say something but hesitated. Zhou Zheng, standing beside him, smiled and clasped his hands, saying to the old man, "Elder Fan, thank you for saving Lan Xi." Medicine King chuckled softly, but didn't forget to lightly scold, "So now you know to call me Elder." Zhao Zheng waved goodbye to Medicine King and softly said, "I've already paid enough for the procedure. We don't owe each other anything." Medicine King merely bowed his head in response, his tone slightly annoyed. "Don't come looking for me again next time." Zhao Zheng turned and walked inside, where Lan Xi was waiting. Upon seeing him, Lan Xi hurriedly said, "Young master, I really have troubled you too much this time." Zhao Zheng replied calmly, "If I were injured by someone else, would you find a way to save me?" Lan Xi immediately responded in a panic, "Even if it means risking my life, I will save the young master." Hearing this, Zhou Zheng smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. "So it is only natural for me to save you. After all, you are family to me." Lan Xi was moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he choked out, "I will definitely work hard to cultivate and ensure that something like today never happens again." Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Zheng took out his phone and answered the call. Looking at the screen, he murmured, "This is the communication device the Martial Artists Guild gave me when I registered. I didn't expect someone to call." A familiar voice came from the other end. "Zhao Zheng, it's Zhang Xiao Kai." Zhao Zheng replied, "Brother Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiao Kai said, "About the mission I mentioned last time. Do you want to take it on? But I must warn you, this mission is extremely dangerous. Think it over carefully before deciding." Zhao Zheng pondered for a moment, then pointed to a dart in the equipment storage. "Brother Chang, how many of these darts do we have left?" Chang Zhan, the equipment manager, replied with a smile, 100. If you need them, take them all." Zhao Zheng nodded. "Also prepare a few regular daggers for me." Chang Zhan responded enthusiastically. Right away, at 9 Rings Star Crown Hotel, a group of 4 people was discussing inside. John Hu, rank 8, said, "I've heard that there's a rank 3 guy who wants to join this time." Lu Qianjun, rank 8, replied, "We must trust Zhang Xiao Qi's judgment. Anyone he takes note of can't be a loser." Zhang Xiao Qi, rank 8, added, "Thank you for waiting, everyone." Lu Chuan Cheng, rank 8, smiled and said, "You've broken through to rank 8 now." Zhang Xiao Qi nodded and replied, "I just broke through a few days ago." Zhan Hu remarked, "The probability of success for this mission has increased significantly." He responded, "Yeah." One of them asked, "Brother Zhang, is that rank 3 guy you mentioned reliable? It's already past 8 o'clock, and he still hasn't shown up." Lu Chuan Cheng then said, "Isn't he here now? Whether he's reliable or not, we'll know soon enough." At that moment, Zhou Zheng walked in. Zhang Xiao Kai introduced, "Everyone, this is our final new member." He introduced himself. "Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Zheng." Zhan Hu also introduced himself. "I'm Zhan Hu, and I've always heard Brother Zhang praising you." Zhou Zheng replied, "I look forward to your guidance moving forward." Zhan Hu joked, "You think you're better than me, huh?" Zhao Zheng laughed and said, "Brother Zhan Hu, I'm not underestimating you. I'm just afraid that with one handshake from you, I'll fall apart." Zhang Xiao Qi clapped to signal. "Everyone is here. Let's head to my reserve room on the rooftop to discuss the next steps of our plan." Then all 5 of them stepped inside, and Zhou Zheng quickly jumped onto the soft bed. At that moment, Zhan Hu was downing a bottle of wine. Wow, refreshing. Zhang Xiao Qi, sitting cross-legged, said, "I'll reiterate, this mission has a very generous reward, but the danger is also quite high. If anyone wants to withdraw now, it's still not too late." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Zhang Xiao Qi continued, "The reward will be divided. Each person will take 1 share, and the remaining 4 shares will be distributed based on contributions." Suddenly, Zhan Hu pointed and shouted, "I find that unfair. I have no issue with others taking 1 share. But what does he base his share on?" He replied, "Oh, then how do you think it should be divided? I haven't thought of that yet. How about this? Each person gets a fixed 5%, and the remaining 70% is divided based on contributions." Zhao Zheng raised his hand in agreement and said, "This method of division is good. I have no objections." Zhan Hu also agreed, saying, "Then I have no objections either." Zhan Hu thought to himself, "This kid agrees to such a division. Does he really think he will earn more than these rank 8 people?" Zhang Xiao Qi said, "If we've settled the negotiations, then I'll offer a little benefit up front. Everyone can go to the martial artist mall and choose 1 piece of equipment no higher than medium rank green crystal. I'll cover the cost." Zhao Zheng suddenly asked, "The Martial Artists Mall is an online marketplace established jointly by the Martial Artists Association and the Titan security team. But it's only open to martial artists of level 7 and above. This means I'm still not qualified." Zhang Xiao Qi quickly replied, "You may not be qualified, but the computer at the Star Crown Hotel is qualified." With that, Zhou Zheng started exploring the hotel's computer. "This is similar to the Wabao site before I transmigrated here, but the items on this one are much more valuable. There are way too many goods. It seems that Titan City is not as simple as I thought. Mom, this is an elf bow with a 30% transmission probability, priced at 2 high-rank purple crystals. Wow, even selling myself wouldn't be enough to buy 2 high-rank purple crystals. I can only hope that this mission will allow me to earn enough for them. Demon Shadow Mountain cat boots. These would suit me perfectly. The goods have been delivered. The shipper said, "Thank you for purchasing from the martial artist mall." Zanhu chuckled and slapped Zhou Zhang on the shoulder. The happiest one is this kid. He scored a green crystal even before setting out. Zhang Qiaoqi, standing nearby, thought to himself while sweating bullets. He's not happy for real. Those couple of jars of wine I gave him are worth several purple crystals already. Seeing Zhou Zhang open the package, Zanhu suddenly exclaimed, "OMG, is this extravagant?" Zanhu said, "A medium green crystal to buy a pair of shoes." Zhao Zhang put them on and jumped up, saying, "No wonder these shoes are worth a medium green crystal. The feeling is completely different. With these on, I feel much more secure. If we could finish this mission quickly, I might be able to buy an elf bow." Outside, 2 vehicles were moving at high speed. Brother Zhang in front stopped briefly. Zanhu turned to Zhou Zhang and said, "Kid, come with me. Let's get off the vehicle." Zhang Qiaokai said, "Zhou Zhang, they need to test your strength a bit. I trust you, but in the end, we still need them to trust you." Zhao Zhang replied, "Captain, I understand." When they arrived, Zanhu immediately pointed at the group of monsters and said, "Zhao Zhang, how about we deal with these 2 appetizers before the main course?" He answered, "No problem." Zhang Qiaoqi, waiting outside, said, "Level 3 against 2 level 4s. Are we being too ruthless?" Blood Sword Lu Chuancheng, are you seriously using the word ruthless? Stop joking. He couldn't even pass a single checkpoint, so there's no need to throw himself into the jaws of death. It really is too cruel. 2 sand wolves, it's truly ruthless. On Zhao Zhang's side, one of the monsters had already fallen, being torn apart by the remaining 2. He walked forward, bow and arrows in hand. One of them howled loudly. The howl echoed through the entire forest. Zanhu clicked his tongue and said, "This isn't good. This is a sand wolf den. Let me go," and pulled Zhou Zhang back. Zanhu turned around, his eyes sharp and cold. "Aren't you all eager to test him? A pack of wolves would be more convincing than just 2, wouldn't it?" Zhao Zhang remained silent, only quietly knocking 3 arrows onto his bow, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "They're coming." Moments later, a horde of sand wolves charged toward him like a whirlwind. Zhou Zhang calmly drew his bow, each arrow flying off the string like lightning, piercing straight into each wolf. Whimpering sounds erupted as the pack quickly fell to the ground. He turned around, his voice calm. "Well, my shooting skills haven't dulled." On Zanhu's team, everyone stared in astonishment. One member couldn't help but exclaim, "Monster, what on earth have you been eating to grow this strong? Are you going to leave any chance for us ordinary folks to survive?" Zhao Zhang merely shrugged, smiling lightly. "Just hard work. That's all." The 2 vehicles continued to race along the dusty road. Zhang Qiaokai reminded the team, "We've entered the outskirts of the red zone. Zanhu, get ready to work." Suddenly, Zanhu poked his head out of the vehicle. His sniper rifle quickly aimed at a target. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously as a giant bird flying in the sky was hit, falling down and emitting a brilliant light before lying still. Zhang Qiaoqi shouted a warning. "Everyone, be alert. We're about to enter the mutated red zone. Don't let your guard down." The convoy halted at an open area. One of the team members pointed in the distance. "The target is 50 kilometers away. We must be extremely vigilant while passing through the red zone." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang raised his hand for silence, his voice calm yet firm. "Wait, there are mutated beasts nearby." Zanhu frowned, doubtful. "Are you sure? We don't sense anything." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Zhang replied coldly, his gaze sharp. "Trust me. Prepare for battle." Having said that, everyone hurriedly prepared. In the desolate forest, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared, growling from the bushes. It suddenly lunged out, and Zhang Xiaoqi shouted, "Everyone be careful, it's a rank 8 forest leopard." The leopard pounced towards them, baring its sharp teeth and claws, aiming for Zanhu. "Where do you think you're going? You have to go through me first." The spotted leopard and Zanhu were locked in a struggle, while the others rushed in to slash at it. The leopard let out a painful roar. It widened its blood-red eyes, and once again enraged, charged at Zhang Hu. But a blade intercepted its mouth. Zhou Zhang was using his sword to block it, and a long-haired man with green hair rushed in, throwing a spear that struck the leopard, causing it to stagger and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hu raised his mace and delivered a powerful blow to it. What goes around comes around. Here's your payback. Zhou Zhang watched silently, thinking, impressive, impressive. No wonder they are rank 8 martial artists. If these people surrounded me, I definitely wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, the leopard had broken free from Zhang Hu and laughed, saying, not bad luck, just arrived and already got a green gem. Zhou Zhang then pointed at the leopard and said, Hu brother, don't you want the corpse of this one? He replied, I can't hold this thing. It's both heavy and dirty, and the smell of blood will attract other wild beasts. If you guys aren't taking it, then I won't be polite anymore. The stuff on me that the beast robbed could sell for quite a bit of money. Zhou Zhang then said, in order to buy the elf bow, I guess I'll have to save up from now on. The group continued to move forward. With 17 kilometers left, everyone persevered. Zhang Hu laughed and said, once this mission is completed, I'll drink for a whole week. Lu Chuanchang scoffed, first, you need to survive until the mission is completed. Let's not forget, this time we're challenging a level 9 wind god. Zhang Hu replied, what's there to be afraid of? Last time it came to Titan City causing trouble, it was still chased away by level 9 martial artists. Right? Zhou Zhang suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on? Ever since we stepped into this place, something feels off. He looked into the distance and saw a corpse hanging from the branches of a tree. Oh no! Everyone be careful! As soon as he finished speaking, the vines wrapped around the people below. Ah, what is that? The vines rushed forward, and the long-haired, green-haired guy quickly dodged. What is that? Why is it so strong? Zhou Zhang said, let me handle it. Zhou Zhang then slashed a few times. However, the vines still wouldn't let go, continuously launching their tendrils. I didn't expect it to be this tough. If that's the case, suddenly he became serious and slashed down decisively. On this side, Zhang Hu and the others are struggling with it. This thing is not easy to deal with. The vines are starting to retract, quickly saved the team leaders. A few people have already been wrapped up high by the vines. Zhou Zhang then said, as long as these plants launch an attack, HP will be revealed. If there is HP, then there must be a weakness. We can determine the weakness, but it's hard to see. These vines are not easy to handle, but the trunks are all weaknesses. Saying that, he started shooting continuously at the trunk. We should go too. You all step back and let me. But Zhou Zhang spoke with certainty. Trust me. Saying that, he continued to shoot continuously at the trunk. The system panel appeared, gaining 5,000 experience. The experience was quite rich. The vine trees were shot until they were smoking. Zhou Zhang hurriedly rushed up, and the long-haired, green-haired guy shouted, Mom. Then he helped those who were hanging in the trees down one by one. Zhang Qiaoqi suddenly shouted, I will chop you up for firewood. Lu Chuanchang pointed, no need. It's already over. Saying that, the two of them looked towards Zhou Zhang. He had finally leveled up. Everyone started to stand up and move on. Suddenly, Zhang Hu found a metal ring and quickly raised it, saying, isn't this the great dragon ring of Zhong Lai Shai? This is a divine artifact with a 20% conductivity. Unexpectedly, a rank 8 expert like Zhong Lai Shai also died here. It seems that many squads that came to slay dragons perished in this place. Zhang Qiaoqi said with a smile to Zhou Zhang, if it weren't for you, I would have met the same fate as them in my inheritance. Zhou Zhang replied with a smile, thank you, my brother. We are a team. There's no need for formality. Zhang Hu clapped Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, laughing. Ha ha ha, very brotherly. Ha ha, from today onwards, you are my comrade in life and death, including me as well. Suddenly, from the hill, rocks and earth came tumbling down. The sound was quite powerful, albeit somewhat light. A dragon was perched at the mountain's summit. Zhang Qiaoqi looked through the binoculars and reported, as per the intelligence, its wing is severely injured. I will test its attack strength. Zhang Hu provided cover for Kan Jun and understood. Get down to take aim with the semi-automatic sniper. That big creature is in for a hit. Then, unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang rushed forward, swinging his sword to strike at the dragon's wing lying there. But strangely, it seemed unfazed. Zhang Hu immediately fired a shot. The dragon suddenly roared, its voice echoing out. Zhou Zheng quickly jumped back as the dragon took to the skies and dove straight towards them. Zhang Hu, crouching low, managed to evade the attack. With a swift motion, the dragon kicked Zhang Hu straight into the rock wall. He was caught off guard and couldn't brace himself. Zhou Zheng shouted loudly, "Let's go together." Seeing this, the spirit dragon opened its mouth wide. A fireball appeared, and it breathed fire towards Zhou Zheng. So strong, could this monster really have no weaknesses? I can see it now, its weakness. The divine dragon then unleashed a powerful stream of fire down towards the crowd below. The long-haired, green-haired man, in panic, shouted, "Captain, what do we do now? We can't get close to it. Are we really just going to give up? If I'm not mistaken, its backlash must come at the cost of life corrosion, and that position could definitely cause damage. We might as well take a risk." Zhang Qiaokui shouted loudly, "There's no other way, retreat first." Suddenly, Zhou Zheng charged forward and delivered a strong blow to the belly of the wind god pterosaur. The spirit dragon, hit hard, cried out in pain, and angrily shouted back at Zhou Zheng. The people around yelled, "Zhou Zheng, it's over, there's no way to dodge this attack." Zhou Zheng replied, "Using this skill can hit its health. It seems there's a chance." With that, the spirit dragon fell down, crashing forcefully to the ground. Zhou Zheng turned to team leader Zhang Hu and said, "Captain, you guys use long-range guns to hold it back. The rest is up to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu couldn't hide his admiration, realizing that this was indeed a monster. "What are you still standing there for? Distract it. It can inflict damage on the wind god pterosaur. How on earth did this kid manage to do that? It's utterly beyond reason." The wind god pterosaur let out a roar, intensifying the atmosphere around them. Zhang Qiaokai immediately charged forward, and just then, Zhang Hu fired a shot at the monster's head, laughing, "He, trying to breathe fire without my permission, huh?" Both sides plunged into battle. "Captain, how could you have found such a freak?" Zhang Qiaoqi calmly lit a cigarette and replied gently, "Well, it all started with that bottle of Haomi." Zhang Hu was taken aback, not expecting such a profound response from him, and continued to express his admiration. "I didn't realize my own limitations, and wanted to challenge it. Captain, weren't you the one who warned me against seeking death? Everyone, look at his attacking style. I've never seen anyone wield their energy like that." The wind god pterosaur raised its head, preparing to spit fire. Zhou Zheng rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone get back, it's about to blow." Moments later, the wind god pterosaur unleashed a massive jet of flame. Zhou Zheng noticed that it had likely sustained heavy internal injuries earlier, and now it was just a matter of waiting for it to bleed out and die. Half an hour later, the wind god pterosaur finally fell. However, unexpectedly, it leveled up at that moment. Zhou Zheng could only sigh. Truly, it's just too powerful. And Mungro Ni. Level 35 can now learn that skill. The bandit main skill instantly pulls the thief next to the designated target, entering stealth mode, and the stealth state disappears after being attacked or launching an effective attack. The cooldown time is 2 minutes. Zhang Qiaoqi commanded, while Lang Hin recorded the corpse. "Ahu, prepare for dissection. Everyone, be quick." Ahu approached and stabbed the wind god pterosaur, but suddenly his knife broke. This damn thing is still tough, even when dead. At this moment, Lu Qianjun had to use his energy. "We're rich now. One scale is worth a green crystal." Zhao Zheng interrupted. "What's a green crystal? There's even a purple one here. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I still couldn't imagine a level 3 kid could kill a dragon." He laughed. "He'd just lucky." Zhang Hu scolded, "Your freak is being modest. If it were me, even if I combined all my luck in a lifetime, I still couldn't do it." In the Star Crown hotel room, Zhang Qiaoqi said, "This time, there's quite a bit of loot. Everyone discuss how you want to distribute it." Zhang Hu then asked, "Are we exchanging for star crystals or distributing the items directly?" Zhang Qiaoqi replied, "Zhao Zheng's contribution is the greatest. Let's decide first." Zhao Zheng scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I think we should just do it based on demand. If we want physical items, we distribute physical items. If we want star crystals, we exchange for star crystals to distribute. But I have a feeling that the scales of the wind god pterosaur definitely won't just be one green crystal. After all, the special properties haven't been fully tapped yet. Zhang Xiaokai said, "That's right." Ahu then interjected, "Then, I'll also take physical items. I trust Zhou Zheng's judgment. Based on our previous agreement, each person will take 5%, leaving 70%. Zhou Zheng asked. No one has any objections to taking half, right? Everyone replied, "Of course, no objections, no objections." Zhao Zheng raised his hand and said, "If you all trust me, I know a reliable equipment shop. We can sell the skin of this dragon to him, and then we can distribute the proceeds." The team leader agreed. "You can handle this." Everyone still has a small portion set aside to give to the Martial Artists Guild in exchange for contribution points. Director Shen, holding his glasses, said while examining, "That's right, it really is the wind god pterosaur." They presented the evidence. "Director Shen, this is the proof that we killed the wind god pterosaur." He laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, you all have worked hard." Then he turned and said, "The president of our Martial Artists Guild also wants to express some gratitude towards you. So he has decided to increase your contribution by 10%. At the same time, he grants you all 10 stars. The lobby of the Martial Artists Guild buzzed with excitement as the mission titled Wind God Pterosaur was completed. People were talking animatedly. "Look, I heard this mission was accomplished by them. A 10-star member. That's a rank I wouldn't even dare to dream of achieving in my lifetime. Master, please give me your autograph." Everyone flocked around Zhou Zheng, struggling to push his way through. Zhou Zheng said helplessly, "Fortunately, I didn't wear that damn badge. Please give me a room. I need to investigate some things." The girl replied, "Sure, please." Suddenly, the receptionist exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. I will get a room for you right away." "Mr. Zhao, take care. Next time, just come to me for any procedures." Zhao Zheng left dejectedly, saying, "It seems the power of that badge is far greater than I thought." A villa in Sector 5 of Titan City. The chubby guy chuckled while typing, "The top transmission weapon of Titan City is about to be mine. Heh, I haven't eaten or drunk anything, and have been risking my life to earn money just for today. Treasure, I'm coming for you." Suddenly, the chubby guy yelled, "Ha! Ah! Which bastard stole my elf bow? Mr. Chu, your goods have been delivered. Please confirm." Inside the box was a bright green bow that sparkled, living up to its reputation with a transmission capability of up to 30%. 2 high-grade purple crystals were also quite valuable. Zhou Zheng casually took them out and said to Chong Zhan, "Equip Brother Chong with this. How many nights have you been awake?" Chong Zhan smiled and replied, "It's just a small matter. I won't hide it from you. I've used the materials you brought to create quite a few good items. Recently, I'm planning to hold an auction, and you must come when you have the time." Zhao Zheng raised his glass and said, "An auction sounds perfect. I also have some items here that could elevate your equipment to a new level." Chang Zhan asked in surprise, "Do you have new materials?" Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "The skin of the wind god pterosaur." "You're not joking, are you? Outside, in the wilderness beyond the jungle, do you lack anything?" Chang Zhan raised an eyebrow and replied, "That spear boar was clearly discovered by us first. Ha! If we hadn't stepped in to help, you would have been killed by that spear boar long ago. How could you possibly need us to save you? It's truly a case of good intentions being taken for granted. It seems you want to steal the sword, right? I'm serious about killing you." Zhao Zheng hurriedly retorted, I didn't mean that. I was just joking earlier." At that moment, a 6th-level martial artist with long green hair coldly snorted. Suddenly, laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha." The person turned around and shouted, "Who is laughing?" Zhao Zheng stepped forward and said, "What kind of dignity do you have? Why you like to join a low-level team to pretend to be a great figure?" Then he scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "Isn't this a bit boring? Just going out for a stroll, right?" Zhou Zheng continued, "It's not easy for a small team to hunt and kill. You shouldn't join in anymore." The other guy replied, Right, I was just joking. Not trying to rob anyone. By the way, Zhou brother, our team leader wants to meet you." Zhou Zheng turned away and said, "My phone number is 180,668. Just contact me." He replied, "Okay, Zhou brother, take care." The small hunters unexpectedly said, That guy seems to be only level 3. He might be the child of some high-ranking official. Suddenly, a pate appeared out of nowhere and charged at Zhu Zhang, who quickly took it down. Indeed, it was still stealth training like in the game. As long as you could practice silently, it was almost like being invisible. Then he dialed on his phone and said, "Practicing stealth, a few kilometers ahead in the Black Monkey area is also a good place. Just be a bit more agile and don't leave the alert range." When he arrived at Red Tripod, he was confused. Wait, am I not on the wrong path? This isn't a private garden. Someone there said, "Red Tripod is fully enclosed. You better leave quickly if you know what's good for you." He thought, the place isn't wrong, but my goal must be deeper inside. Zhao Zhang stealthily moved, then seemed to vanish as he entered. Groar, the growl of the star crystal rushed towards him. Zhao Zhang immediately transformed, thinking to himself, "These beasts are coming again. Hold them off for me." Zhao Zhang became invisible and hid on a nearby branch. Before him lay the territory of the Black Monkey. The Red Tripod Company was not simple. He never expected there to be so many formidable martial artists. He sensed that these monkeys were very organized, and there was definitely a king monkey behind them. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhang finally found his stealthy feeling. Today, he aimed to break through to level 4, and felt quite good about it. Suddenly, a cave of the Star Crystal Pack appeared before him. Zhou Zhang thought, indeed, there is a king monkey, but there are too many monkeys around. Killing this king monkey won't be easy. That's right, he suddenly realized why the monkeys were desperately trying to block outsiders. The female king monkey was sitting there eating fruit when suddenly a monkey charged out from the bushes. Zhou Zhang quickly stepped out and weaved through the star crystals. Suddenly, among the star crystals, a monkey challenged and rushed quickly towards another monkey. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, aiming for the monkey below that was holding fruit, as if to snatch it away. Zhou Zhang unexpectedly leaned back to dodge, and then told himself, "It's almost time. Let's go for it." Zhou Zhang hurriedly dashed towards the king monkey. Suddenly, one of them noticed him. Zhou Zhang was panting with fear of being discovered. He tried to climb the tree. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 7 flowers. This time, I'm going to strike it rich. But I need to think of a way to lure the king monkey away first. Suddenly, he had an idea and jumped up the tree. The star crystals below were cheering. It was at that moment that he suddenly leaped towards the king monkey that was lying down. The flowers began to shake and fly up. The king monkey turned around. Zhou Zhang tried to stay silent, but the king monkey had already noticed and roared loudly. He covered his ears and said, "The sound waves are too strong. I'm done for." One of them was charging towards him, and then jumped over. Zhou Zhang was taken by surprise, not understanding what was happening. The king monkey on the tree roared, dashes, flash. Zhou Zhang quickly used a dodge move, and ran towards the king monkey. The king monkey began to wake up, its eyes shining with anger. Then it swung its arm, and charged violently towards Zhou Zhang. The star crystals below were cheering. The roar was terrifying. What is that sound? Damn it, the leader unexpectedly appeared. The king monkey charged forward. At that moment, Zhou Zhang glanced around, and let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I didn't mean to lead it to you guys. I've just broken through to rank 4 martial artist." Meanwhile, everyone was evacuating. Don't panic, just board the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Don't waste any of the black fruit you've gathered, load everything onto the vehicle. Zhao Zhen jumped out of the thicket, surveyed his surroundings, and said, "Phew, it seems that King Monkey is being blocked by those higher-ups." He dashed straight to the vehicle, waving goodbye as he went. "You all hang in there, I'm heading off now." Zhao, the leader, spoke with a serious expression. "Make sure to identify that kid correctly. He stole our Red Viper King." The person standing there said, "His vehicle looks like the one that was parked near your team on that day. And I also found out that he sold the skin of the Red Viper snake around the same time." He exclaimed, "Zhou Zhen." The other person continued, "Zhao leader, I've completed your commission. But as a friend, I'd still like to remind you of something. Zhou Zhe is now a member of the Martial Artists Guild with a 10-star rating, and he completed the Wind God Pterosaur mission alongside Zhang Xiaoqi and the others. It won't be as simple as it seems to take action against him." Zhao leader, furious, threw his belongings around and shouted, "Are we just going to let our brothers die unjustly?" He replied, "Zhao leader, I know a little about this. You might be able to resolve your difficult issues. Zhao Zhen pondered. The dark shadow behind the name Blood Orchid, with its muscle-enhancing and blood-activating properties. Zhao Zhen continued. If it falls into the hands of someone who knows how to concoct medicine, it would definitely be a priceless treasure. Saying this, he held the vial of medicine in his hand. Wang Zikun laughed heartily. Are you quite wealthy, kid? So mysterious, inviting me here for a meal. What's the real story? Zhou Zheng replied, I feel embarrassed to say, but I still don't know your real name. Wang Zikun laughed loudly. Ha ha, I only know your nickname is the Madman. Then the two shook hands to become friends, officially introducing themselves. My name is Zhou Zhen. The other person shook his hand, and I am Wang Zikun, but you can just call me Old Man if you like. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you must have a reason for coming to see me today. Zhou Zheng took out the blood orchid and asked, Do you know what this is? Wang Zikun looked at the flower, gently stroked its petals, and replied, This is the first time I've actually touched a real blood orchid. After that, he hurriedly returned it to Zhou Zhen, saying, Madman, you keep it. If anyone finds out about this, it will cause trouble. At the Martial Artists Guild, it is bought for the price of a purple crystal. You shouldn't let others see it. Then he sighed. If I were still the chairman of the Sky Medicine Organization before the New World, I would definitely buy this rare item at any cost. Unfortunately, now that I am at this level, this thing has become unattainable for me. Zhao Zheng smiled lightly, poured some wine, and said, Uncle Wang, I'm not here to ask for your help with any evaluations. I was wondering if you'd be interested in collaborating with me. Your drug formulation techniques, combined with my blood orchid, will yield fantastic results. Hearing this, Wang Zikun was surprised. Collaboration? You value me. I have nothing to pretend about. But do we have enough power to protect the confidential formula? Furthermore, my ointments require substantial financial backing to support them. Zhao Zheng raised his glass, confidently stating, Uncle Wang, rest assured, both of these issues are not a problem for me. The two clinked glasses in celebration. Someone asked, Are you opening a store? Zhao Zheng replied, Yes, I'm preparing to open a convenience store to sell healing medicines and some other supplies. Su Yunwen added, But I don't have any business experience yet. Lan Xi comforted, You'll get used to it as you operate. I'll help you manage. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to cause trouble. Zhao Zheng chuckled. So selling medicines and opening a convenience store means I've hit the jackpot with a computer mouse and a monitor, right? Lan Xi laughed in response. Then let's make a plan. 5 days later, Zhou Zheng led everyone to the newly opened store. A friend asked, Huh, crazy guy, is this the store you just opened? No way, right? Zhao Zheng smiled and introduced. This is the store manager Su Yunwen, and she's in charge of security. Su Yunwen bowed her head in greeting. Uncle Wang, hello. Wang Zikun looked somewhat skeptical. Is that all? What can we expect from a thief of this level? I was too careless. This crazy guy is still quite young. I need to find an opportunity to talk to him more carefully. Zhao Zheng and Wang Zikun were sitting outside the store, waiting for someone to arrive when suddenly a car stopped, and a group of people approached and greeted them. Oh, Brother Zhao, we're not late, are we? Zhao Zheng invited them in. You're just in time. Please come inside. Wang Zikun, observing from the side, thought, These people seem to have decent skills, but they're still somewhat lacking in protecting the blood orchid. At that moment, two gangsters in the distance were watching. Boss, when should we go collect the protection fee? The younger one replied, What's the rush? Let's wait until those impressive guys leave. Then we'll collect. The boss shouted angrily, Collect? You must be joking. A group led by Zhang Qiaoqi arrived and said, Kid, we're not late, are we? Wang Zikun was surprised to see them and exclaimed, Rank 8 martial artists, is it that cheap now? No wonder he has the confidence to open this store. He truly is crazy. I'm still too young. On a gloomy afternoon, with thick clouds overhead, the thunderous sound of firecrackers, mixed with lively applause, filled the small street. A crowd was gathered in front of a newly opened grocery store named Zhou Store. They shook hands with the owner and congratulated him. Congratulations, Boss Xiao, on the grand opening of Zhou Store. The cheers and words of gratitude echoed continuously, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere. While everyone was immersed in the joyous mood, On the rooftop of the building across from the convenience store stood two figures, Xiao Jian and Lu Yongshan, arms crossed, watching the scene below. Xiao Jian glanced at Lu Yongshan with curiosity and asked, "Shan brother, he's just a rank 4 martial artist. Is he really worth your effort?" Lu Yongshan, with his fierce face, white hair, and scars that further accentuated his menacing aura, stood unmoved. One could only imagine the battles he had endured that cost him one of his eyes. In a dark tone, he replied, "Last time, he escaped." Xiao Jian, whose youthful face was marred by long scars that stripped away his innocence, looked at Shan brother and seemed to suddenly realize something. Whatever words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. Shan brother's voice grew heavier as he continued, "This is a humiliation I must erase with my own hands." Meanwhile, on a highway in the city outskirts, two white pickup trucks sped like lightning. Inside, someone asked, "Zhou Zhang, Zhou brother, with our strength, can we really kill that king monkey?" Zhou Zhang glanced at his companion, thought for a moment, and said, "They say the king monkey is already injured. As long as we coordinate well, there should be no problem at all." When Zhao Zhang's car reached the edge of the forest, a dark and dense woodland greeted him. The sound of crows cawing echoed ominously. He stepped out of the car and immediately noticed another unfamiliar vehicle parked nearby. Letting out a sigh, his voice tinged with a hint of curiosity, he remarked, "I wonder which youngster got here before me. It seems someone has beaten us to the punch." Suddenly, a ferocious star crystal beast appeared before everyone. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, growling menacingly. Its deafening roar sent shivers through the group, forcing them to retreat a few steps. This beast was none other than the legendary king monkey. Amid the chaos, a baby monkey from the king monkey's group was struck down by the people, rolling over to the feet of the massive star crystal beast. Seeing its disciple fall in battle, the king monkey let out an enraged howl, its eyes burning fiercely as it stared at the group, as if ready to devour them live. Overwhelmed with rage, the king monkey stepped back a few paces, then leaped high into the air, propelling itself towards the group with terrifying speed. Yang, the leader of the Zanhu squad, realized the imminent danger to his team and shouted desperately, "Run!" But one of their comrades, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. The young man trembled, unable to move. Seeing this, Yang's voice grew frantic as he shouted, "Achong, get out of the way!" Yang raised his weapon, prepared to charge in, but it was too late. The king monkey landed a devastating blow, striking the young man with a powerful swipe. The powerful attack sent him crashing into a tree trunk, then collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, the king monkey leaped up again, intending to deliver a decisive blow. The young man, drained of strength, could only open his eyes and await death. Seeing his comrade on the brink of life and death, Yang, the squad leader, didn't hesitate. He threw himself forward, weapon in hand, intercepting the king monkey's attack. The impact was so forceful that dirt and rocks flew in all directions, and dry leaves fluttered down like rain. Seizing the opportunity, Yang shouted to his team, "I'll hold it off. Quickly deal with the smaller ones, and then come help me." In the dense underbrush nearby, two heads peeked out, observing the scene. They were Zhou Zhang and Xiao Heng, the captain of the Blade Squad. Watching the battle unfold, Xiao Heng remarked to Zhou Zhang, "That's the Zanhu team." Zhao Zhang, surprised, stared at the chaotic scene and marveled at Zanhu's remarkable coordination. He watched as the king monkey, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, surrounded by the Zanhu squad. Despite their fatigue, their determination to defeat the king monkey seemed to fuel their strength. Zhao Zhang exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with regret as he muttered, "This is a misstep. Snatching the king monkey from this team doesn't look like it'll be possible." As everyone focused on the king monkey, a strange voice suddenly rang out from ahead. At the same time, another voice echoed, "I heard the sounds of a fight." The voice startled everyone, leaving them confused and on edge. Emerging from the forest came Su Yuanjun, followed by a Tao and several others. Each of them bore fierce expressions, their faces marked with long, menacing scars. Su Yuanjun scanned the group before him, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he smirked at their sorry state. Twisting a short dagger in his hand, Su Yuanjun chuckled and said, "Perfect timing." As Su Yuanjun and his team appeared, everyone instinctively turned to face them. Yang, the leader of Jianhu, immediately recognized Xu Yuanjun, and his heart sank with unease. Though he tried to mask his irritation, Yang forced a polite smile and said in a friendly tone, "Ah, allies from the Inverse Wind Guild. We, the Jianhu team, are currently engaged in a battle with the King Monkey. I hope you can give us some leeway. Once this is over, we'll gladly host a banquet in your honor." Hearing this, Xu Yuanjun burst into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery as he toyed with the dagger in his hand. Behind him, a Tao gave a sinister grin. Xu Yuanjun raised an eyebrow, sighed theatrically, and sneered at Yang. "Yang leader, do you think we came here for a vacation? A banquet? Really?" Yang's face darkened at his words. Glaring at Xu Yuanjun, he retorted coldly, "Xu Yuanjun, a person should know their boundaries." Before Yang could finish speaking, a sudden flash of silver cut through the air. A dagger sliced past his face, narrowly missing him, forcing Yang to stumble back several steps in shock. The dagger was thrown by Xu Yuanjun himself. Laughing maniacally, he taunted, "No need for that banquet, because you won't live to see another day." The dagger plunged straight into the chest of a Jianhu team member, standing behind Yang leader. Watching his teammate groan in pain and collapse to the ground, Yang leader cried out in despair, "Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the ground with a metallic clang. Seizing the moment, Xu Yuanjun pulled out a pair of razor-sharp claws from his belt. He barked orders to his crew. "Team 1, kill the King Monkey. Team 2, follow me. Let's erase Jianhu from existence." With that, Xu Yuanjun lunged toward Yang leader, his lethal weapons gleaming ominously. From the sidelines, Xiao Hang observed the carnage unfold. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Tactics? What a waste." He paused his commentary to take a closer look at the situation, then turned to Zhou Zhang. His voice calm, but his expression grim. This situation doesn't bode well. Before Xiao Hang could finish his thought, Zhou Zhang was already prepared to act. His posture radiated a sense of unshakable resolve as he emerged from the dense underbrush. Seeing Zhou Zhang step forward, Xiao Hang's eyes widened in surprise. "Zhou brother," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhang charged into the chaotic battle between the three factions. He moved swiftly and decisively, shedding any burden of doubt or hesitation. With lightning speed, Zhou Zhang closed in on a Tao, his dagger raised. Moments later, a Tao crumpled to the ground, his story ending there. This sudden turn of events enraged the King Monkey beyond reason. It slammed its massive fists into the ground with an earth-shattering force, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it let out a deafening roar. Everyone around was trying to avoid the counterattacks of King Monkey, but a Tao stood there, doing nothing. People looked at him curiously and shouted, "A Tao, why are you just standing there?" Upon closer inspection of a Tao's face, his eyes were wide open. His mouth was moving as if he wanted to say something, and his complexion was pale, devoid of any color. Everyone thought Tao was scared and was about to tease him. But unexpectedly, a loud thud echoed as a Tao fell to the ground, with a shadow flickering behind him. Seeing a Tao, suddenly like that, everyone around froze, unable to believe their eyes. Surrounding Zhou Zhang's body was some unknown energy. He stood firm on the ground and then leaped towards King Monkey, unleashing attacks that the naked eye could not follow. He was as fast as lightning, provoking King Monkey, then launching a series of attacks so quickly that King Monkey couldn't counter. It trembled and cried out in pain. After a while, King Monkey heavily fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust around. Seeing King Monkey down, a brave person stepped forward to check. Finding that King Monkey was still breathing faintly, but its fangs and star crystal have disappeared, they announced loudly, "It seems that not only did that person kill King Monkey, but he also took the star crystal and the King Monkey that the Martial Artists Guild requested." Another person exclaimed at Zhou Zhang's recent performance, "Can a person be that fast?" Suddenly, everyone seemed to remember something and shouted, "Oh no, someone has stolen King Monkey!" After snatching the star crystal and the teeth of King Monkey, Zhou Zhang dashed straight into the deep forest, running while laughing joyfully and whistling. He thought to himself, how lucky to have encountered two fools. Xu Yuanjun, seeing the star crystal and King Monkey's teeth stolen right before his eyes, went mad with nowhere to vent his anger. He grabbed a knife and threw it straight at his teammate, shouting angrily, "Useless, the three of you let one person steal everything." Xiao Hang stood outside, watching the scene unfold, along with his teammates behind him, all of them gaping in astonishment. They stammered, "Zhao brother has stolen again. This is what martial artists are like, fast as the wind." Zhao Zhang hid behind a tree, observing the group searching the forest for him. He silently thought, "I can't escape now." To prevent a situation like Lu Tianyu's from happening, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife and his face darkened. He looked at the people in front of him and thought to himself, "Anyone who has seen my appearance will not survive." Zhao Zhang hid in the branches of a tree, watching Su Yuanjun and his teammates combing through every patch of grass, searching for the nameless brat who had stolen the star crystal and king monkey. After rummaging around for a while without finding anything, he questioned the subordinate behind him. "Are you sure that kid ran this way?" The subordinate replied confidently, "No doubt about it. Although he is very fast, I can guarantee he came this way." Shu Yuanjun frowned. His face darkened as he said, "I never expected someone could silently kill a 6th-level martial artist, and in such a short time. Take all the valuable things from King Monkey. This person is not simple." The subordinate behind interjected, "That person seems to only be at level 4. Shu Yuanjun was astonished. He couldn't believe it, and asked the subordinate again, "Level 4. Shu Yuanjun seemed to hear something. He raised his hand to signal the subordinates behind him to be quiet. Everyone fell silent, becoming alert. Shu Yuanjun raised his hand, listening intently for a moment, and he wondered, "I can't hear any sound from him at all. How can a rank 4 martial artist run so fast?" While he was still puzzled, Zhou Zhang leaped down from the tree, holding a pair of throwing knives, a liquid spraying out. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in behind Shu Yuanjun's subordinates. Before they could regain their senses, his blade had already taken the lives of those subordinates. He moved like a gust of wind, unleashing techniques that were invisible to the naked eye. The sky was overcast, and flocks of crows, startled by something unknown, took flight into the sky. At this moment, only Xu Yuanjun and a subordinate remained. The man surnamed Hekshu, furious, yelled at Zhou Zhang, "Who the hell are you?" Zhao Zhang looked at the two panicked figures before him and coldly replied, "You don't need to know." Suddenly, Shu Yuanjun broke into a cunning smile, looking at him as he said, "Not wanting to speak is fine. Just wait a moment. I have ways to make you talk." Zhao Zhang immediately used his invisibility technique, smirking as he said, "Oh really?" Shu Yuanjun and his subordinate were thrown into confusion, shouting, "We've encountered a ghost." Zhao Zhang closed in behind Shu Yuanjun and slit his throat, coldly stating, "What does knowing so much matter to a man about to die?" After dealing with all the lackeys of that young Xu, he leisurely sat down on a stone, tossing a pouch of money up and down in his hand, cheerfully saying, "There's quite a bit of money here." He then looked towards the depths of the forest, still needing to handle the remaining stragglers. At that moment, the John Hu squad had been defeated by the Inverse Wind Guild. Leader Yang, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, but the subordinate of the Inverse Wind Guild surrounded him. He regrettably said, "Brothers, I'm sorry. I can't help you." Before Leader Yang could finish his sentence, the subordinate of the Inverse Wind Guild hastily took his head, and thus, Leader Yang met his end. Xiao Hang looked at the scene before him, sighing in regret. The John Hu team is doomed like this. Zhao Zheng, who had returned and stood behind him, without him noticing, coldly said, "Not just Don Hu." Xiao Hang jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "Zhao brother, you're back." He looked at the fallen Yang leader and then at the subordinates of the Inverse Wind Guild, coldly continuing, "Today, the heaven-defying society must also disappear." Xiao Hang seemed to realize something, his face filled with fear as he stammered, "Could it be that their leader, Yuanjun, has been taken down by you?" At that moment, Zhou Zheng raised his hand to count. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Zhou Zheng turned to his subordinates holding guns and said, "Cover me. Brothers, wait a moment before firing." The subordinate replied, "Okay." Xiao Hang was sweating profusely as he watched him. The subordinates of Yuanjun were resting on the stone nearby, looking at the pile of corpses in front of them. One of them remarked, "Yang Yinghua is indeed tough to deal with." Another subordinate asked, "Why hasn't the leader returned yet after so long?" At that moment, Zhou Zhang stepped out from the bushes, slowly approaching the group. One subordinate shouted, "Look over there. That kid has robbed our king monkey clean." Another one questioned, "Wasn't the leader supposed to be hunting him down? Why is he back here?" A member of the group said, "Don't worry about that. Look at the elven bow in his hand." Seeing the elven bow in Zhao Zheng's hand, a weapon that channels high-level power, the faces of the subordinates immediately showed greed. A savage laugh echoed. "This time we're going to get rich." While they were still pleased with their thoughts, Zhao Zheng drew his bow, aimed directly at the subordinates, and shot 3 arrows. The arrows, infused with spiritual power, shot straight ahead, catching them off guard and forcing them to retreat a few steps. The arrows hit their targets, sending them flying several meters away. One subordinate shouted, "Be careful!" They all rushed forward, attacking Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng quickly knocked 3 more arrows. One member of the group saw this and shouted, "Do you think I'm that easy to deal with?" Just as he finished speaking, a bullet suddenly flew in from somewhere. He was startled and quickly reacted, using his sword to block it, causing the bullet to change direction. The members of the Inverse Wind Guild quickly fell back, backing up against each other, reminding one another tensely, "Everyone be careful. He's not acting alone. He has accomplices." Zhao Zheng turned his head towards the bushes where Xiao Hang was hiding. He gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Great coordination." Xiao Hang laughed heartily. "I've been wanting to deal with these bastards for a long time." At that moment, outside the edge of the forest, the assassin Lu Yongshan had chased them all the way here. Xiao Zhan wiped the gun in his hand and asked Yongshan curiously, "Shan brother, don't we need to go inside?" Lu Yongshan puffed on a cigarette, shaking his head while exhaling a long stream of smoke. He replied leisurely, "It's not necessary. With their strength, they won't go deep before turning back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongshan stood up abruptly, looking into the distance. "They're coming." Xiao Zhan caressed the barrel of the gun and flashed a terrifying smile. "Watch me." After this battle, Zhao Zheng gathered a pile of spoils. The subordinates behind him looked at him, marveling. "Zhou brother is too strong. He can take down 5 people by himself. This is the first time I could shoot freely at high-level martial artists." Xiao Hang turned to look at Zhu Zhang, thanking him. "This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we might not have collected so much." Zhao Zhang smiled shyly, waving his hand as if to say it was nothing. He also praised Xiao Hang's team. "Your team coordinated very well too." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Zhang felt a dangerous aura lingering around. His face turned serious, and he immediately used his invisibility technique to dash towards Xiao Hang, pushing him out of the way. Mr. Xiao Hang looked back in confusion. "Zhou brother, flash." As soon as the two left, a bullet with an immense destructive force suddenly shot straight towards the spot where Xiao Hang and Zhou Zhang had just stood. Zhou Zhang ordered everyone to hide behind the ancient trees. He reminded them, "Be careful. Someone is aiming right at us." On the other side, Xiao Zhan used the scope of his sniper rifle to search everywhere, his face showing immense anger, because Zhao Zhang managed to evade his attack. Xiao Zhan cursed. How could he possibly escape? Lu Yongshan looked toward the place where Zhao Zhang had just been standing, furrowing his brow in deep thought for a moment before suddenly recalling something. He spoke to Xiao Zhan. "This kid." Zhao Zhang turned around to discuss with everyone. "You all stay hidden. I'm going over there to take a look." Xiao Hang anxiously looked at him and reminded, "Zhu brother, be careful." With that, Zhou Zhang dashed out, using his agility skills to stealthily maneuver through the branches towards Xiao Zhan and Lu Yongshan. Lu Yongshan, seeing him hiding among the trees, slowly drew a mirror from his waist and said, "He's coming." Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, surprised, not expecting him to take the initiative to come to his death. Lu Yongshan jumped down from the cliff to intercept Zhu Zhang. Xiao Zhan looked at Shan brother, frowned, and contemptuously said, "He's just a rank 4 martial artist. Do we really need to be that afraid? Today, you will see who is truly suited to be a killer." Xiao Zhan carried a sniper rifle and ran after Lu Yongshan. Shan laughed disdainfully when he heard Xiao Zhan say that and replied, "If you enjoy putting on a show like that, you could take the first fight." At the same time, Zhou Zhang was standing on a nearby tree branch observing the conversation. He muttered to himself about the two. Zhou Zhang smiled slyly, recited an incantation, and his body began to turn invisible. "Xiao Zhan, holding a dagger in his hand, rummaged through every patch of grass looking for clues. He looked puzzled and said, "Why is there no one around here?" Suddenly, Zhou Jing appeared behind him. He looked at him with cold eyes, then glanced at the martial artist who came into view before Xiao Jian, a level 6 martial artist, who was overly confident in himself. "Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me, Xiao Jian, also a level 6. Lu Yongshan suddenly appeared before him from the depths of the forest. The name Lu Yongshan. His face briefly displayed surprise as he looked at Lu Yongshan, and memories of the past started flooding back. Lu Yongshan stood on a branch, holding a long sword, and looked at him and another teammate, laughing loudly, saying, "None of you are leaving today." Fragments of broken memories continued to emerge in his mind until a scene appeared. Del Chak Del. Amidst the blazing inferno, Zhao Jing's comrade looked at him with a regretful gaze, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Xiao Jing, try to keep living." Zhao Jing stared intently at the name Lu Yongshan in front of him. The rage he had suppressed for so many years suddenly erupted with ferocity. He roared, "The grudge from Y City. I'll make you pay back tenfold." Xiao Jian was busy searching when he suddenly froze, feeling as though someone was standing behind him. He spun around quickly, scanning his surroundings, but saw no one except for a few grasshoppers hopping about. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he thought to himself, "Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Could I be mistaken?" He glanced around, only to meet Zhou Zheng's piercingly cold eyes. A malicious thought flashed through his mind. "If they want to play, I'll play along." Zhao Zheng dispelled his stealth technique, landing lightly in front of Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian immediately assumed a fighting stance, his vigilant gaze fixed firmly on Zhao Zheng. Gripping the knife in his hand tightly, he slowly advanced toward Zhao Zheng. A cruel thought gleamed in his mind. With just one strike, I can kill him. But just as he lifted his foot to lunge forward, his body froze in place. His legs refused to move, as if bound by an invisible force. Panic and fear etched across Xiao Jian's face. He gritted his teeth, his worried eyes locked on Zhou Zheng, who stood there with an enigmatic smile. Stammering, unable to hide his terror, he muttered, "Why? Why can't I move my body?" Zhao Jing raised his hand, curling a finger toward Xiao Jian as if beckoning a dog. The gesture was laden with contempt, startling Xiao Jian. He hadn't expected his presence to be discovered. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jian charged recklessly. The sword in his hand erupted in fierce flames, the fire reflecting the madness in his eyes. He shouted, his voice brimming with hatred, "Just go die already." Facing him, Zhou Zheng merely smirked coldly. As Xiao Jian swung his flaming sword down, Zhou Zheng casually stepped aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. The blade crashed heavily into the ground, sending dried leaves and dirt flying into the air. Xiao Jian stood stunned, his face a mix of disbelief and confusion. How could he dodge my attack so easily? Fear began to creep into his eyes, growing more evident with every passing moment. At that instant, he felt as if death was looming over him. Zhao Zheng moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing with ghostly precision. He launched a series of counterattacks, each one deliberate and razor-sharp. Blood splattered through the air, with a single devastating strike from Zhou Zheng. Stepping back gracefully, Zhao Zheng's cold gaze fixed on Xiao Jian, who now teetered on the brink of collapse. Xiao Jian's sword slipped from his hand, the metallic clang as it hit the ground resonating heavily in the tense silence. He dropped to his knees, blood pouring from his wounds as he groaned in agony. Hidden in the nearby grass, Lei Dongshan held his breath, observing the scene in shock. His mind raced. In just moments, Zhou Zheng unleashed such terrifying counterattacks, reducing Xiao Jian to this state. Xiao Jian clutched his head in pain, rolling on the ground as he screamed, "Ah! Ah! No! Don't kill me." Lu Yongshan stood watching, sweat soaking his back, having incapacitated a level 6 martial artist with a single blow. Zhou Zheng looked at Xiao Jian, who lay unconscious on the ground, then turned to the bushes behind him, stating that Lu Yongshan was hiding there. He coldly said, "Lu Yongshan, the world is indeed very small. Tens of thousands of people in Y City are waiting for you to reunite with them." Lu Yongshan's eyes widened, a drop of sweat rolling down his face to the ground. He realized he had been discovered. At that moment, Zhou Zheng stood next to a corpse lying on the ground and said, "Lu Yongshan, there's no need to hide anymore. Lu Yongshan, who had been crouching in the tree, was startled by Zhao Zhang's voice. Then, Zhao Zhang's expression darkened as he continued walking and said, "When I was still an intern martial artist, I could save her from your grasp. Now that I am level 4, do you think a level 7 can kill me? There are many things in this world that you won't understand even if it costs you your life." Hearing this, Lu Yongshan's face turned pale with fear, and his face was now drenched in cold sweat. With a greenish complexion, Lu Yongshan jumped down from the tree, still holding his sword. Lu Yongshan approached the spot where Zhao Zhang had stood earlier, but Zhu Jing had now disappeared. He thought to himself, not here anymore. He couldn't have run away, could he? No, that's not right. What is this feeling of being targeted? As if sensing an ominous presence, a pair of blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, appeared behind Lu Yongshan. His entire body emanated a bluish glow, and his face turned pale. Then, a dark shadow swept past from behind Lu Yongshan. A bit startled, he swung his sword backward and shouted, "Zhou Zhang, I know you were nearby. Show yourself." 10 minutes later, Lu Yongshan was still searching for Zhou Zhang. He was moving about while using considerable force to slash down many trees in the forest. After becoming excessively tired, he stopped, panting heavily, and said, "Could it be that brat has fled? Is he just putting on a show?" Exhausted, Lu Yongshan crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. He used his sword as a support. Lu Yongshan continued, "Damn it, I didn't expect to be scared off by a rank 4 martial artist to the point of not daring to take action." Zhao Zhang was hiding somewhere, observing Lu Yongshan's every move. He thought to himself, "Weighty is the moment when you let your guard down." Unbeknownst to Lu Yongshan, Zhou Zhang launched himself downward, employing the flash technique. His entire body shone in deep blue, with his eyes glowing brightly as he descended from behind Lu Yongshan. Zhao Zhang, after using his knife, struck directly at Lu Yongshan's shoulders. At this point, Lu Yongshan had already sensed the attack and swung his sword backward to strike Zhou Zhang. However, with his skills, Zhou Zhang jumped up and executed a flip in midair. After landing, Lu Yongshan looked up in sheer fear, while Zhou Zhang activated the bone-changing technique. Both fighters leaped backward simultaneously. Lei Yongshan sneered, "Not bad for a sneak attack, but unfortunately, it's useless." Zhao Zhang and Lei Yongshan now stood a considerable distance apart. Zhao Zhang wiped his hands and calmly said, "Ever heard of the ghost-faced spider?" Lei Yongshan's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly retorted, "What are you talking about?" Facing a visibly fatigued Lei Yongshan, Zhou Zhang spoke again, his tone unhurried. "It just so happens that I acquired some of the ghost-faced spider's venom and conveniently applied a little to this blade." Lei Yongshan's eyes widened in shock. "Poison," he exclaimed. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Zhang stepped closer, his voice cold and steady. "When I think about the innocent people you've slaughtered, and my father among them, I realize I shouldn't let you die so quickly." As Lei Yongshan struggled on the ground, Zhou Zhang sat down on a nearby rock, speaking casually. "But I know your kind won't give up any useful information. No matter, I'll figure out who sent you soon enough." Meanwhile, in a quiet noodle shop, the voice of a customer called out, "Boss, another bowl of noodles, please." In the same noodle shop, Zhou Zhang sat across from Xiao Hang, continuing their conversation. "Xiao Hang, it must have been hard on you all handling the equipment and fur this time. Let's use star crystals to split the shares first." Xiao Hang, ever humble, replied, "Brother Zhao, no need to be so formal. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have achieved anything this time." Xiao Hang raised his glass again, his face lit up with a cheerful smile, and said, "Brother Zhao, let me buy you a drink." Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. A woman on the other end of the line said, "Zhou Zhang, are you spacing out when being asked something right now?" Zhao Zhang froze for a moment before replying, It's me." The voice continued, "Wu Chao Yun, captain of the Flash Lightning team. Do you know Zhang Sun?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhang quickly responded, "So it's Leader Wu. I've heard so much about you." When Wu Chao Yun heard Zhou Zhang's compliment, she felt immensely proud and replied, "You flatter me. There aren't many people who can make Zhang Sun submit, so let's get straight to the point." Leader Wu then continued, "In 4 days, the Flash Lightning team has a mission to complete in order to raise the team's ranking. The reward is 1 purple crystal, plus 5% of the mission payout. Brother Joe, are you interested? Hearing this, Zhou Zhang was somewhat surprised. At the Martial Artists Association, an elderly man was demanding what they owed him. That elderly man spoke again. Ah Chang should be fine this time. He was already on the brink of a breakthrough before joining, so there should be absolutely no problem. A man with striking red hair stepped forward, raising a hand in greeting as he said, "Boss, I've finally made my breakthrough." The elderly man sitting there was just smoking his cigarette. He glanced over at the man's physique, his muscles, and his arms before he remarked, "Boss, I'm now a level 5 martial artist." The elderly man added, "Good, you're exactly the kind of person I value." Yang Hua placed his arm around Cheng's shoulder and said, "Today, we have to celebrate." "What do you want?" Cheng seized the opportunity and spoke to the boss. "Boss, I still can't forget that woman." Then, Cheng recounted, "The first time I saw her, I couldn't escape the thought of her." A vivid image of a girl jogging and a luxury car stopping to look at each other flashed in his mind. Suddenly, there was a soft ah, and a door opened, revealing someone standing inside. Su Yun Wen, holding flowers in her hands, blushed deeply and shyly asked, "Zhao Zhang, why are you suddenly giving me flowers?" Zhao Zhang, embarrassed, replied, "I just saw a poor child selling flowers." Ramsay, feeling helpless, glanced at Zhou Zhang and said, "Young master, if you could spend a bit of your training time balancing it with romance." Then, suddenly, a beeping sound rang out. A white car sped through the streets, and someone arrived, delivering a bouquet of stunning red roses. Ramsay, puzzled, asked, "Young master, where did you get so many roses from?" Zhao Zhang quickly refused and said, "This has nothing to do with me." At that moment, Cheng appeared, laughing heartily, and said, "Of course, it has nothing to do with you. This is my gift from Miss Su." After speaking, Cheng stepped in from outside with an incredibly cheerful expression on his face. Su Yun Wen, seeing Cheng walk in, instinctively exclaimed, "It's you." Hearing Yun Wen's words, Cheng smirked and replied, "Hemph, Miss Su, I didn't expect you to still remember me." He stepped closer to Su Yun Wen, continuing, "I'm not the type of person who likes to force others. If you could just—" Suddenly, a subordinate beside Cheng interjected, saying, "Ah Cheng, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? This isn't your personality. But don't forget, Zhou Zhang is still around." At that moment, Zhou Zhang appeared, his face filled with murderous intent. He stood in front of the group of troublemakers, squinting his eyes and spoke coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here." Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's words, Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did he just say?" The subordinate behind him burst into loud laughter, and after finishing, he mockingly said, "He told us to leave." He chuckled sinisterly, looking at Zhou Zhang before saying, "Are you counting on yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blue light shot towards them, causing the atmosphere in the shop to grow tense. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, full of provocation. "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Zhang smiled coldly, his sharp gaze locking onto the opponent. "What do you think I'm going to do? You dared act like this in my shop? Aren't you afraid?" Shang was taken aback, his expression one of shock. His voice trembled with fear as he stammered, Is this the speed of a level 4 martial artist?" From a distance, Chang's boss stood observing the situation. Although he felt a bit intimidated inside, he maintained his composure, his eyes glinting with malice. His threatening voice echoed, commanding, "Let Cheng go. If not, I will flatten your shop." The atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhou Zhang held a knife close to Cheng's throat, his gaze icy. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Young master, don't act rashly." It was Ramsay. He tried to intervene. "Young master, they started it first. We can call the Titan guards for help." Upon hearing this, Cheng broke into a sweat, his eyes flickering with panic. He clenched his teeth and silently repeated, "The Titan guards? I'm not afraid." But soon after, Cheng changed his demeanor. He burst out laughing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Zhao Zhang, right? If you dare to kill me, you won't escape the punishment of the Titan guards either." Even in his dire situation, Cheng remained defiant, showing no signs of repentance. Zhou Zhang let out a cold sneer, his voice laced with disdain. "Oh, you said it." With that, he coldly shoved Cheng towards the door. Cheng staggered, his legs trembling. his eyes filled with fear and confusion about Zhao Zhang's intentions. Once outside, Zhao Zhang surveyed everyone present. He still had a tight grip on Cheng's throat, causing panic in him as he ground his teeth. Zhao Zhang didn't say a word, only tightened his grip further, leaving Cheng's face pale with fear. Zhao Zhang glared, coldly asking, "You're scared now, aren't you?" At this moment, Cheng's accomplices were in disarray, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Let Cheng go." In the distance, a group of people approached, their shouts resonating loudly. The instigator at the front immediately raised his hand. After speaking, two individuals rushed towards Zhao Zhang with lightning speed. In the sky, two shadows in blue glided gracefully through the air. It turned out to be Shu, the leader, and a member of the Titan escort team. Both landed on the ground in an impressively dramatic manner. The captain looked at Zhao Zhang with a serious expression and called out, "Zhao Zhang." Ah Cheng, as if finding a lifeline, quickly turned and pleaded, "You have to stand up for me. He assaulted me right in the middle of the street." Xu Hang stepped forward, his voice cold and sharp. He pointed at Zhao Zhang, threateningly raising his voice. "Zhao Zhang, are you not going to release him? Do you want to be killed on the spot?" Upon hearing this, Ah Cheng immediately changed his attitude. No longer afraid, he turned to look at Zhao Zhang, arrogantly challenging him. "Keep being reckless, if you dare." Zhao Zhang slightly curled his lips, his voice deepening as he emphasized each word. "The thing I hate the most is being threatened." Without hesitation, Zhao Zhang pressed the knife against Ah Cheng's neck, glaring coldly. "If you want me to release him, that's not impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhang forcefully shoved Ah Cheng towards the people outside and shouted, "Catch him!" Fortunately, the boss behind managed to catch Ah Cheng in time. He called out in a panic, "Cheng." Ah Cheng clutched his neck, his eyes filled with panic and pain. A groan echoed. In an instant, Fan could no longer move, collapsing right in the boss's arms. He had gone to meet the Grim Reaper. Seeing this, the boss was furious, shouting and cursing at Zhao Zhang. "You bastard!" But Zhao Zhang maintained a calm demeanor. He shrugged and coldly replied, "He died in your hands. What does that have to do with me?" The boss, hearing this, was so enraged that he could hardly contain himself, ready to charge at Zhao Zhang recklessly. Xu Hang, standing nearby, was also furious, gripping his sword tightly, preparing to confront him. However, Xu, the leader, intervened just in time. He tightened his grip on Xu Hang's hands, speaking sternly, "Stop. Everyone, stop." He slowly stepped forward, trying to remain calm, looking at Zhao Zhang and advising, "Zhao Zhang, this has gone far enough. Do not kill anymore." His voice was deep but firm. "No matter your status, you must not underestimate or trample on the order of Titan City." The boss, taken aback, stammered in disbelief, "I must be hearing things." Zhao Zhang frowned, casually twirling the weapon in his hand, his tone dripping with mockery. "The captain is exaggerating. I'm not a demon." He chuckled softly, his cold gaze sweeping over the terrified crowd. He continued, "As long as they don't cause trouble, I certainly don't want to kill anyone." Shu, the leader, had a dark expression but still raised his voice to remind them, "Why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want wait to be killed?" The crowd panicked, bowed their heads, and repeatedly responded, "Yes, yes." After everything was settled, Zhao Zhang appeared calm, even looking towards the Titan guard team with a friendly gaze. He suggested, "Captain, would you like to sit in the shop for a bit and have a cup of tea?" But the leader, Xu, did not respond. He simply turned his back and walked away, letting out a cold snort. The boss's group also left in anger. Outside, the crowd of onlookers began to chatter excitedly. One person in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with excitement, "This is the first time I've seen the Titan Guard handle a situation like this." Another leaned in and whispered, but with a curious tone, "I didn't expect this grocery store to have the Titan Guard protecting it." Someone else immediately speculated, their eyes lighting up, "Doesn't that mean the goods here are of absolute quality?" The atmosphere suddenly became lively. One person shouted, "I'm going ahead. Let me bite first." From behind, an angry voice rang out, "Do you dare to cut in line? Don't young people know the ethics of martial arts?" Another person frowned and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you all line up for me right now." Inside the shop, Su Yun-wen was startled by this scene. But she quickly regained her composure, her tone gentle yet serious as she tried to reassure everyone, "Please don't rush. Our stock is very sufficient." Standing behind the crowd, Zhou Zheng waved at her, instructing, "Su Butler, I'm stepping outside for a bit. I'll leave everything in the shop to you two." Hearing this, she nodded respectfully, secretly admiring, "The young master has become so capable now. I was just worried about him earlier." In another corner, Shao, the leader of the Titan Guard team, frowned, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Qiu Hang, on the other hand, was extremely angry, wildly swinging his sword through the air. He was dissatisfied, his voice tinged with irritation. "Captain, I can't believe our Titan Guard team has turned into a bunch of turtles, hiding in their shells." Shu slowly explained, his tone calm. "Let me ask you, what is the 16th rule in the Order Code?" Qiu Hang turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment, stammering in response. How could that be?" Chu's expression was serious as he continued. "A level 4 martial artist is already a 10-star member of the Martial Artist Association." He paused, took a deep breath, and sighed, his voice incredulous. "It truly is hard to believe, but this is the reality." Chu continued, his tone bitter, as if trying to elaborate. "A 10-star member has the right to operate outside the rules." At the same time, the boss's group was sitting in a car, leaving the scene. The vehicle sped down the main road. Inside the car, one of the henchmen turned to the boss, looking frustrated, and asked with dissatisfaction, "Boss, are we really just going to let this go?" The boss chuckled coldly, his eyes flashing with danger. "Let it go." He scoffed, tightening his grip on the cigarette butt in his hand, his voice filled with hatred. "Unless he never leaves Titan City in this lifetime." His gaze was as sharp as a knife, each word hissing through clenched teeth. "Otherwise, I will make him understand what it means to live a life worse than death." The car sped down the road. When it reached the turn, it unexpectedly collided with a horse-drawn carriage. However, it seemed that no one noticed this unusual occurrence. Inside the carriage, Zhou Zheng suddenly appeared. He lifted the curtain to look outside and gently suggested to the old driver, "Sir, a blue crystal is following that car." Elsewhere, in the dense green forest, an aggressive wild boar appeared among Mr. Wu's group. Sharp iron blades protruded from its body, ready to defend itself. But before it could do anything, a beam of golden light shot through its head at lightning speed, causing it to collapse instantly. The wild boar lay motionless on the ground, causing confusion among those around it. One person in the group spoke up, his voice filled with worry. "Captain, what's going on?" Wu Di frowned, turned to look at the person who had asked, and replied in a deep voice, "I don't know either." Suddenly, a boss appeared. He leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and walked up to the group. His voice was casual yet powerful. "You guys have turned the wild boar I raised into this state. How do you plan to compensate me?" Behind him, his subordinates followed closely with guns, their cold gazes sweeping over each person. Hu Zi, the one who had just been criticized, reacted immediately. He angrily tried to justify himself. "How is it yours? You let it go." Without waiting for Hu Zi to finish, Wu Di anxiously interrupted. "Shut up." Wu Di quickly stepped in front of the boss, trying to keep his voice soft yet respectful. "Boss, ignorance is no crime. Consider this white crystal as a token of goodwill." "I'm looking through a bunch of white crystals." He smirked coldly as he spoke. "Tisk, is that all you've got? You can't even buy a single pig hair with this." His tone grew increasingly contemptuous, his sharp gaze exuding danger. He tilted his head, his voice cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. "Or how about this? You can pay with your lives." High up on a branch, Zhou Zheng sat quietly observing below. He witnessed the whole scene unfolding, his cold eyes displaying a hint of disgust. He murmured to himself, "A bunch of trash. When in a bad mood, they come out to kill indiscriminately." As he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from behind the boss's vehicle. Boom! The shocking sound made everyone turn their heads in fear. The boss was startled, his expression filled with terror as he shouted, "What's going on? Who fired a shot?" From the crowd, a panicked voice yelled out, "Not me!" Before anyone could regain their composure, another explosion followed. Boom! Everyone jumped, and the boss stood frozen in shock with his mouth agape. His eyes suddenly flickered with a mix of fear and anger, and he blurted out, "There's a marksman!" From a distance, a panting subordinate ran up urgently, reporting, "Boss, they're getting away, taking advantage of the chaos. Wudi's group has slipped away." At that moment, Zhao Zheng's figure gradually emerged. He stepped slowly out of the shadows, showing no fear. When the boss saw him, he didn't express anger, but merely chuckled coldly. His eyes sparkled with unusual delight. "It's okay, there's something more fun now." Zhao Zheng lightly spun the weapon in his hand. His expression relaxed yet slightly challenging. He smirked, his voice cold as he spoke. "Bullying the weak is boring. Let's play together." The boss maintained his cold smile, his sharp gaze fixated on Zhao Zheng. He smirked sarcastically. Offering yourself up again." As soon as the words ended, one of the boss's lackeys, losing patience, boldly charged forward with a sword to attack Zhao Zheng. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Zhao Zheng did not hesitate at all. He surged forward powerfully, and with a single sharp slash, he cleaved the lackey in half. His body collapsed to the ground. Another one, unaware of his own limits, also rushed in. Zhao Zheng easily dispatched each one, every strike swift and precise. A terrified scream echoed, "Boss, save me!" The remaining lackey, standing with his back to the boss, his face filled with fear, spoke up, "Boss, I can't see where he is." Upon hearing this, the boss also became flustered. His eyes darted around, his voice trembling with fear. How can this be? That kind of martial arts is not something a mere human can wield. From behind, the boss's gaze swept over the destroyed vehicle, and he shouted angrily, "This brat has wrecked our car. Does he want to cut off our escape route?" His voice was steady, but there was a hint of tremor as he questioned, "But where on earth is he hiding?" Suddenly, a panicked subordinate shouted, looking down at the ground, "Boss, have these fallen leaves been here since earlier?" At their feet, the leaves were neatly arranged, forming a small circle. The boss's men were now standing in the center of that circle. The boss began to feel fear, sweat pouring down like rain. He stopped, his voice suddenly turning frantic, "No, get out of this circle quickly." But it was too late. A powerful gust of wind suddenly struck them, sweeping up the leaves and crashing into the bodies of the lackeys. The strong wind forced them to scream in despair. Zhao Zheng, like a moth drawn to a flame, charged toward the boss with an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the man. The boss suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the tense atmosphere. Then, with a cold but authoritative tone, he praised, "A level 4 martial artist wiping out my entire team. Impressive." Zhao Zheng remained calm yet brimming with confidence as he replied without hesitation, "You're not the first to tell me that." The boss frowned, a glint of challenge flickering in his eyes. Gripping his sword, he pointed it at Zhao Zheng's face and asked, "Do you dare to fight me fair and square?" Zhao Zheng smirked faintly, his voice steady, but tinged with playful defiance. "Sure." As soon as the words left his lips, the two launched into combat at a breathtaking speed. Zhao Zheng's gaze was unwavering, filled with determination to teach the boss a well-deserved lesson. Late at night, Zhao Zheng sat in the back of a horse-drawn carriage on his way home. The old driver, curious, asked, "Kiddo, how was your haul today?" Zhao Zheng shrugged lightly and replied with an indifferent tone, "Nothing special." The old man, still concerned, pressed on, "Didn't catch anything valuable?" Zhao Zheng stayed silent, not answering. His mind drifted back to the image of the boss. Nothing truly valuable. As Zhao Zheng remained deep in thought, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered the quiet. Startled, he looked down and quickly picked it up. From the other end came an excited voice. Zhao Zheng couldn't help but smile, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he replied confidently, "Brother Chun, an auction? Don't worry, I'll be there on time." Zhao Zheng arrived in front of a luxurious hotel where the auction was taking place. He looked at the powerful black ticket in his hand, surprised that he was so famous. Ramsay, who was beside him, gazed with curious admiration and asked, "Young master, who are the extraordinary people you know?" Then, a beautiful receptionist in neat attire politely bowed and smiled, saying, "Hello, sir. This is your room number 9. Su Yun Wen stepped inside, his eyes sweeping over the lavish room, exclaiming in surprise, "This room is so lavish. Wow." A voice echoed from the speaker system as a beautiful female MC appeared, solemnly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction officially begins." The female MC enthusiastically continued, pointing at the item on the table. The first auction item. At that moment, in the luxurious room number 9, Zhou Zhang sat calmly inside. The young man Ramsay, who accompanied him, observed the auction through a glass window. Curiosity mingled with eagerness as he asked, "Young master, aren't you going to participate?" He shook his head, his voice gentle yet firm. "For now, I don't wish to buy anything." The MC continued to introduce the items, her voice rising in excitement as she lifted the red cloth. Next is auction item number 37. Due to the 35% thermal conductivity, it's an extraordinary dagger. Someone in the crowd sitting nearby gasped in awe, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the item. With its 35% thermal conductivity, he clicked his tongue, a hint of regret in his voice. "What a pity, it's just a dagger. I can't use it." Suddenly, Zhou Zhang exhaled repeatedly, calling someone on the phone, his voice clear and decisive as he said, "Brother Chong." His eyes shone with determination. "I will take this dagger." The brown-haired female host held the microphone and continued the auction. "We will now begin the bidding. The starting price is for a low-grade purple crystal." Upon hearing the host mention the starting price of the crystal, the crowd below buzzed with excitement. One guy remarked, "Cheaper than I thought." Another chimed in, "After all, it's just a minor weapon," which means a 35% ratio. A guy sitting above, noticing another looking through a magnifying glass, exclaimed in surprise, "A low-grade purple crystal." The auction grew increasingly lively, with everyone competing to place their bids. 1.2 low-grade purple crystals, 1.5 low-grade purple crystals. The host continued as the crowd made their offers for the crystal. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang received a call, and the voice on the other end said, "Zhu brother, this dagger is a consignment from the Star Meteor Company. I really can't go through the auction directly." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang replied, "I understand. I will bid according to the rules." The voice on the other end, hearing Zhou Zhang's response, continued, "But I have a way to help you get the dagger." Zhou Zhang's expression changed upon hearing this, a look of suspicion crossing his face. The female host then began to speak again. "Now we have a high-grade purple crystal. Is there any guest who wants to raise the bid?" Another person spoke up, 1.7 high-grade purple crystals. When someone bid 1.7, the people below became bewildered. A young man wearing a tie gasped in shock and said, 1.7 high-grade purple crystals. "Oh my goodness!" The guy with the magnifying glass was no less surprised. He shouted, "The world of the wealthy." The young man sitting next to him, also holding a magnifying glass, chimed in, "It's just a dagger." It seemed that no one in the audience believed that anyone would bid such a high price for a dagger. The value of the dagger didn't merely stop at 1.7 high-grade purple crystals. It had already risen to 2 high-grade purple crystals. When Zhou Zhang bid 2 high-grade purple crystals, Ramsay and Su Yunwen were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Ramsay grabbed Zhou Zhang's hand and said, "Young master, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Wrong bidding will incur a 10% bidding fee." Su Yunwen also looked at Zhou Zhang with a worried expression. In contrast to everyone else's anxiety, Zhou Zhang maintained a calm demeanor. When the MC heard someone bid 2 high-grade purple crystals for the dagger, she was thrilled, her face beaming as she called out, "2 high-grade purple crystals. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, I will close the bidding." The MC was very excited, her hand already holding the gavel as if ready to finalize the sale. After waiting a long moment without any further bids, the MC declared, "Congratulations to the guest in box number 9. The 2 high-grade purple crystals have successfully bid for this exquisite dagger." The host just said, holding the gavel, signaling that the auction was successful. Perhaps due to her excitement, when she brought the gavel down, sparks flew. Once the auction was successful, Zhou Zhang picked up the dagger and spun it around, looking incredibly cool, like a 10-star character. He gazed at the dagger with excitement as it gleamed brightly in shades of blue. Su Yunwen looked on, her mouth agape in astonishment. Zhou Zhang said, "Thank you, Brother Chong." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively, signaling, "What are you talking about? Thanks to the wind god pterosaur's skin you provided, we could acquire this wind god pterosaur's armor of the last bid." When the Star Meteor Company learned that the buyer of the dagger was the one who supplied the wind god pterosaur's skin, they immediately agreed to postpone the payment date for the dagger. After saying this, a gigantic robot appeared on screen, and Changjian continued. After all, this is an ultimate life-saving item, with a conductivity rate reaching 30%. It's worth far more than this exceptional blade minus 1.5 pieces of high-grade purple crystal. I offer 2 pieces. Zhao Jing responded, a life-saving ultimate item. From my perspective, Zhao Jing holding the dagger looked incredibly impressive. Zhao Jing went on, a good weapon is the strongest life-saving ultimate item. He held 2 daggers in both hands, as if preparing for battle. The enormous unicorn was staring at Zhao Jing, its face fierce, surrounded by a mysterious red aura. Zhao Jing was not afraid at all, and said, no surprise it conducts electricity at 35%. Even the defenses of a level 7 monster can be easily broken through. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted in the room. It turned out that the scream had come from Wu Zai. He shouted, we've encountered a ghost. This is definitely a level 7 room. Another level 4 martial artist appeared. Upon hearing Hu Zi's scream, Zhou Zheng went into the room. With a cheerful expression, Zhou Zheng raised his hand and asked Wu leader, where is the meeting point? The main road to the east outside Titan City, Nature's Restaurant. People were bustling in and out all around them. Nature's Restaurant had a beautiful natural scenery, with a cloudy sky covering the lush green mountains. A small restaurant nestled among the trees presented a picturesque sight. Some people were walking around below. Anyone would want to visit such a dreamy landscape. When Zhao Jing entered the room, a level 6 young man approached him and said, Brother Gao Shu, you made it. Several level 7 and 8 guys were still seated, chatting happily. The level 6 guy cheerfully told Zhao Zheng, over here, Kiddo Zhongshun isn't on gatekeeping duty. He got shot down on the spot. Oh really? At that moment, Zhou Zheng sprayed some mist, awkwardly smiling, and said, actually, my surname is Gao. My given name is Shu. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Wu Qiaoyun stood up, extended his hand to invite Zhou Zheng to a seat. He said, Gao Shu, welcome. I am the team leader of the Lightning team organizing this operation. This time, when everyone had settled down, Wu Qiaoyun spoke up again. Thank you all for coming to help the Flash Lightning team complete the mission to level up. Since everyone is here, I'll introduce this mission. The crowd focused their attention as Wu Qiaoyun pointed at a map and said, the No. 1 People's Hospital in Yi City, fully equipped with advanced medical devices. The Martial Artist Association requires us to retrieve at least 3 sets of equipment to consider the mission complete. Hearing this, Zhou Jing frowned in thought and commented, this mission is incredibly difficult. Wu Qiaoyun, surprised at his remark, responded, that's correct. This is an Abyss-level mission. In the Martial Artist Association, missions are ranked as Normal, Elite, Abyss, and Hell level. Wei Heng's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping as he exclaimed, this. The man beside him added, it's on the same level as the Wind God Pterosaur mission. With a broad smile, Wu Qiaoyun raised his hand and declared, everyone, so far, only 3 Abyss-level missions have been completed. Finishing this one will earn enough contribution points for everyone to be promoted to 10-star members. Tu Fu, with a bold expression, slung a massive hammer over his shoulder and placed a hand on his chest, proclaiming confidently, I'd say it's worth trying if it gets me straight to a 10-star membership. Clearly brimming with confidence in his abilities, Tu Fu's fierce face turned toward the crowd as he bellowed, any weaklings here should just go home and sleep. The sudden outburst left everyone stunned. They stared at Tu Fu, their mouths agape in disbelief at his audacity. Zhao Zheng, upon hearing Tu Fu's words, angrily shouted, Tu Fu, say that again. Tu Fu, equally defiant, yelled back, taking advantage of Wu leader. When faced with a tough task, you want to run away. Is there anything in this world that's so easy? Wu Qiaoyun, witnessing the argument between the two, felt a bit awkward. He said, everyone, please calm down. I respect everyone's choices. With a proud expression, Tu Fu punched Zhou Zheng in the face while he was drinking water, causing Zhao Zheng to contort and spit water everywhere. He said, Gao Shu, do you dare to go? Tu Fu thought that by doing so, Zhou Zheng would be intimidated, but that was not the case. Zhou Zheng, unfazed, calmly picked up his cup of water and responded, of course. According to what Wu leader said, if we've made a promise, how can we just change it? Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's words, Hin was delighted. With a beaming face, he patted Zhou Zhang on the back and said, "Haha, well said." Zhao Zhang was somewhat shocked by Hin's enthusiastic slap on his back. With a joyful expression, Hin looked at Zhou Zhang and proclaimed, "With that statement, from now on you will be my brother, Tu Fu. Who in Titan City would dare to bully you? I'll crush their skull." Hearing Tu Fu say that made Zhou Zhang very happy, and his face lit up with joy. Zhou Zhang chuckled awkwardly, thinking, "Why do I always end up befriending someone who enjoys violence like this?" One person in the group remarked, "Who said they're not going? Whoever doesn't go is a grandson." Tu Fu also spoke up, saying, "That's right, I've never been afraid." Wu Chao Yun was very happy to see everyone united in this way. He clasped his hands together and said loudly, "So thank you all in advance." Wu Chao Yun continued, "Let's set off immediately. Everyone, get on the vehicles." The vehicles that had been prepared beforehand quickly sped down the main road. Wu Chao Yun was holding a piece of paper and reading. Then he said, "From here on, we can only proceed on foot. We need to clear the remnants of the E-City territory ahead to establish a temporary base. Everyone must be cautious." After hearing Chao Yun's words, those surrounding him shouted in unison. Tu Fu slung his weapon over his shoulder and, while walking, said, "Younger brother Gao Shu, there are many zombies here. You have to stick close to me." Hearing this, Zhou Zhang scratched his head and said, "Oh." Suddenly, Tu Fu attacked someone with his weapon. His strike was so powerful that it sent the person flying into the air. Zhou Zhang, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Tu Fu brother, actually, I'm not one of the Gao family. My real name is Zhou Zhang." As soon as Zhou Zhang finished speaking, Tu Fu was taken by surprise and turned around to say, "Huh, kid, but..." At that moment, Tu Fu didn't pay attention to Zhou Zhang's words, as the monster he had just struck was falling from behind him, and it seemed eager to devour Tu Fu. Before the creature could act, a beam of light shot through and pierced straight into the monster's head. Right after that, Tu Fu turned to Zhou Zhang, raised his hand to give a thumbs up, and said, "All right, for this arrow, I forgive you." At that moment, Zhou Zhang was holding a bow and arrow, and he could only force a smile to brush it off. After walking for a while, the group decided to take a break in front of a dilapidated high-rise building. Wu Chao Yun said, "Everyone, take a moment to rest and regroup. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Wei Hang was sitting leisurely, wiping the blood off his sword, and with a calm expression, he said, "Gao Shu, the mutated zombies inside are not as simple as they seem now. You're not really planning to go in, are you?" Then, he swung his sword to demonstrate his strength and continued, "It's only level 4. Going in there is just asking for death. When that time comes, don't drag us down with you. Some money isn't something everyone can earn." The teammate sitting behind him burst out laughing upon hearing this. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of Wei Hang. Both Wei Hang and the teammate were taken aback and turned to look. At that moment, Tu Fu, with a hammer slung over his back, said, "He can't earn that money, but you can. Just by looking at you, it's clear you're clumsy." Hearing this, Wei Hang was extremely angry. He stood up and shouted, "Tu Fu." Seeing him so furious, Tu Fu deliberately mocked, "What? Go ahead and try." Zhao Zhang then unexpectedly appeared. With a bright smile, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Tu Fu, let it go. Wei Hang is just worried about my safety. Let's not argue anymore." At this moment, Zhou Zhang was thinking to himself that if it weren't for the fear of affecting the mission, he would have taught Wei Xing a lesson about how to be a person by now. Zhou Zhang was feeling very awkward. He could only continue to say, "Forget it, just let it go." 10 minutes later, someone appeared in a powerful support suit, with bright legs, striding so forcefully that it shattered the pavement beneath him. Everyone in the group was wearing support suits, one by one leaping over the rooftops. Xing and Zhou Zhang were running together. Noticing that Zhou Zhang was running quite fast, Xing silently thought, "Not bad, at such a high speed he can keep up with the team. It seems that if he can't fight back and just runs, he should be fine." Suddenly, explosions began to occur one after another in the other buildings. Wu Chao Yun, holding a sword in one hand and binoculars in the other, looked through the binoculars and said, "High-level zombie." Suddenly, Chao Yun shouted, "Hide, it's coming." Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon appeared, soaring into the sky. Compared to it, Zhao Jing's group was like a speck of dust. The dragon flew above, circling and destroying an entire building. That monstrous dragon then changed direction, picking up a zombie beneath it as it flew. Wu Qiaoyun, both panicked and frightened, asked, "What on earth is that monster?" Wei Xing, standing next to him, replied, "At least level 10 or higher." Wu Qiaoyun raised his hand to signal and continued, "While the beast attracts most of the zombies, we need to leave quickly." Everyone obeyed the orders of their superiors. At Yi City's top public hospital, a high-level zombie appeared, its body massive and deep blue in color. Everyone was standing at a distance, observing. At that moment, Wu Qiaoyun spoke up. "It's not easy. There's also a green-scaled zombie below. Should we kill it?" Wei Hang, hearing this, replied, "Although green-scaled zombies are slow-moving and have a high chance of dropping purple crystals, their defense is extremely difficult to penetrate." Suddenly, Xiao Yun turned and said, "Wu leader." Zhao Jing then asked, "Is the speed of the green-scaled zombie really that slow?" Wu Qiaoyun immediately responded, "Of course. Although its scale armor provides high defense, it also significantly limits its speed." Right after that, Zhao Jing declared, "Then I choose to kill it." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and frightened. Hu Tufu shouted at Zhao Jing, "Kid, has your brain cramped or something?" Zhao Jing turned to look at Tu Fu and calmly said, "Tu Fu, I know my limits." At that moment, Zhao Jing silently thought to himself, "Maybe others can't break through the zombie's defense, but my theft skill has coercive properties. It might just work." Wei Hang then spoke, "Limits? Your limits involve dragging the dozen of us to our deaths." Hu Tufu was furious, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wei Hang turned to look at Qiao Yun, pointing at Zhao Jing as he said, "Am I wrong? What else does this kid know besides archery? Can you really break through the defenses of a level 4 zombie using just arrows?" Listening to Wei Hang, everyone was stunned in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Jing had an expressionless face as he said, "Wei Hang is right. Arrows alone won't breach a zombie's defenses." Then, Zhao Jing reached down to touch the daggers at his thigh. He continued, "So." He drew out 2 daggers, spinning them skillfully, then said, "I also have this." Wu Qiaoyun, seeing this, exclaimed, "Ultimate blades." Wei Hang, standing next to him, remarked, "So he indeed managed to auction the ultimate blade that day." Hin, standing behind, added, "Impressive. Kid, you've been holding back." Hearing Hin's words, Wei Hang shouted, "What if you have high-level weapons?" A level 4 martial artist, challenging a level 4 king zombie, is simply seeking death. Zhao Zheng looked toward Hin and replied, "I believe I can contend with the level 4 zombie, but I need everyone to help me eliminate the surrounding zombies. Trust me." Upon hearing this, Hin raised his hand and nodded, "I believe in you." The rest of the teammates behind also echoed, "If that's the case, no problem. Zhao Shu, I believe in you this time." Looking at the high-level zombie, Zhao Jing thought to himself, "Hey, we haven't had some fun yet." Zhao Jing charged forward, using his skills to slash through numerous zombies, the strikes creating a zigzag pattern. As he prepared to attack a zombie from behind, it seemed to have sensed him. The zombie suddenly turned around, reaching out with its hand and opening its mouth in a horrifying manner. However, before the zombie could do anything, Zhao Jing had already dashed past, leaving a knife thrust that pierced through the zombie's body. A teammate standing at a distance felt the impact and remarked, "Indeed impressive." Wu Qiaoyun nodded in agreement, saying, "I really underestimated this kiddo." Moments later, the high-level zombie recognized Zhao Zheng and charged at him. Zhao Zheng showed no fear as he ran towards the high-level zombie. The zombie kicked hard, and the force of the collision sent several other corpses flying. Despite being knocked back, Zhao Zheng continued to press forward. Zhao Zheng and the zombie resumed their attack. Next, Zhao Zheng executed a flurry of strikes, hitting hard at the zombie's wrist. Noticing the damage was too low, Zhao Zheng thought, "The defensive power is too strong. No wonder it's made from top-tier material that has been forged into a green topaz." Then, as Zhao Zheng was falling from the air after the high-level zombie's attack, which was still screaming, he observed the high-level zombie and silently thought, "Its movements are indeed very slow, much slower than the wind god pterosaur. But suddenly, a master-level zombie was crushed to the ground by the weapon's hammer. The zombie let out a wretched scream. After cleaning up the basic zombies, Hin looked towards Zhao Zheng and the high-level zombie. Then he said, "This kiddo really resembles a catfish." Wei Hang, who was standing next to him, swung his sword to attack an approaching zombie and said, "Humph, we can't injure it. No matter how agile it is, it's useless." Wei Hang continued to attack the zombie, leaping down and using his sword to slash at it. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, hold on. We must buy him some time and space." 2 hours later, everyone in the group was standing close together to defend. The zombies kept coming to attack. Wei Hang, now losing his composure, shouted angrily, "Damn it, he really wants to pull us into the water." Wei Hang was still fighting the basic zombie, his face flushed with anger and drenched in sweat, and he continued to shout, "What have we even done to that bastard? Besides jumping up and down like a monkey, has he done anything to the zombies?" Wu Qiaoyun was exhausted. He also tiredly looked towards Zhao Zheng and thought, could it be that Zhao Zheng really? Suddenly, the high-level zombie vomited out a streak of green fluid. Zhao Zheng, standing nearby and ready for battle, was taken aback by the sight. Wei Hang exclaimed, "Why did he collapse?" Wu Qiaoyun, standing beside him, added, "I didn't see any zombies injured." Tu Fu, hearing the two of them, spoke up, "Why care so much about it?" At that moment, a zombie was charging towards Tu Fu and attacking. Seeing the zombie rush in, Tu Fu launched a hammer strike, sending the low-level zombie flying. At the same time, Tu Fu shouted loudly, "We must trust our brothers, protect this place. Success is right in front of us." The others, hearing Tu Fu's words, excitedly cheered loudly. But suddenly, the high-level zombie stood up again, and the battle between Zhao Zheng and the high-level zombie resumed. Zhao Zheng's face now clearly showed signs of exhaustion. He was panting and thought to himself, "Although I can kill it like this, it will still take at least 2 more hours. The pressure is too great for my brothers." Suddenly, Zhao Zheng had an idea. He smirked and thought, "I've got it." Next, Zhao Zheng turned and ran away. The high-level zombie, seeing this, stomped in anger and chased after Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng ran quickly and leaped onto a building. The zombie was still hot on his heels. The high-level zombie was tricked by Zhao Zheng. Its massive body collided with the building, causing it to collapse on top of the high-level zombie. Zhao Zheng, meanwhile, was safely hiding on the roof of the building. After that, Zhao Zheng looked down at his teammates and shouted, "Tu Fu, come help me." Seizing the moment, Tu Fu quickly stepped up, then immediately jumped up, using his weapon to strike hard at the high-level zombie's leg, while also shouting loudly, "All right, I'm on it." With a loud bang, Tu Fu struck the zombie's leg with immense force, causing it to roar in pain as the surrounding ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The high-level zombie roared angrily and turned, reaching out its massive hand in an attempt to grab the human attacking it. The zombie strained, extending its hand further, desperate to catch Tu Fu. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng appeared above the zombie's head. He called out, "Hey, big guy, your target's over here." Hearing Zhao Zheng's voice from above, the high-level zombie looked up and roared furiously. However, by the time it reacted, Zhao Zheng was already standing on the rooftop of a building behind it. Seeing him perched there, the zombie turned around to pursue him. Standing heroically on the rooftop, Zhao Zheng shouted, "I'll draw its aggression. Keep attacking its legs." The teammates watching from another rooftop were taken aback. One of them exclaimed, "Is that even a valid strategy?" Wei Hang added, "Reminds me of when I used to kite bosses in video games as a kid." Wu Qiaoyun, meanwhile, could only stand there, dumbfounded by what was happening. After 30 minutes of relentless attacks, the high-level zombie's health bar had decreased significantly. Tu Fu remained positioned in front of the zombie, keeping it occupied. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Zhao Zheng leaped down, plunging 2 swords straight into the zombie's chest, delivering the final blow. As the battle concluded, Zhao Zheng panted heavily, exhausted from the fight. At that moment, his level had increased to 39. Standing behind him, Wei Hang remarked, "Master level. Impressive." Another teammate chimed in, "Dude, you totally slayed that." Wu Qiaoyun stepped forward and said, "Brother, thank you." Zhao Zheng responded to Wu Qiaoyun, We're all on the same team, so it's only natural. As the sky gradually darkened, inside a room of an old crumbling building, everyone had gathered in a circle around the campfire. Wai Hang said, "This time, aside from the purple crystal, just the number of those scales is already a great deal." Hearing this, Wu Chao Yun interjected, "What are you so happy about? If it weren't for Gao Shu, we wouldn't have been able to take down that zombie." At this point, Zhou Zheng suddenly realized and replied, "I was just doing what I was supposed to do." Tu Fu suddenly slapped Zhao Zheng on the back with great force and said, "Kiddo, you're pretending to be weak and fooling even me." Both of them were now smiling brightly. Wu Chao Yun tossed the last piece of wood into the campfire to keep it going, then added, "But everyone, don't get too carried away. Get some rest early. Tonight, Zhang Xiao and I will take the night watch." The campfire had gone out, and everyone was lying in their sleeping bags, peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a figure crouched up, resembling Wai Hang. He was heading towards the door, seemingly wanting to go somewhere. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Wai Hang. The other person asked, "Where are you going?" Wai Hang broke into a sweat and stammered, I'm just going outside to use the restroom." Wu Chao Yun looked at him intently and reminded him, "Be careful, don't go too far." Wai Hang quickly headed for the door, responding as he walked, "Got it." Watching his retreating figure, Wu Chao Yun let out a deep sigh. As soon as Wai Hang stepped out of the room, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes turned cold and sinister, and he let out a low scoff. In his hand was a red metal cylinder. Smirking, he muttered to himself, "Zhao Zheng, Lu Yongshan and Xiao Zhan couldn't kill you. But now, I see, they were just pawns, assassins working under Zhao Zheng's banner. But that doesn't mean I won't succeed." In the dimly lit hallway, the undead shuffled aimlessly, searching for prey. Suddenly, one of them turned, alerted by a faint noise behind it. Before it could identify whether it was friend or foe, its head was severed with a swift horizontal slash. Meanwhile, at the injection room, Zhao Zheng's team was making a concerted effort to capture the area. It was a critical location, holding the medical equipment and supplies they desperately needed. Their plan was simple: strike fast, secure the facility, and get the medical supplies out. Having successfully taken over the radiology department, Wu Chao Yun's lightning team secured a cache of medicine. They were now moving carefully towards safety, carrying the supplies in an organized fashion. Zhao Zheng, armed with his bow, stood vigilant, scanning his surroundings to cover his team. The convoy was loading essential supplies onto the vehicles, preparing for a hasty retreat. Wu Chao Yun, noticing the fatigue on everyone's faces, shouted encouragement, "Stay strong, everyone. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be able to head back this afternoon." The captain had just finished speaking when the members of the brigade suddenly heard an eerily frightening scream. They looked at each other in confusion. What was that? It sounds like a horde of zombies. One of the guards looked through the binoculars, and fear struck him as he quickly called the captain to report. "Captain, it's bad. I don't know why, but the zombies are charging towards the hospital. The undead are extremely agitated. They are surrounding the fence right outside the hospital, smashing it down, and using all their strength to climb over and attack Wu Chao Yun's group. There are too many of them. They are spilling into the hospital." Wu Chao Yun's team had to run up to the roof of the hospital to take refuge. Everyone looked at the sea of zombies, worriedly saying, "They are gathering too quickly. We no longer have time to break out." Another person spoke up, blaming himself. "It's all my fault." He struck his chest, regretfully saying, "It was my decision that put everyone in danger." A teammate beside him patted his shoulder in comfort. "We're all here voluntarily, doing this for pay. There's no need to apologize. Don't give up until the very last minute." Wai Hang sat slumped in the corner, sneering in disdain. "What time is it? You're still talking nonsense. What do you suggest we do?" He continued, "Do you expect the Gao Shu guy to come and save you?" Upon hearing Wai Hang's words, one teammate was infuriated, and if it weren't for another teammate to intervene, a brawl would have surely broken out. He shouted, "I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Don't stop me." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zheng turned to everyone and said, "I have a way." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him with eager eyes. "Huh. Brother Gao Shu, do you have a solution?" Zhao Zheng began to explain. "I can break through the encirclement and make my way outside, then pilot a helicopter back here." He pointed to the city map affixed to the roof of the hospital and continued. That's right, but everyone needs to trust me one more time. We need an aerial drop into Yi City. One person unfolded the map and, looking worried, said, although this place is less than 5 kilometers from the helicopter, the road is completely blocked by zombies. Moreover, flying a helicopter is not like driving a car. Can you really do it? Zhao Zheng patted him on the shoulder and replied firmly, don't worry, I can run there and pilot the helicopter. I've trained with the butler before. Everyone patted him on the shoulder again and asked, brother, are you sure you can do it? He smiled, his gaze resolute. Of course, at least a 70% chance. At that moment, everyone regarded Zhao Zheng as a beacon of hope, the only light in the darkness. In unison they said, whatever you need, just tell us. As long as you don't give up, we will wait for your return. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped from the rooftop down to the ground. Zhao Zheng used his technique to glide past the layers of zombies. The people on the rooftop watched Zhao Zheng's retreating figure and declared emphatically, he will forever be my brother. I acknowledge that. Wei Heng watched as everyone praised Zhao Zheng, his irritation growing evident. With a disdainful smirk, he sneered, what? Who's to say he won't just leave us all behind and run off? Hearing such words, the group turned on him, their annoyance palpable. Someone snapped, Wei Heng, shut your mouth. Wu Chaoyun, visibly angered, glared at Wei Heng and barked, Wei Heng, as soon as this mission is over, you're out of the lightning team. Wei Heng chuckled coldly, turning to leave. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he replied mockingly, fine, fine. I'll leave right now if that's what you want. As he walked away, a sinister smile crept onto his face, his eyes glinting with malice. Under his breath, he muttered, too bad you won't live long enough to see this mission through. Wei Heng made his way to the rooftop of another building, leaping across with practiced ease. Near an air vent, he crouched down and began fiddling with some contraption. After a few minutes of tinkering, he revealed an automatic parachute. Grinning smugly, he muttered to himself, you all can stay and die. I'm not wasting my time here with you. Intent on fleeing alone, Wei Heng had revealed his true colors. A traitor through and through. Meanwhile, back on the lightning team's side, the rooftop door burst open as a horde of zombies swarmed through, their growls filling the air. Someone shouted in alarm, the zombies are here. The team immediately snapped into action, weapons raised and resolve steeled. Together, they rallied, shouting, don't give up, everyone. One member, glancing around, frowned and asked, where's that kid Wei Heng? In the heat of the moment, there was no time to dwell on it. Another team member yelled urgently, forget about him. We just need to hold out until Brother Gao Shu gets back. Behind him, the horde of zombies was trampling over each other in a desperate attempt to climb up. People were panicking and shouting loudly, there are zombies coming up from behind too. The scene was utter chaos, with everyone trying to raise their weapons, ready to fight. In the midst of this perilous situation, Zhao Zheng appeared in the heart of the enemy. He radiated a unique source of green power, like a powerful rolling wave. Fearlessly, he charged out, breaking through the encirclement of the zombies. With each step he took, he delivered a powerful blow that shattered the undead. At the same time, Zhao Zheng was using the stealth technique, moving silently among the zombies. He noticed the number of zombies ahead dwindling and felt relieved. That's great, he thought to himself. The destination is not far away. There must be a plane's landing gear ahead. He hurriedly advanced, not wasting any time. Suddenly, he sensed a strong surge of pinkish-red energy. A level 7 armored rat appeared, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The zombies, caught off guard, rushed towards the armored rat. But it unleashed a powerful strike that instantly annihilated the undead. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but be astonished. This thing is indeed the nemesis of zombies. Watching the beast trampling over the corpses, Zhao Zheng reminded himself, let's move quickly. It's better not to disturb them. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. He realized something was charging towards him. The armored rat aggressively struck, but Zhao Zheng quickly dodged. He was slightly stunned, wondering, how does it know I'm invisible? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that it can smell me? Zhao Zheng looked down at his hand and noticed the filthy substance smeared on it. The very thing he had touched when killing the green-scaled zombies. No wonder I've always smelled that strange stench. He quickly shot up into the sky, And then Zhou Zhang executed a move that made the black armored rat cry out in pain. It erupted in anger, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Zhou Zhang was slightly surprised. Its defense is too high. It will take at least 10 minutes to kill it. Zhou Zhang tore off the sleeve stained with the zombie's green fluid and whispered, "It's a pity that it has high-quality materials on it, but I don't have time to play with you right now." Sensing the scent from the piece of cloth that Zhou Zhang had tossed aside, the black armored rat aggressively attacked. Taking advantage of its focus on the cloth, Zhou Zhang delivered a powerful strike that created a massive explosion. Then, Zhou Zhang shot forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the helicopter's platform. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally made it. At the helicopter, there were still a few zombies wandering around in search of prey. Zhou Zhang poured fuel into the helicopter and thought, "I hope this thing can still fly." After finishing, he slammed the fuel cap shut and climbed directly into the helicopter. At that moment, the zombies, sensitive to noise, all rushed toward the helicopter. Inside, Zhou Zhang felt a bit flustered. With so many buttons, why doesn't it look much like what Sue Butler taught? Whatever. Let's give it a shot. Immediately, the helicopter's blades started spinning, and it gradually ascended into the sky. The zombies below continued to charge stubbornly. On the other hand, the members of the Flash Lightning team were beginning to tire as they fought against the ferocious zombies. One person, panting, spoke up. "It's been 20 minutes. Could it be that Brother Gao's show?" Seeing this, Wu Chaoyun shouted loudly, "Everyone, keep it up. We must trust our brothers." Looking at the team struggling and relying on a low-level martial artist, Wei Hang sneered with disdain. "A bunch of fools. That Zhou Zhang is probably already dead in the mouth of the zombie." He stood high and mocked. "Do you really think of him as a god? Ha!" Tu Fu's member angrily shouted, "You kiddo." Wei Hang arrogantly replied, "I won't hesitate to tell you another secret. The reason I joined here is not for that purple crystal." He opened his mouth wide and yelled, "As long as I can kill Zhou Zhang, I will be able to get those 2 purple crystals. You are just his accessories." Then Wei Hang pressed the switch and opened the parachute he had prepared. He spoke in a mocking tone, "Goodbye, you fools." Suddenly, Wei Hang saw something flying towards him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What is that?" Up high, Wei Hang couldn't believe his eyes. Zhou Zhang, at the same time, was focused on piloting the helicopter to rescue the Flash Lightning team, completely ignoring him. Below, the members were still busy fighting off the zombies. Seeing Zhou Zhang, one person joyfully shouted, "The helicopter, Brother Gao Shu is back." Tu Fu's member then spoke up, "That's my brother. I knew he would succeed." Wu Chaoyun shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's knock out these zombies and head home." At the same time, Zhou Zhang lowered the rope and instructed the team. Everyone grabbed the rope. "Let's go downstairs and grab the medical equipment as well." While fighting off the remaining zombies, the team members shouted in response, "Got it." After a while, the preparations were complete. Zhou Zhang called down, "Is the cargo secure?" The others replied, "Everything's fine." Zhou Zhang happily exclaimed, "Brothers, it's time to go home." The members of the Flash Lightning team cheered, "Let's go home." Instantly, the helicopter shot up into the sky, carrying the team in a vehicle. Everyone laughed joyfully. "Haha!" Tu Fu, like a child going to the amusement park, excitedly said, "This is awesome. This is amazing." Tu Fu whispered, "I thought today would be the last time I ever saw the sunlight." Wu Chaoyun grumbled, "This trip must have been caused by Wei Hang. Once we get to Titan City, I'm definitely going to investigate him." Suddenly, one of the team members shouted, "Hurry, look ahead. Is that the bastard?" At that moment, the team saw a man hovering in the air. Tu Fu's member immediately brandished his weapon and said in a gruff voice, "Get closer. You have to split him in 2. Behind us, everyone is filled with murderous intent to kill him." Zhou Zhang then interjected, "Everyone, this is not the time. We need to intercept him first." Without hesitation, they swiftly closed in on the target. Tu Fu's member eagerly threatened him, saying, "Run, hurry up." Seeing that they were still alive and pursuing him, Wei Hang couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys!" The helicopter lightly collided with Wei Hang's glider. The Flash Lightning team coldly warned, "You and your brothers wait for him ahead." With one wing torn off, Wei Hang began to spiral in the air. Frustrated, he shouted, "Damn it, Fly up for me. Fly. At that moment, the zombies on the ground had begun to surround them, eagerly awaiting their tasty prey. Noticing their outstretched hands trying to grab him, Wai Hang hung precariously in the air and yelled, "Get out of my way! All of you, get out!" Just then, an arrow whizzed past and struck a zombie below right in the head. Wai Hang turned around in shock and saw the flash lightning team closing in. Panic-stricken, he thought, "It's over. They really want me dead." Then, another arrow zipped by and lodged itself directly into the remaining wing of his glider. Immediately, a powerful explosion occurred, not only knocking Wai Hang off balance, but also creating a loud sound that attracted the horde of zombies. Zhou Zheng, with a look of amusement, said, "Let's go. It's time to settle the score." The flash lightning team responded, "Understood." At that moment, Wai Hang was struggling to fend off the zombies. He was gasping for breath, no longer able to sneer arrogantly as he had before. His face now displayed clear fear. The members of the flash lightning team arrived, and they shouted, holding him accountable. "Wai Hang, how do you want to die?" Wai Hang lifted his head and said, "You can't kill me." A member coldly replied, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Wai Hang quickly answered, "I am a member of Dark Shadow. If you kill me, you will face endless trouble." Hearing this, Tu Fu was slightly surprised. Dark Shadow. Then he snarled, "I don't care whether you're Dark Shadow or White Shadow." Wu Chao Yun, standing behind, also added, "That's right. What's so special about Dark Shadow?" Zhao Zheng smirked slightly, then coldly stated, "Dark Shadow, huh? Perfect, I have a debt to settle with him too." Seeing their determined attitude, Wai Hang shouted, "If I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me." Wai Hang swung fiercely at Zhou Zheng, but Zhou Zheng nimbly leaped upward, leaving Wai Hang stunned and off balance. The powerful attack from Wai Hang missed entirely. In a split second, Zhou Zheng landed and delivered a decisive blow. He collapsed right at the feet of everyone, his eyes clearly reflecting fear. At that moment, Tu Fu's member furiously brandished his weapon. "You bastard, die." After safely returning, the members of the Lightning Squad gathered in the VIP reception room of the Martial Artist Guild. One member quietly remarked, "In this lifetime, I never thought I would have the chance to become a 10-star member of the Martial Artist Guild." Another beside him eagerly pointed out, "Hey, this cup of tea also has star power." Zhao Zheng gently spoke up, "This tea is called Meteor. It's said that during the harvest season there are only 3 days each year." Noticing his familiarity with it, Tu Fu's member curiously asked, "Have you drunk this tea before?" At that moment, Wu Chao Yun placed a hand on the shoulder of his idol and said, "Ha, I think we should officially reintroduce our Jiao Shu. His real name is Zhou Zheng, alias Gao Shu. I believe everyone has seen his abilities by now." Wu Chao Yun continued, "Of course, there's another reason. He is one of the rare 10-star members of the Martial Artist Guild in Titan City." Hearing those praises, Zhou Zheng felt a bit shy. Tu Fu's member excitedly inquired, "Hey kid, are you really a 16-star member?" Zhao Jing replied, flustered, "Just lucky, that's all." At the same time, deep within the Martial Artist Guild, a man's voice echoed, "Guild leader, how should we deal with this Zhou Zheng?" The president whispered, "If he has met the criteria for promotion set by the guild, then of course he should be promoted according to the regulations." Jiang Chen thought, if Chu Di knew that the first 11-star member of Titan City wasn't him, but a level 4 martial artist, it's hard to imagine what his reaction would be. Hearing this, the president chuckled, "Haha, I'd really love to see his reaction." He then softly said, "Place Zhou Zheng in the red tier, and keep a close watch on his talents. As for this second mission, let's see if it was just luck." Jiang Chen responded affirmatively. The president added, "Also temporarily hide the photos of Zhao Zheng. Consider it a bit of protection for him, but there's no need to hide his name anymore." Back in the Martial Artist Guild's VIP room, Tu Fu eagerly asked, "Director Shen, how was our mission evaluated?" Jiang Chen smiled politely and said, "Everyone, don't speak just yet. Please sit down. After you sit, I'll explain. For this deep-level mission, 80% was completed successfully. Everyone will be promoted to 16-star members." Upon hearing this, the Flash Lightning team joyfully cheered, "Yes." Director Shen continued, "Zhou Zheng." He handed Zhou Zheng a badge and said, "This is your new membership card. Take it. As they stepped out of the door, Jiang Cheng looked at everyone joyfully and thought to himself, in such a short time, the Martial Artist Guild has gained so many 10-star martial artists. Director Shen thought to himself, moreover, every time there's a promotion, Zhou Zheng is involved. A level 4 martial artist and 11-star member. The high-ranking martial artists of Titan City will soon be feeling uneasy. The next day, a martial artist was focused on his training, muttering to himself, only 95% more experience to reach level 40. His eyes gleamed with determination. Once I learned the level 40 stone shooting skill, the promotion effect can be further enhanced. However, the forest was devoid of any monsters, and he felt a bit disappointed. Looks like another group beat us to it. At the campsite, Zhou Zheng saw martial artists taming beasts and exclaimed in surprise, I've heard of beast tamers before, but this is the first time I've seen them in person. Looking at the flag across from them, he recognized it as the Beast King Alliance. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Zheng decided to step back. If there's nothing else, it's best not to interfere with them. Suddenly, a loud motorcycle horn blared. A group of tough-looking individuals zoomed by at an incredible speed, resembling Western-style desperados. Behind them, a girl rode a green bike, with a cute puppy by her side. They zoomed by like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng became intrigued and decided to check out how the beast tamers caught their pets. At the same time, the animals were grazing peacefully. Suddenly, they all sprinted away in fear, running from the beast tamers. The girl reached into her bag, pulled out a pinkish powder, and tossed it into the air to tame the wild beasts. The deer, after sniffing the powder, immediately became unusually docile. They stopped running around and gathered in one place. The girl shouted to her pets, Baixu is back. Don't scare them. She then gently stroked the wild animals and comforted them. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Suddenly, Baixu noticed something unusual and went into alert mode. At that moment, the beast tamer loudly called out, Who's there? The Beast King Alliance is hunting. Please take another route. Noticing that Baixu had detected him, Zhou Zheng stepped out and said, I mean no harm. I just saw you hunting and wanted to learn a little. Facing the beast tamers, Zhou Zheng spoke politely, I'm just curious about the hunting methods of the Beast King Alliance. Upon hearing this, Wu Dai, a level 5 martial artist, angrily shouted, Kid, are you asking for trouble? Beside him, there was also Wang Zhengyi, a level 5 martial artist, Lai Chu, a level 6 martial artist, and an unknown level martial artist, Xiang Shaihan, standing nearby. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng was somewhat astonished. This girl was actually a martial artist of the 8th level. At that moment, Xiang Shaihan stood up and spoke, How many times have I told you? Don't speak so aggressively. She straightforwardly asked, What do you want to learn from us? Zhou Zheng replied, I really like animals, so I want to learn how to tame them. Is that a bad thing? Xiang Shaihan handed him a bag of powder and said, It's simple. Just use this kind of powder. Zhou Zheng immediately showed interest. Can I buy this powder? Xiang Shaihan then quoted a price of 1 topaz and said she could give him a portion. Zhou Zheng promptly confirmed his order. After he left, Wu Bei felt quite confused and spoke up, Sister, you're just going to sell it to him like that. There was someone before who offered 1 topaz, and you didn't sell. Xiang Shaihan replied softly, Whether to sell or not depends on my mood. Anyway, this powder only works on deer horses. At that moment, a 7th-level mutated blanket lizard was curled up deep in the forest. Zhou Zheng climbed up a branch and muttered, Now that the wind is favorable, let's try the powder out. Having said that, he sprinkled the pink powder below. With the breeze, a large amount of powder flew toward the mutated blanket lizard. Suddenly, it let out a roar and raised its head high. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng was extremely astonished. Why doesn't it act like I thought? When the mutated stone whip struck fiercely and severed the tree trunk that Zhou Zheng was standing on, he realized, that girl has played me. Although somewhat stunned, Zhou Zheng still nimbly dodged the attack from the mutated stone whip. After soaring into the air, Zhou Zheng chuckled softly. Ha! Every cloud has a silver lining. It seems this powder can make that big guy hurt himself. At that moment, the mutated stone whip blazed with a murderous glare. Zhou Zheng charged straight at it and loudly declared, Enough already. It's my turn now. He unleashed a flurry of sharp attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group was taking down a tiny serpent. Kong Shen spoke up. "Young master, I heard sounds of fighting ahead. I'm going to scout it out a bit." Chuk Shong cleared his throat a few times and replied, "Go on." The young master's face suddenly flushed bright red like a tomato. It was a pity that the girl had just returned only to be killed by the old wizard. This time, he absolutely had to find someone else to make up for it. When he saw the mutated stone whip beaten down to the ground, writhing helplessly, Kong Shen couldn't help but be astonished. This scene must have been caused by someone strong, at least a martial artist of level 8 or above. At that moment, Chuk Shong arrived just in time and said, in a serious tone, "Haven't you finished investigating yet? The smell of blood is overwhelming." Kong Shen's voice was firm as he said, "Young master, when going out for training, the first priority is to ensure your safety. We should head towards the red zone. This place suits you well," he added. Chuk Shong immediately replied, "Let's go now." At that moment, Zhou Zhang had already reached the red zone. He muttered to himself, "That stone bed earlier boosted my experience by 20%. This area must be crawling with beasts, level 7 or higher." Zhou Zhang strode confidently into the zone, chasing wealth and power amid the danger. In the rugged valley, a loud roar echoed through the mountains. Zhou Zhang was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant beast. He swiftly struck its back, causing it to cry out in pain. Thud! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang had brought the massive creature to the ground. He collapsed on the ground, trying to catch his breath. As he drank water, Zhou Zhang suddenly noticed something unusual. An attack came hurtling toward him. Turning quickly, Zhou Zhang saw that 500 members of the monkey clan had arrived. He was startled, exclaiming, "So many of them." At that moment, the monkeys pointed at Zhou Zhang and let out a furious roar, launching a series of powerful attacks toward him. Zhou Zhang nimbly leaped into the air to dodge the oncoming strikes. He grinned, thinking, "I can use these monkeys to practice my small-distance teleportation." The small-distance teleportation skill was one of the passive abilities of thieves, relying on the body's instincts to dodge all incoming attacks. The skill would only level up when the thief successfully evaded an opponent's strike. It was one of the hardest passive skills to train in the Firmament mainland, requiring immense focus and precision. At that moment, Zhou Zhang took a powerful blow. The force sent him crashing into a tree behind him. With a grin, he narrowly dodged the next strike and hissed, "You have a lot of potions, huh? Bring it on." Suddenly, Chuk Shong launched a mighty attack toward the beast. His subordinates behind him praised, "Young master is amazing. That thrust was perfect." Chuk Shong, frustrated, shouted, "Shut up. All I want to know is when I can go back." Kong Shen quietly replied, "Master once said, when you reach level 7, that's when you'll return." Chuk Shong, his temper flaring, yelled, "Then, what are you all standing around for? Find me some nearly dead beasts to kill already." His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, the monkeys continued to pelt Zhou Zhang with rocks. He muttered to himself, "That feeling earlier." Zhou Zhang realized that his agility was improving. He could now dodge attacks effortlessly, without exerting any extra effort. The small-distance teleportation skill was leveling up rapidly as he continued to avoid the barrage of strikes. He thought, "Small distance flash at mid-rank. I've finally grasped the small distance flash at mid-rank." Zhou Zhang excitedly shouted, "Next I should level up too." Seeing him suddenly dash up the tree, the group of monkeys jumped in shock. Zhou Zhang aimed directly at the largest one, then at the 500 monkeys nearby. The entire forest echoed with the frantic cries of the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhang handled them with ease. He smirked proudly. Finally level 40. The system then displayed a notification. Entered rolling state. After being attacked or initiating an attack, the effect will disappear and a 2-minute cooldown is required. The trebuchet launches a dagger. The dagger, thrown into the middle of the enemy, will deal damage and cause the enemy to bleed. Finally, it returns, dealing 80% of attack power along with 500 damage and requires 1 minute. Zhao Zhang silently analyzed. A group attack with 500 damage and bleeding, enough to quickly take down 3 or more level 3 mutated beasts. At this moment, a series of strange noises caught his attention. The 500 monkeys were rushing towards him. Zhou Zhang delightfully said, "Right on time." He immediately dashed towards them. The monsters, terrified, lowered their heads in fear. Time passed quickly, like a dog running across the fields, and before they knew it, 9 days had gone by. Zhou Zheng casually opened the monkey's stomach to collect items, happily saying, "After getting the trebuchet, the leveling effect has definitely increased." Suddenly, a roar rang out, startling Zhou Zheng. A huge monster with fierce, bloodshot eyes charged towards him. Without a second's pause, it launched a brutal attack. Zhou Zheng smirked and muttered, "Finally, you're here. Come on then." At the same time, a subordinate flattered him. "Young master, I can feel you're about to level up." Chu Xiong replied irritably, "Humph, I hope so. I don't want to stay here for another second." Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. Kong Shen gestured with his hand. "Wait, there's something ahead." From a distance, they could see the giant monkey fiercely attacking its prey. One subordinate spoke up. "Level 5 martial artist, daring to come here to kill the mutated white monkey? I'm not seeing this wrong, am I?" Chu Xiong looked surprised. "Our level 5 martial artists that powerful now?" So young master seemed intrigued and said, "Kong Shen, kill that brat. We need to get the white monkey. Killing this white monkey will help me level up." Kong Shen immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Chu Xiong turned to assign tasks. "Fang Kang, Kang Jin He, you two handle that martial artist. Everyone else, come with me to kill the mutated white monkey." Fang Kang, level 7, and Kang Jin He, level 7, immediately responded. At the same time, the giant ape let out a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains. Then, slammed its hand towards Zhou Zheng. He quickly dodged and realized there were two suspicious figures. These people have been lingering for half a day, and now they want to make a move on me. They boldly advanced, armed with weapons, towards the giant ape. Suddenly, a powerful strike was aimed at the weapons of Fang Kang and Kang Jin He. Zhao Zheng's eyes flared with murderous intent, and he dashed forward at lightning speed. Fang Kang exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Kang Jin He, standing beside him, loudly asked, "What's going on?" At that moment, Zhou Zheng, full of fury, charged ahead, unconcerned with anyone in his way. He shot directly toward the two subordinates of So Young Master. Seeing that the strike didn't have much effect, Fang Kang sneered in disdain, thinking it was just a puny dagger. Suddenly, he realized he had been hit with a powerful attack, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How could this be? Zhao Zheng had leaped into the air, swinging two daggers as he shouted, "If you have questions, think about them down there." Seeing his lightning-fast speed, Fang Kang was left stunned. At that moment, Kong Shen reminded, "Be careful, leave the final blow for the young master." Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling Kong Shen. Turning around, he discovered that the bushes, along with his subordinates, had all been defeated. Observing the scene from above, Zhou Zheng thought to himself, "So it turns out the wind god pterosaur's armor was auctioned by him. These people are no ordinary folks." At the same time, Chu Xiong boldly faced the giant ape. So young master delivered a decisive strike to steal the credit, and Zhou Zheng smirked, saying, "But daring to steal my monster, I'll make you pay 10 times over. Your life and the wind god pterosaur's armor are now mine." After Chu Xiong attacked the monster, it quickly collapsed. Not stopping there, he delivered another blow. Once the strike was made, Chu Xiong stood there, panting heavily, surrounded by a powerful aura. Then, he raised his hand and looked at his palm in joy. "Level 7, I'm level 7 now." Excited, he used his new strength to deliver another strike, cutting down the nearby trees. At this point, his subordinates moved forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, young master. Finally, young master is level 7. After the praise, Chu Xiong turned around, smiling broadly, and declared, "When we get back to Titan, I'll take care of all the expenses at the Hongyan nightclub." The words made the group of followers cheer. "Ah, thank you, young master. You are truly generous." Behind them, Kong Shen felt a bit anxious and ordered, "Quickly gather the prey and go check on Fang Kang and Kang Jin He to see how things are." Soon, the group appeared in the forest to assess the situation. 2 level 7 fighters had been killed by a level 5 fighter. Kong Shen observed and instructed, "This is very strange. Protect the young master well. We must retreat immediately." Every word made the veins on Chu Xiong's forehead twitch. "A level 5 martial artist has scared you all this much?" What if those two underestimated their opponent and were killed by other beasts? Not stopping there, he added, moreover, who have we, the Sky River group, ever been afraid of? Kong Shen, you need to be stronger. This scene was quietly noted by someone. So they are from the Sky River group. No wonder they are acting so brazenly. In another corner, Chu Xiong was warning Kong Shen. Kong Shen, you are getting more cowardly by the day. If that kid runs away, so be it. If he dares to come here, I will teach him how to be a person. I just need half a minute. Kong Shen then understood and took up his weapon to leave. With the young master's might, you don't need to take action. Just give me a minute, and I can handle him. As Kong Shen walked, he frowned in contemplation, realizing he had overthought things, and felt truly embarrassed for being intimidated by that kid. Holding a large axe, he marched straight into the forest, confidently asserting, "Yeah, young master, it's best that he doesn't show up in front of me again." The person mentioned was currently crouching invisibly with his arms crossed, witnessing everything. But he remained oblivious, and kept shaking his head, as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, I'll let him know. Hearing this, Zhou Jing merely chuckled, unconcerned. Kong Shen continued to walk while proclaiming the terrifying nature of an 8th-level martial artist. Oblivious to what lay behind him, he casually raised his hand, dispatching one of his subordinates. A few seconds passed, and the group looked on in shock at the body that had fallen to the ground. What just happened? Kong Shen rushed forward, grabbed one person by the collar and asked, "Where did you kill him?" The person could only stammer, "That was so fast. I didn't even see clearly." Then, without saying anything further, the people surrounding Chu Xiong drew their weapons. "Protect the young master. We need to retreat quickly." With weapons in hand, Kong Shen gritted his teeth, thinking, to kill someone in front of me and still make it disappear without a trace is truly dangerous. Late at night, Zhou Jing sat on a tree branch, swinging his legs as he looked into the cave before him. "Hey, did you think hiding here would keep me from finding you? I have a system to help me, you know." Suddenly, Zhou Jing remembered something and sneered. "If you like to play dirty, I'll give you all the dirty play you want." His attention then shifted to several red bars on the forest. He quickly jumped down from the tree and called out to the wolves nearby. "Brothers, it's time to get to work." Inside the cave, a series of groans echoed. What a disgrace, such a disgrace. Being hunted down by a level 5 martial artist. The group sat in a circle. Kong Shen hesitantly called out to Chu Xiong, "Young master, just now, there's a sound outside." The noise immediately grabbed everyone's attention. A gunshot rang out. Chu Xiong, however, remained optimistic, thinking, maybe someone is out hunting. Kong Shen moved outside, rebutting his view as he walked. At this hour in the forest, a regular martial artist would be trying to hide. How could someone be hunting? Outside, Zhou Jing stood innocently, smiling, "Hello, I've brought you a little gift." With that, he gradually faded into the darkness, revealing several bright red eyes. Zhou Jing stood in the shadows, grinning wickedly, watching this scene unfold, leaving Kong Shen in disbelief. Before he could say much, Zhou Jing charged forward, forcing him to struggle to block the attack. The health bars dropped drastically in no time. Zhou Jing stood on the tree, hearing the shouts and sounds of fighting. Ah, big boss. Time flew by, and 3 hours had passed. The group had finally defeated the monster, and was now gasping for breath, utterly worn out. Zhou Jing was somewhat surprised. No wonder he's an 8th-level martial artist, stronger than I thought. After dealing with the pile of monsters, Kong Shen, panting, looked at Zhou Jing with a bewildered expression. "Who on earth are you?" Zhou Jing gave a knowing smile and replied, "I'm just an ordinary person who got caught up with some bad players." Seeing him approach, Kong Shen enveloped himself with power and said, "Does an ordinary person need to use such formations to deal with us?" But Zhou Jing was not having any of it and immediately countered, "You were the ones who tried to kill me first. Okay? Don't act as if you are the aggrieved party." At that moment, Chu Xiong also emerged from the cave, looked at Zhou Jing, and shouted as if he had never shouted before. "Don't think this will just blow over. You've made an enemy of the Sky River group today." Kong Shen froze, looking towards Chu Xiong. Zhou Jing, unfazed, activated his power. He originally intended to spare the guy's life, but now he had changed his mind. Seeing Chu Xiong approach, Kong Shen felt a twinge of panic and asked, "Are you really willing to confront the Sky River group? Do you know what the consequences will be?"